Before we begin, I thought it would be fun if everyone lets me know in the comments where they're watching this video from. And while you're down there, don't forget to subscribe. Now let's start today's episode. Barbara Blatnik. 17-year-old Barbara Blatnik lived in Cleveland, Ohio, and attended Erie View Catholic High School. Some of her friends called her Barbie. When she wasn't hitchhiking to see her favorite rock and roll bands like AC/DC and Led Zeppelin, she spent time with friends around the Garfield Heights area. On December 19, 1987, she went to a bar in Garfield Heights with her friends. Around 8 p.m., they stopped at a friend's house to drink and continue hanging out. By approximately 10 p.m., Barbara called her parents to say she was on her way home. However, she never made it back. Her parents didn't report her missing since it wasn't unusual for her to stay overnight at a friend's house. The next morning, her body was discovered along a narrow access road near Leeds to Blossom Music Center in Cuyahoga Falls. Barbara had been assaulted and strangled. The Cuyahoga Falls Police Department asked the public for any information and for witnesses to come forward, but no one did. All they could do was collect DNA from Barbara's body that belonged to the suspect. It was found under her fingernails, indicating that she put up a fight. There were no leads and the case went cold. Then in 2019, the police announced that they reopened the case, and they were teaming up with Project Porchlight, who raised $6,000 for DNA testing. The DNA evidence that was taken from Barbara's body were then provided to Identifinders. It is a Californian company that does forensic genealogy using DNA databases. This led investigators, the 67-year-old James E. Zastovnik, who lived in Cleveland, Ohio. They went to arrest him at his home in April 2020. Barbara's sister, Donna, expressed her shock upon learning that an arrest had finally been made after so many years. She also shared the news on Facebook with family and friends, who were just as surprised and relieved. According to Donna, no one in their family had ever seen or heard of the suspect before. His motive for what he did to Barbara remains unknown, and little information is available about James Zastovnik. It was later revealed that two of his brothers had served time for a crime strikingly similar to Barbara's case. Additionally, another one of his brothers went missing around the time he took Barbara's life. James is currently being held on a $1 million bond. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Jesse McBain and Patricia Mann. In an ideal world, every murder case would be solved swiftly and efficiently. Criminals would be behind bars, and law-abiding citizens could go about their lives without fear or concern for their safety. Unfortunately, reality is far from perfect. While authorities have made strides in reopening and solving cold cases, countless mysteries remain unsolved, leaving families trapped in uncertainty without the closure they desperately seek. On the evening of February 12, 1971, a cold and rainy night set the scene for a tragic mystery. Jesse McBain, a 19-year-old student at North Carolina State University, was described as tall and handsome. He had been in a loving relationship with Patricia Mann, whom he had met in high school. The couple had been together for 3 years and planned to marry. Patricia, a 20-year-old nursing student, was studying and working at Watts Hospital in Durham. That evening, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Jesse picked up Patricia, and the couple made their way to the Valentine's dance at Watts Hospital. After the event, they walked back to Patricia's dormitory, where she signed out for the evening, noting that she would return before the 1 a.m. curfew. However, Patricia never made it back that night, and Jesse never returned home. Concerned friends and family soon contacted the police, but authorities were hesitant to launch an investigation, as the two teenagers had not yet been missing for a full 24 hours. A friend of Patricia's later discovered Jesse's car parked and locked at a secluded Lover's Lane, now the site of the Hillandale Golf Course on Medford Road. Inside, the vehicle appeared undisturbed, with 2 coats draped over the back seat. Those close to the couple were deeply worried, Jesse and Patricia had been happy, making plans for their future, and were not the type to run away. Nearly 2 weeks after their disappearance, a surveyor working in the woods of Orange County stumbled upon what he initially believed was a mannequin's leg along a remote dirt road. But as he uncovered more, he realized the horrifying truth. Beneath a pile of leaves lay the lifeless bodies of a young man and woman. Jesse McBain and Patricia Mann were soon identified as the victims. Both were fully clothed, their hands bound behind their backs and secured to a tree with thick ropes. Though the bindings were knotted tightly around their necks, their upper bodies had slumped forward, leaving them lying side by side. The medical examiner discovered multiple strangulation marks on their necks, suggesting the ropes had been tightened, loosened, and then tightened again, an apparent act of torture. While the couple's injuries were nearly identical, Patricia had also sustained a half-inch tear to her liver, indicating she had suffered a forceful blow to her abdomen before her death. In an effort to track down the perpetrator behind these cruel and calculated murders, authorities from the Orange County and Durham County Sheriff's offices worked alongside the Durham Police Department and the State Bureau of Investigation. However, miscommunication between the 4 agencies created confusion and hindered progress. Despite these setbacks, investigators identified 2 potential suspects in the 1970s, individuals who remain persons of interest to this day. While little has been revealed about what links them to the crime, only one of the suspects is still alive. Law enforcement continues to keep the details of Jesse and Patricia's case tightly guarded, leaving many questions unanswered. Investigator Tim Horn declined to say how or why the man became a suspect when later questioned. Reportedly, the suspect had declined to take a polygraph test in 1971 and again in a recent investigation when he was asked once more. He also declined to give a DNA sample, although authorities later collected one from a public place. Recent reports and online sleuths have found that the man in question is a former doctor of Watts Hospital where Patricia worked and studied. Tim Horn has confirmed that as far as authorities are aware, this man was not a love interest in Patricia's life. The killer is believed to be somebody who is familiar with the area, as he had to have felt comfortable no one would discover him and his victims as they screamed and pleaded with him whilst enduring the torture he inflicted upon them. At one point after the 1970s, the case was closed. But in 2011, after Tim Horn found a box of discarded evidence and was on duty the day Patricia's cousin phoned in to ask about progress in the case, he worked with her to petition to have the case reopened, and the sheriff agreed. In recent updates to the case, it has been confirmed that a DNA test performed on the ropes sadly failed to gather any useful evidence. The media coverage that resulted from forensics being performed on evidence that was almost 5 decades old prompted a retired detective who alerted investigators to a similar case that occurred in 1972. A couple parked at a lover's lane was confronted by an armed man who forced them into the trunk of his car at gunpoint. He then drove them to Orange County, but the pair managed to escape before he could carry out his intentions. Investigators conducted interviews to determine if there was a connection between this incident and the murders of Jesse McBain and Patricia Mann, but no public updates have emerged from this line of inquiry. Despite ongoing efforts by law enforcement, the case remains unsolved. Authorities continue to seek answers, and anyone with information is urged to come forward. If you have any details that could assist in the investigation, please contact the North Carolina Sheriff's Association at 919-644-3050. Moving on to the next case. Louis Mackley. For many, the 1980s are defined by the era's cultural milestones, whether it's Steven Spielberg's E.T. the Extraterrestrial or Michael Jackson's Thriller, both of which remain legendary in the world of entertainment. However, beyond the glitz and glamour of the time, online sleuths associate the decade with a string of perplexing cold cases that remain unsolved to this day. One such case is that of Louis Mackley. Born on February 15, 1977, in Stanhope, New Jersey, Louis Anthony Mackley was the second eldest child of Harold and Sheila Mackley. Harold worked in manufacturing, while Sheila was a stay-at-home mother. The couple had 4 children in total: Harold, Louis, Sheila, and Edward. In 1983, the family relocated to Allentown, Pennsylvania. Lewis was known to be both sociable and talkative, yet he was also considered a shy loner. He had a deep fear of sleeping alone and frequently stayed out late, often until 9:30 p.m., engaging in conversations with strangers. Notably, he seemed to feel more at ease around adults than with children his own age. Lewis also struggled with a short attention span, had difficulty writing, and found it hard to concentrate in school. Because of these challenges, he was set to join a class for children with learning difficulties when he returned to school in the fall of 1984. According to his Charlie Project page, he had been diagnosed as hyperactive and was prescribed 2 daily doses of Ritalin. Without his medication, he reportedly experienced memory lapses. On June 7, 1984, 7-year-old Lewis came home from school and told his aunt, who was babysitting while his father was at work and his mother was in the hospital recovering from surgery, that he was heading just 2 doors down to visit his friends. Shortly after, multiple witnesses spotted him walking between 4th Street and Gordon Street, about a block from his apartment on the 360 block of Chew Street. What happened to Lewis after this sighting remains a mystery. When he didn't return home for dinner, his family wasn't initially concerned, as he often stayed out late. However, as the clock reached 9:30 p.m. and he was still nowhere to be found, his parents grew increasingly worried. They set out in the dark, searching the streets, checking all his usual hangout spots, and calling his name. But despite their efforts, Lewis was nowhere to be found. Around 11:10 p.m., his parents returned home and contacted the authorities. According to one report, despite his young age, they were allegedly told they had to wait 24 hours before filing a missing persons report. However, since this claim appears in only one source, it should be taken with caution. Details about the subsequent investigation are scarce, but records indicate that authorities conducted an extensive search of the area. A potential lead emerged when the owner of Marco's Doggy Shop, a local hot dog stand, informed authorities that Lewis had entered the store around 4 p.m. and stayed for approximately 45 minutes. The boy reportedly mentioned that he was trying to avoid 2 teenage boys who had been chasing him. At 4:45 p.m., he left the shop and was last seen walking east on Gordon Street. His parents later speculated that he may have been heading to visit an elderly woman named Helen, whose company he particularly enjoyed. The 2 teenagers who had reportedly been harassing Lewis were questioned by the police but were ultimately ruled out as suspects. Around the same time, another witness came forward, claiming to have seen Lewis speaking with an unidentified man and woman in a park near Jordan Creek, roughly 1 block from his home. This encounter was said to have taken place around 4:30 p.m., the same time that the hot dog stand owner claimed Lewis was inside his shop. Due to this conflicting timeline, authorities were unable to verify the accuracy of the sighting, though they did not dismiss it outright. Notably, Lewis was known to enjoy spending time by Jordan Creek. Shortly before his disappearance, he had told his family that he hoped to visit Dorney Park one day. However, despite searches of these areas, investigators found no trace of the missing boy. For a time, his parents, Sheila and Harold Mackley, were considered suspects, a common occurrence in cases involving missing children. However, the family later expressed frustration and distress over the fact that investigators spent the early years of the case repeatedly focusing on them instead of pursuing other leads. Their eldest son, Harold, told reporters that he thought about Lewis every single day. Harold also refuted claims that his parents had been abusive, stating that these rumors had devastated them. Reflecting on their treatment by authorities, he remarked, "The cops, literally for like the first 3 years, were useless before they finally said, maybe somebody outside the family actually did do something." Despite the scrutiny, the Mackleys cooperated fully with the investigation. They made national television appeals, invited journalists into their home, and attended news conferences in hopes of keeping Lewis's case in the public eye. Local gossip suggested that Lewis had suffered from abuse or neglect, but social services found no evidence to support these claims. In an effort to clear their names, both Harold and Sheila agreed to take polygraph tests, which they passed, and they were ultimately removed from the list of suspects. However, a troubling detail emerged. 6 months before his disappearance, in January 1984, Lewis had told his parents, school nurse, and psychologist that he had been sexually abused by a couple named Frank and Elizabeth. His accounts varied. One version described an assault near the railroad tracks on Jordan Street, while another suggested that the couple had taken him to an apartment in Allentown and later returned him to his neighborhood. Investigators considered the possibility that multiple incidents had occurred. Reportedly, the pair had threatened to harm Lewis if he told anyone about what they'd done to him. While the police were notified about the events that the young boy was describing, Lewis was unable to provide enough evidence that would allow the authorities to investigate. For example, he was unable to give law enforcement the couple's surname or their address, and it's possible Frank and Elizabeth were false first names. Even today, it's unclear whether these events really happened or if they were linked to his disappearance. Although many internet sleuths have noted that it could have been this Frank and Elizabeth who was seen with Lewis at around 4:30 p.m. on the day that he vanished. 4 years later in 1988, a private investigator from New York named David Riggs set up an organization named Search 7 with the intention of assisting in the search for several missing young children, including Lewis. In fact, Lewis's case was the first that the organization took on. Riggs felt that the crime was financially motivated and claimed that he was an expert in child abduction cases based on his graduate degree in sociology and his work with runaway children in New York City. However, Riggs' facade fell apart later that year when he was arrested in West Virginia after accosting 5 young boys offering to pay them money if they would pose in bikini underwear for him. Luckily, none of the boys agreed to his proposal. Additionally, Riggs didn't have a New York private investigator license, and his organization was not registered as a non-profit corporation in that state. He'd also reportedly served time in prison before, although sources differ as to why, with some saying he'd been in prison over child sexual abuse charges and others claiming it was for unrelated crimes. Regardless, as a result of these crimes, Riggs pleaded guilty on 2 counts of attempted child abduction and 1 count of sexual abuse and was sentenced to 1 year in prison. Investigators working on Lewis's case looked into the possibility that David Riggs was involved but ultimately ruled him out. There were numerous reported sightings of Lewis after his disappearance. One anonymous tipster claimed that the 7-year-old was attending school in Pottsville, Pennsylvania under a different name, but Sheila Mackley saw the boy in person and denied it was her son. Another witness saw a young boy in New Jersey who closely resembled Lewis and even took Ritalin, but in a strange coincidence, it turned out that the child was actually Lewis's cousin. One child was even picked up on 4 separate occasions by police because he closely resembled Lewis, so his father produced a birth certificate to put the officers' minds at rest. Lewis was one of the first missing children whose image was placed on milk cartons and billboards across the country. But still, despite these efforts, the 7-year-old never came home. There are few theories in his case. Most online sleuths believe that Lewis was abused by Frank and Elizabeth, and that they harmed him for telling on them or abducted him for their own reasons and eventually killed him. However, for some time, the Mackles believed that Lewis was still alive but had no memory of his true identity. After he vanished, Lewis's parents kept their remaining children within arm's reach at all times. According to their eldest son Harold, their parents spent much of their time afterwards sitting by the phone waiting for someone to call to tell them that their boy had been found. This call never came. Harold recalls that his mother spent much of that time in constant tears. In February 2004, Sheila told reporters, quote, "You keep hearing the saying that time heals things. But in this case, time just makes it worse. It's not getting better. It's getting worse." 11 months after the disappearance, the Mackles moved out of their apartment and into their new home, the same house that had once been occupied by Helen, the elderly woman whom Lewis was so fond of. Helen reportedly went to a retirement home, and the Mackles hoped that one day Lewis would return, remembering this house and recalling how much he liked it. He had even dreamt of living in it himself one day. However, sadly, Sheila and Harold were unable to keep the mortgage repayments on the home. Although the local community raised $10,000 to help them keep it, the couple filed for bankruptcy and moved to Effort, Pennsylvania in 1989. As of 2018, the residence on Chew Street is still vacant. For years afterwards, the family bought toys and gifts for Lewis, hoping one day he'd be able to open and play with them. However, on his 18th birthday, they felt it had become too difficult. They packed away the toys, his belongings, and even his photographs and missing posters and placed them into storage. 7-year-old Lewis Anthony Mackley was last seen on June 7, 1984 in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Multiple witnesses saw him walking between 4th Street and Gordon Street that afternoon after he returned from school about a block from his home in the 360 block of Chew Street. Lewis is described as a young boy with learning and emotional difficulties. When he went missing, he was taking Ritalin twice a day to help with his hyperactivity disorder. He is a white male with brown hair and was missing 4 of his front teeth when he was last seen. Lewis had 2 distinctive circular burn scars on the right side of his chest. He was also known for his unique posture, often walking slowly while leaning forward and frequently placing his hands on his hips when speaking. At the time he went missing, Lewis was between 4 feet 0 inches and 4 feet 1 inch tall, weighing approximately 44 pounds. He was last seen wearing either a short-sleeved green striped shirt or a navy and white striped shirt, along with blue trousers or jeans that had a red tag on the rear pockets reading, "Doggy." His outfit also included an elastic belt with a trim and a buckle shaped like a train, pink socks, and brown shoes. If Lewis is still alive today, he would be 44 years old. Anyone with information regarding his disappearance is encouraged to contact the Allentown Police Department at 610-437-7721. Moving on to the next case. Ruth's murder. In the Midwestern state of Ohio sits Columbus, a city with a population of over 905,000 and a history filled with some of true crime's most perplexing mysteries. While cases like the strange disappearance of medical student Brian Schaefer have gained widespread attention, today's focus is on a lesser-known tragedy. In 1950, Ruth King met and fell in love with Russell Alter, a railroad fireman with a strong reputation despite having been divorced twice. Deputy Sheriff Clyde Murray later spoke highly of Russell, describing him as having a #1 record, and calling him one of the city's most upstanding men. That Christmas Eve, Ruth and Russell were married, and by February 1951, they moved from Russell's parents' property into their newly purchased home at 350 North Sylvan Avenue in the Hilltop neighborhood. 2 months later, on April 8th, Ruth, then 32, gave birth to their first child, a son named Clarence Frederick. For just over 2 weeks, the couple embraced life as new parents, completely devoted to their newborn. However, their happiness was shattered on April 25th when Russell returned home to a devastating scene. Ruth was dead. That morning, at approximately 5:30 a.m., Russell kissed his wife goodbye and left for work. At 39 years old, he was balancing 2 jobs, leaving him away from home for long hours. Russell worked full-time for the Pennsylvania Railroad but also had a part-time job as a motorcycle escort for funerals with the special deputies. Ruth was confirmed to be alive at 8:35 a.m. when Clyde Murray, who was reported in newspapers as overseeing the special deputies, called the couple's home to speak with Russell. Ruth answered and explained that her husband had been called in for a shift at the Pennsylvania Railroad at 5 a.m. and wouldn't be back until around 3 o'clock or 3:30 that afternoon. Clyde had called regarding a funeral scheduled for later that day, but after realizing Russell wasn't available, he and Ruth ended the call. What happened to Ruth after this conversation remains unknown. Meanwhile, Russell finished his shift around 3 p.m. and decided to visit his mother, Stella Drogan, and his stepfather, H. The 3 spent time together, catching up and sharing a meal. Since H. Dorgan had been in poor health, he had yet to see the couple's new home or meet their newborn son. After dinner, Russell invited his parents to visit the house on North Sylvan Avenue. Before heading to the store, he wanted to check in with Ruth to see if she needed anything, so the 3 of them made their way to his home. Around 6 p.m., upon arriving at their home, Russell immediately noticed that the door was unlocked. This struck him as unusual since he had made sure to lock it before leaving that morning, but it wasn't enough to raise immediate concern. He ushered his parents inside and followed them in. It was his mother, Stella, who made the horrifying discovery. In the doorway where the kitchen met the living room, she found Ruth's lifeless body. The scene was nothing short of a bloodbath. Blood was splattered across nearly every surface: the stove, refrigerator, trash bins, back door, kitchen table, walls, and even the ceiling. Ruth had met an incredibly violent end. She was still dressed in her slip and dressing gown, suggesting she had been attacked inside her home. Officers responding to the scene later recalled Stella's stunned reaction, as she reportedly gasped, "Oh my God, she's had a hemorrhage." However, the truth was far more sinister. Ruth had been brutally beaten almost beyond recognition. Investigators suspected that the murder weapon was a loafer-style shoe, which belonged to her husband. Russell had left Ruth's body just inside the living room doorway. Nearby, officers discovered the suspected murder weapon, a loafer-style shoe that appeared to have been cleaned in an attempt to remove evidence. However, the heel of the shoe was missing and was never found. Investigators noted that the puncture wounds on Ruth's body may have been caused by the exposed nails protruding from the sole where the heel had detached. In addition to these injuries, Ruth had suffered a powerful blow across her chest, spanning from shoulder to shoulder and measuring about 4 inches wide. There were also fingernail marks on her neck, indicating she had been strangled. However, her official cause of death was determined to be a broken neck. A bloody slip found at the scene was believed to have been used in an attempt to clean the shoe. Other pieces of evidence collected from the home included a bloodied cloth rag discovered beneath Ruth's body, and several blood-stained paper towels found both near her and inside the bathroom. Investigators pieced together a theory that the struggle had begun in the bedroom. Blood was discovered between the pillows and along the side of the bed, suggesting Ruth had initially been attacked there. A broken lamp was also found in the room. Authorities collected fingerprints from various areas of the house, but they ultimately did not yield any useful leads in the investigation. Several items were reported missing from the home, including a $1 bill that had been left on a dresser, a Ronson lighter, and a watch valued at $185. Despite the gruesome scene, the couple's infant son, Clarence, was found unharmed in his crib. However, since the baby had likely been left alone for most of the day, Russell felt too overwhelmed by the tragedy to care for him. Instead, he turned to his second ex-wife, Betty Lehman, for help. Betty and her new husband were close friends with both Russell and Ruth, and she was more than willing to take in the baby during such a devastating time. As the investigation began, officers from the Franklin County Sheriff's Office quickly started forming theories about the crime. One of their initial suspicions was that Ruth's murder could have been an act of revenge. However, Russell was regarded as an upstanding man with no known enemies. Ruth, originally from Zanesville, had lost her father and had worked as a waitress at the Broad Hog restaurant for 5 years before meeting Russell. Those who knew her described her as quiet and pleasant, noting that she rarely discussed her personal life. At one point, authorities questioned a former colleague of Russell's in connection with the case, but he was ultimately released without any charges. Investigators also considered the possibility that the killer had used the nearby train tracks as an entry and exit route. However, this theory was eventually dismissed. Authorities then turned their attention to potential strangers seen lingering in the neighborhood around the time of the murder, though they couldn't be certain exactly when it had occurred. Initially, the coroner estimated Ruth's death had taken place 12 to 15 hours before she was discovered. However, this timeline changed once investigators confirmed that she had last been seen alive at 5:30 a.m. and was last heard on the phone between 8:35 and 8:45 a.m. Based on this, authorities suspected she had been killed sometime around noon. Shortly after the murder, a sheriff's deputy cryptically stated, "We have a theory about the mysterious stranger, but we're not disclosing it." When investigators spoke with neighbors, they learned that 2 witnesses had seen an unknown man knocking on doors before leaving when no one answered. The first sighting occurred around 7:45 a.m., while the second took place roughly an hour later, just before 9 a.m. One witness reported that the same man later approached the Alter's home and described him as standing between 5 feet 10 inches and 6 feet 0 inches tall, carrying a brown leather briefcase, and wearing a blue-gray suit. However, another neighbor, who had been working in his garden from 8 a.m. to noon, claimed he hadn't seen anyone unfamiliar in the area during that time. Naturally, Russell was questioned shortly after discovering Ruth's body. He was interrogated by authorities for a total of 9 hours, excluding breaks, and was subjected to a polygraph test, which he ultimately passed. The 39-year-old arrived at work at 6:40 a.m. alongside a colleague, an engineer, and the two worked their shift together from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Russell had an excellent work record, and with his solid alibi and his successful polygraph test, authorities ruled him out as a suspect. It's worth noting that in 1951, polygraph tests were given far more weight than they are today, as modern courts often deem them inadmissible. In total, 6 individuals were questioned and released on the day of Ruth's murder, including Russell's ex-wife, Betty Lehman. In the days that followed, investigators announced that the unidentified man seen by multiple witnesses on the morning of April 25 was likely a salesman. Additionally, they began searching for a late-model blue Chevrolet that had been parked across the street from the Alter residence that day. Several new and previously unknown details emerged during this period. First, it was revealed that strands of brown and gray hair clutched in Ruth's hand at the time of her death were lost when the coroner, deeming them unimportant, allowed an attendant assisting with the post-mortem to wash them away. Secondly, authorities discovered 2 pearl-covered buttons lying next to Ruth's body at the crime scene. They are likely to have come from a woman's coat or a men's sports jacket, with the coroner stating that they were apparently from a woman's clothing. Notably, there were no buttons on the garments Ruth was wearing when she was killed. The reveal of the buttons found at the scene led to some speculation that a woman was responsible for the death, or at least involved in some way. Over the next few weeks, investigators followed several leads. They looked into the backgrounds of 2 brothers who had left bloody clothing in their sister's home. The brothers denied any knowledge of the case and the bloody clothing which was never found. They also checked out a dress with missing buttons which had been given to a dry cleaner. Around this time, there were rumors that Ruth had previously testified against a Columbus-based narcotics ring, and her mother-in-law, Stella, was subject to an eerie, threatening phone call where a woman said, quote, "Mrs. Alter, ain't you dead yet? You two will be murdered soon." Though Stella hung up immediately, the person called back. They were never identified. Stella stated she sounded like she was either drunk or trying to disguise her voice. A former girlfriend of Russell's who'd reportedly taken a strong dislike to Ruth and threatened her was separately investigated, followed by a red-haired youth who'd assaulted a local 57-year-old. But despite all the possible leads and information, the police were unable to find anything solid. In early May, those close to Ruth and Russell were re-interrogated along with other potential persons of interest, including a 40-year-old waitress who was an ex-girlfriend of Russell. She would later be cleared of involvement after passing a polygraph test. Still, no motive for Ruth's murder surfaced. Authorities then decided to offer a $500 reward for anyone with information leading to an arrest and conviction of Ruth's killer, but the large sum of cash went unclaimed. Several weeks later, a 23-year-old salesman was questioned in connection with the case, with witnesses identifying his car as the one seen parked outside of the Alter home on the morning of the murder. With the identification of the car, investigators told reporters, "We are optimistic there will be evidential proof against this man as the investigation develops during the day." They added that the young man was a former friend of Ruth's and had been questioned twice previously. He came back to the attention of law enforcement when they re-examined his statements and noticed some discrepancies. They claimed he was still changing his story during interviews. Police also noted that they believed the killer was someone known to Ruth because she appeared to have let that person into her home. Authorities revealed there was some circumstantial evidence against the 23-year-old who was not immediately identified. The evidence included a lack of an alibi, blood stains discovered on both his brake pedal and the cuffs of the trousers of a blue-gray suit he owned, with both stains confirmed as being human blood, and a business card with his name on it which was discovered inside the Alter home. The salesman claimed that the blood came from a slaughterhouse he had visited as part of his work and denied being involved in the murder. He failed the polygraph test shortly afterwards. Then on May 19th, the salesman's identity was revealed. 23-year-old George Phillips was the son of the owner of the Broad Hague restaurant where Ruth had spent 5 years working before her marriage to Russell. Authorities announced, quote, results of the lie detector test plus evidence warrant filing an affidavit. George was subsequently charged with first-degree murder. George Phillips was in part raised by his grandmother who'd moved to America from Greece when her children, including George's mother, were young. A terrifying accident when he was just 2 years old, which involved him running out into the road after his ball and being struck by a car, saw part of his right arm be amputated. Although this made things difficult for him growing up, George often took advantage of the way his peers would underestimate him. Our patron, Jenny, reached out to one of his childhood friends who told her he would often play up his handicap to older children at the park and challenge them to games of tennis where if he won, they would hand over their money. The older children, surprised by his boldness, would agree to the bet and be easily beaten by George, who walked away with their cash in his pocket. George was described by those who knew him as likable and pleasant. He began attending university after graduating from school but ultimately dropped out and became employed as a salesman. A local grocery store owner recalled how the last time he saw the 23-year-old shortly before his arrest, he had been discussing his favorite soup recipes. According to newspapers at the time, George had known Ruth through her work at his father's restaurant for 4 years, and the two had reportedly had a run-in at some point during this time, with investigators stating that back then, Ruth had slapped the young man for an inappropriate remark he'd made to her. George then hit Ruth back, with police quoting him as saying, "I hit her harder than I intended to." Authorities suggested that a similar set of events had led to the mother of one's death on April 25th. They theorized that George had come to the house to see the newborn baby and secure a time to discuss taking out an insurance policy for him. Then at some point during the visit, the 23-year-old hit Ruth perhaps harder than he meant to, and she'd struck her head on the bed and lost consciousness. When she came to, she ordered George out and followed him into the living room, where she picked up one of her husband's shoes and hit the young man with it. George then lost his temper and retaliated by grabbing the footwear and beating Ruth with it until she fell to the ground. Detective Lieutenant Lester Bauman describes George as an unfortunate youth with a violent temper. Upon searching George's home again, which he shared with his grandmother, investigators discovered a pair of shoes that they hadn't previously been able to locate. The shoes had blood on the soles, but it was obvious that an attempt had been made to clean them. Similarly, a briefcase was found that also had traces of blood on it. Authorities observed that the 23-year-old drove a blue 1937 Pontiac. During the initial court hearing, 3 colleagues testified that George was in a work meeting and was later at a restaurant on the morning of the murder. His defense also produced a witness who countered what 2 of the prosecution's witnesses were saying, that an unidentified man matching George's description had come to their doors earlier that day. The defense's witness was that same man we mentioned earlier, who was out working in his garden all morning and saw nobody odd or unfamiliar come or go. George's defense lawyer, Paul Herbert, also questioned Russell Alter during this time, making sure to interrogate him over the state of his marriage and his personal life, even querying the paternity of the couple's son, Clarence. George Phillips was ultimately released on a $50,000 bond due to an obscure Ohio law. 21 of his friends and relatives pledged the $50,000 in cash or property, allowing him to leave jail until his formal trial started. Upon his release, George stated, "It is with the sincerest appreciation and deepest humility that I take this opportunity to express my thanks to my many friends for their confidence in me." In August, the Franklin County grand jury indicted George on second-degree murder after hearing testimony from 33 witnesses. If found guilty, he would be sentenced to life behind bars but could be considered for parole after 10 years. The following month, Ruth's body was exhumed. She had been laid to rest in Rose Hill Cemetery, south of Zanesville, in a plot near her father's. The Franklin County prosecutor, Ralph Bartlett, told reporters no comments when news broke of this development. Newspaper accounts observed that Ruth's face and neck were studied and photographs were taken of her closed casket. Finally, on October 23, George's trial began. Paul Herbert, his lawyer, filed a notice of alibi just days earlier despite the fact that the prosecution had still not narrowed down Ruth's time of death, stating that it was unknown to the state of Ohio when Herbert pushed for a detailed answer to help him with his client's alibi. During the trial, further circumstantial evidence came to light, including witness testimony that a bloody shirt had been found among George's laundry. The defense meanwhile noted that fingernail marks had been found on both sides of Ruth's neck and pointed out that George only had his left hand. It was also at this time that several witnesses for the prosecution began receiving threats via telephone. One woman was told, quote, "Well, you better watch out." Another answered the phone to hear, quote, "You and your husband are on the spot. He had better keep his mouth shut." The witness said the voice was in broken English. 2 other witnesses received threats, but the source of the harassment was never found. Paul Herbert is known to have dismissed the concerns of the prosecution in this matter, stating his belief that the publicity-hungry witnesses had made up the stories. Ruth's case and the trial were highly publicized and eventually gave way to a media circus. George's defense lawyer and the Franklin County prosecutor were known enemies with a lengthy history, and eventually the trial became more of a mudslinging match involving the egos of 2 feuding men rather than a true attempt to find justice for a horrific tragedy. After weeks of testimony, the jury was not convinced. On November 9th, George Phillips was acquitted of all charges. According to our patron, Jenny, following this, George became something of a social pariah. He lost his job and his reputation remained in tatters. He was never able to go back to the life he once lived and wound up moving to Los Angeles, California to start over where nobody knew his name. Russell Alter, the husband Ruth left behind, didn't fare much better. He lost both of his jobs thanks in no small part to the authorities considering him a suspect early on, and him undergoing arrests and questioning several times throughout the investigation. A 1953 article from the Columbus Evening Dispatch observes that Russell filed a civil lawsuit against George Phillips charging that the 25-year-old wrongfully, unlawfully, maliciously, and intentionally killed his wife and seeking $750,000.900000 today in damages for himself and his son. Russell also sued the Franklin County Sheriff Ralph Paul for $25,000, claiming he was falsely arrested and noting that he spent 4 days in prison in April 1951, just days after he found his wife murdered. He added that the arrest was done without a warrant and without reasonable or probable cause, noting that it was a humiliating experience and that his reputation never bounced back. Sheriff Paul declined to comment for the article. 5 months after reports emerged about Russell's lawsuits, the Columbus Evening Dispatch announced that the 42-year-old was set to remarry. His 4th wife, Alice Adkins, was a divorced mother of 4 and was acquainted with the couple before Ruth's murder. She was one of the people questioned by police following the discovery of the body. Alice remained married to Russell until he died in 1964. He was 53 years old. Russell and Ruth's son, Clarence Frederick, or Fred as he prefers to be known, recalled Alice as a kind woman who raised him as her own and gave him a happy childhood, all things considered. Meanwhile, his father made sure to keep in regular contact with Ruth's side of the family, and they would attend King family reunions every summer. Our patron, Jenny, connected with Fred on Facebook, where she was able to learn a bit about his life. During their conversation, Fred shared an interesting story about a phone call he had received years ago while at work. The call came from an older man who asked how he was doing, whether he was happy, and if he had lived a good life. Fred recalled that the conversation was brief but polite, and the caller never gave his name. It wasn't until after he hung up that Fred began to wonder if the man on the other end of the line had been George Phillips, who would have been in his 70s at the time and still living in Los Angeles. No one else was ever charged in Ruth's murder after George was acquitted, and even 70 years later, her case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Sandra Renee Cantu. Sandra Renee Cantu was born on March 8, 2001, to Maria Chavez and Daniel Cantu, a loving couple facing financial difficulties. She lived with her mother, grandparents, and 3 older half-siblings in a mobile home at Orchard Estates Mobile Home Park in Tracy, California. Her father, Daniel, resided in Mexico and had little involvement in her upbringing. At the time, Sandra was a second-grade student at Melville S. Jacobson Elementary School. Cherished by everyone who knew her, Sandra was described as a bright, friendly, and kind-hearted child. She was naturally talkative and always eager to lend a helping hand. She enjoyed coloring, assisting her mother in the kitchen, and had a deep love for Hannah Montana. Spending time with friends in the neighborhood was one of her favorite activities. On March 27, 2009, at around 4 p.m., her grandfather picked her up from school. Sandra returned home and quickly changed into fresh clothes before heading outside to play with her friends. The neighborhood, consisting of around 100 mobile homes, was a tight-knit community where everyone was familiar with one another. It was common for children to play outside without adult supervision. However, as dinner time approached and Sandra had yet to return, Maria grew anxious since her daughter always came home before dinner. She began calling the parents of Sandra's friends, but no one had seen her. Worried, Sandra's mother and siblings set out to search for her, but despite their efforts, she was nowhere to be found. At 7:53 p.m., the family reached out to local authorities for help. At the time of her disappearance, Sandra was dressed in leggings and a pink Hello Kitty shirt. A large-scale search operation was initiated, involving over 250 volunteers, as well as search dogs and helicopters. At the same time, authorities conducted door-to-door interviews with residents of the mobile home community, but no sign of Sandra was found. Her photo was quickly circulated in the media in hopes of spreading awareness, and a $22,000 reward was offered for any information regarding her disappearance. By the following morning, the FBI was brought in to assist with the investigation. They thoroughly examined all registered sex offenders within a 1-mile radius of the trailer park but ultimately ruled them out as suspects. Sandra's grandparents had previously installed security cameras outside their home. When police reviewed the CCTV footage, they spotted Sandra crossing the street, happily hopping and skipping at around 4 p.m. the day before. As she continued down the road, she appeared to notice something that caught her attention, prompting her to change direction and eventually disappear from view. On April 2nd, 6 days after she went missing, investigators discovered a pink Hello Kitty t-shirt. Initially, authorities suspected it belonged to Sandra, but her mother later confirmed that the shirt did not belong to her daughter. With the community in a state of panic, authorities were relentless in their efforts to uncover the truth. As is customary in such cases, Sandra's father, Daniel, was initially considered a suspect. Despite not being very involved in his daughter's life, he was thoroughly investigated, but his airtight alibi led to him being ruled out. Soon after, investigators learned about a man named Frank, who had previously been reported for inappropriate behavior. In February 2007, Sandra's grandmother had witnessed him attempting to kiss the young girl at the mobile home park's community pool, prompting a complaint to be filed. Frank was brought in for questioning, where he admitted to being attracted to young girls but insisted he had never acted on his urges. Authorities conducted a detailed search of his trailer, studio, and car, and he was also subjected to a polygraph test. In the end, he was cleared of suspicion but was issued a stern warning. Authorities also questioned a man who operated an ice cream truck, as he had been seen interacting with several children in the area around the time of Sandra's disappearance. However, after being investigated, he was ruled out as a suspect. As the search continued, a candlelight vigil was held in Sandra's honor, but it was unexpectedly interrupted by a woman who began screaming uncontrollably. She approached the officers present at the vigil and claimed she had come across something important. The discovery was a note, which had been found by Melissa Huckabee, a 28-year-old Sunday school teacher and a neighbor of the Cantu family. The letter had been left on Melissa's lawn and read, Cantu locked in stolen suitcase, thrown in water on Bacchetti Road and Whitehall Road, witness. Investigators noted that the message contained multiple misspellings, which appeared to be deliberate, possibly to conceal the writer's handwriting or native language. Police viewed both the letter and its finder, Melissa Huckabee, with suspicion. Adding to their concerns, just days after Sandra vanished, Melissa had sent a text message to Sandra's mother, informing her that someone had stolen items from her garage on Friday night. Among the stolen items was a suitcase. Although authorities were uncertain about the note's authenticity, they proceeded with another search of the location it referenced. The area contained an agricultural runoff collection pond, which was heavily contaminated with sewage and manure from nearby farms, making it impossible to conduct a thorough search. Due to these conditions and limited access, police eventually called off the search. Then, 10 days after Sandra was last seen, on April 6, 2009, agricultural workers carried out their routine task of draining an irrigation pond at Bichetti and Whitehall Road, the exact location mentioned in the note. As the water receded, a suitcase was discovered at the bottom of the pond. It emitted a strong odor of decomposition, and its zipper had been secured with a white string. The suitcase was promptly transported to the medical examiner's office, where the coroner unzipped it to reveal Sandra's body, curled up in a fetal position. She was still dressed in the same clothing she had worn on the day she disappeared. Dental records confirmed that the remains belonged to Sandra Cantu. The heartbreaking discovery sent shockwaves through the close-knit mobile home park, leaving not only Sandra's loved ones but the entire community devastated and fearful. In the days that followed, mourners gathered to express their sorrow, leaving flowers, posters, candles, and stuffed animals throughout the neighborhood in Sandra's memory. An autopsy revealed that Sandra had been sexually assaulted. However, there were no traces of biological fluids, and the injuries she sustained suggested the use of a foreign object rather than an assault by a person. Her cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. The coroner also discovered that Sandra had been drugged, with a significant amount of alprazolam, commonly known as Xanax, in her system. Initially, investigators were searching for a male suspect between the ages of 35 and 45, but after reviewing the autopsy findings, they began to consider the possibility that a woman might have been involved. Their suspicions quickly turned to Melissa Huckabee after they identified that the suitcase found in the irrigation pond matched the brand of the one she had previously reported stolen. This led authorities to pay a visit to Melissa's home. Melissa lived with her grandparents and her 5-year-old daughter, Madison, who had been friends with Sandra. Her grandparents informed police that Sandra frequently visited their home to play with Madison. With their permission, authorities searched Melissa's car and came across a note that had been scribbled over. Despite the markings and crossed-out words, forensic analysis revealed that the note contained the words Boquete, Whitehall, and water. Investigators also decided to search the church where Melissa worked as a Sunday school teacher. During the search, they discovered a white string that had been cut from the blinds on the church's windows. Authorities suspected it was the same string used to secure the zipper on the suitcase in which Sandra's body was found. Additionally, they uncovered a rolling pin with traces of blood on it. Both the string and the rolling pin were collected and sent for forensic testing. Police then tried to interview Melissa but were unable to do so as she was in the hospital for swallowing razor blades, and they were told by doctors that they had to wait until she was discharged. Meanwhile, police got a search warrant of Melissa's home and found a notebook in her bedroom that had the same paper as the note Melissa claimed to have found during the vigil. Soon, a man came forward and claimed to have seen a woman at the irrigation pond on the day Sandra disappeared. According to his account, he and his wife were driving when they spotted a dark-colored SUV on the side of the road with its door open. The man said he saw a woman with dark-colored hair, and when he asked her if she needed any help, she simply said that she had pulled over to use the bathroom. The description of the car provided by the man matched Melissa's car. Police then decided to look into the 28-year-old Sunday school teacher's background. Melissa Huckabee was born on February 23, 1981 in Orange County, California. In the year February 2002, she pursued a restraining order against a former boyfriend, accusing him of harassment, threats of murder, and causing harm to her grandfather. In February, Melissa got pregnant with her then-boyfriend, John Huckabee. The couple would eventually get married, but the marriage did not last, and they divorced in February. In their divorce papers, Melissa accused John of child abduction, alcoholism, and physical abuse, charges he vehemently denied. Melissa was given full custody of their daughter, Madison. After the divorce, Melissa led a solitary life marked by a history of mental health challenges. Her family reported severe conditions such as borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia within her medical history. Struggling to raise her daughter as a single parent, she grappled with episodes of depression and engaged in several practices. To address her mental health issues, she was prescribed potent medications including benzodiazepines, amphetamines, and antidepressants. In February 2006, police arrested and jailed Melissa for petty theft. Shortly afterward, she relocated to Tracy in Northern California in order to rebuild her life, moving in with her grandparents. For a period after the move, things seemed to be improving as noted by Melissa's family and friends. She spent most of her time with her daughter and attended church services with her grandparents. However, in February, 3 months before Sandra went missing, Melissa had taken a young girl to a park without her mother's permission. Upon returning the child home, the mother observed concerning signs. She recalls her daughter seemed drugged, displaying slurred speech and showing significant distress with frequent tears. The girl struggled to walk and to maintain her balance, so the mother rushed her to the hospital where medical tests confirmed the presence of Xanax in her system. Police questioned Melissa about the incident, which she denied. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the girl's mother also had her own struggles with substance abuse. Due to insufficient evidence against Melissa, the case stalled and did not progress any further. Then, just 25 days prior to Sandra going missing, on March 2, 2009, Melissa had drugged a 36-year-old man named Daniel Plowman. Reportedly, Melissa and Daniel had been dating at the time. Late one night, Melissa offered him a beverage, which he drank. However, he recalled that he detected an odd taste, and his recollection from that point on became hazy. Several hours later, around 1:30 a.m. the following day, Daniel was apprehended on suspicion of driving while intoxicated. He had driven his car into a McDonald's drive-thru, placed an order and paid for it, but had passed out on the wheel while waiting for his food. The McDonald's employee notified police about the incident. Upon regaining consciousness, albeit still disoriented, he accidentally collided with a wall while attempting to drive away. Police arrived at the scene and took him into custody, but he was subsequently released without being formally charged. While police had been looking into Melissa's past, the DNA results from the rolling pin had come in, and it was confirmed that the blood on the rolling pin belonged to Sandra. It is believed that the rolling pin was used to sexually assault Sandra. Additionally, the string from the blinds matched the string used to tie the suitcase shut. Once Melissa was discharged from the hospital, police brought her in for questioning. Initially, she denied killing Sandra, but when police presented her with the evidence, she tearfully admitted to the crime but claimed it was an accident. According to her version, on that specific day, she had intended to transport the suitcase to church. However, an unexpected encounter with Sandra altered her plans. She says that they decided to engage in a game of hide and seek. Sandra, she claims, climbed into the suitcase, and Melissa says she totally forgot about Sandra and simply drove to the church. She claimed that when she opened the suitcase, she discovered the lifeless body of Sandra. She also said that she had tried to revive Sandra, even placing a small towel on her forehead to cool her down. But Melissa says when Sandra did not wake up, she panicked and suddenly considered the idea of disposing the body in a nearby irrigation pond. She denied ever assaulting Sandra. However, police did not buy her sob story, and she was charged with Sandra's murder on April 10, 2009. Police conducted a search of Melissa's computer. The examination of her browsing history revealed a recent search related to the murder of another young girl. This girl had been stuffed into a suitcase and thrown into the water. The internet search made by Melissa proved that the murder was not an accident but premeditated. Moreover, the surveillance footage from Sandra's residence yielded another significant piece of evidence. The CCTV showed Melissa Huckabee 8 minutes after Sandra was on screen driving out of the mobile home park in the direction of the church. About the time that Melissa was leaving, she phoned the trailer park manager to report her black suitcase had been stolen. Another surveillance tape from the church parking lot showed Melissa driving away from the church and then returning 30 minutes later. Melissa was held in the San Joaquin County Jail without bail until her trial. Sandra was laid to rest by her friends and family on April 16, 2009 in a small pink casket. Over 600 people attended her funeral. During her trial, prosecutors alleged that Sandra's death was premeditated by Melissa. They believed that Sandra had intended to play at Melissa's house as captured by surveillance camera footage. They said Melissa had asked Sandra to come to church to help her decorate, and when they got to church, Melissa gave Sandra some juice which had the medication in it. The prosecutors alleged that Melissa waited until Sandra passed out, subsequently assaulting her and suffocating her to death. Despite their efforts, law enforcement struggled to unearth a clear motive behind the crime, leaving the community shocked and bewildered. The idea that a neighbor, a mother whose own child played with others in the area, could turn into a cold-blooded killer was simply incomprehensible to them. The gravity of the situation escalated to the point where Melissa received death threats. This led police to introducing heightened security measures for the duration of her trial. The defense was concerned that prosecutors were basing the sexual allegations solely on the findings of the medical examiner's autopsy. They wanted Sandra's body to be exhumed for a second autopsy by a defense pathologist. However, the defense later dropped the bid to exhume Sandra's body after learning that tissue samples were still available for testing. In the court, Melissa denied allegations of sexual assault. She conveyed to Maria, Sandra's mother, that Sandra did not suffer and that there was no sexual abuse involved. However, Melissa's statements conflicted with the pathologist's findings, which detailed the injuries Sandra had suffered, including a cut on her lower lip, an abrasion on her elbow, and trauma to her private areas. Ultimately, to avoid the death penalty, Melissa accepted a plea deal, pleading guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping. As part of the agreement, she was not charged with 7 additional offenses. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. To this day, Melissa has never provided a motive for her actions and continues to insist that she does not know why she committed the crime. Some theories suggest that Melissa's actions may have been motivated by a need for attention. This idea aligns with Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a psychological disorder in which an individual causes harm or illness to another person, often to gain sympathy or attention. However, this condition is typically observed in parent-child relationships rather than between a perpetrator and an abducted victim. Sandra's loved ones continue to carry her memory, navigating life with an irreplaceable void in their hearts. Moving on to the next case. Adrien Shelly. Adrien Shelly was recognized for her work as an off-Broadway actress and for starring in independent films such as Trust, 1990, and The Unbelievable Truth, 1989. In the years that followed, she took on minor roles in various television shows, including Law and Order and Oz, while also securing significant roles in off-Broadway productions. Her final project before her passing was the comedy-drama film Waitress, which she wrote, directed, and starred in. The film received critical acclaim and, along with its cast, won 5 film awards in addition to earning multiple nominations. In 2015, Waitress was adapted into a Broadway musical, receiving a Tony Award nomination. Tragically, Adrien never witnessed the success of her work, as she was murdered in November 2006 before the film's release in February 2007. She was found deceased on November 1, 2006, at approximately 5:45 p.m. in the Manhattan apartment she used as an office in Abingdon Square. Her husband, Andy Ostroy, discovered her body after growing concerned when she remained unreachable throughout the day. He had dropped her off at 9:30 that morning, and it was unusual for her to be out of contact for so long, particularly as she was anticipating important news about whether Waitress would be accepted into the Sundance Film Festival. Andy discovered Adrien hanging from the shower rod in the bathroom, with a bedsheet wrapped around her neck. The post-mortem examination determined that her cause of death was neck compression and that she had been deceased for approximately 5 to 6 hours before being found. Initially, investigators believed the 40-year-old had taken her own life. However, Andy was not convinced. Adrien had no history of depression or mental health struggles, and she had been enthusiastic about her film project. Moreover, she was a devoted mother to her 2-year-old daughter, making the idea of suicide seem implausible to those who knew her. Andy struggled to understand the investigators' conclusions, especially after noticing several suspicious details. Money was missing from Adrien's purse, an unidentified shoe print was found on the toilet lid, and the door had been left unlocked. Unwavering in his belief that his wife did not take her own life, he publicly rejected the police's assessment. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Determined to uncover the truth, he pressured investigators to re-examine the crime scene and consider the evidence he had pointed out, hoping they would recognize the inconsistencies in their theory. Speaking to the media, he emphasized the importance of justice, stating that his daughter deserved to grow up knowing the truth about what really happened to her mother. Investigators soon realized that Andy's suspicions were valid. They discovered that the shoe prints at the scene matched a men's size 8 Reebok Allen Iverson-style trainer, footwear that did not belong to Adrien, Andy, or any of the medics who had responded. As detectives continued their investigation, they began interviewing people who knew Adrien and eventually learned about an aspiring writer who had been persistently trying to get her to read his screenplay. According to police reports, he appeared to be frustrated with Adrien, frequently seeking her attention despite her lack of interest. When law enforcement attempted to track this writer down, they discovered he had moved out and left the country. This raised immediate suspicions, but further investigation revealed that he had actually departed the US before Adrien's death, eliminating him as a suspect. With no new leads and no viable suspects, authorities found themselves back at square one. On November 5th, 4 days after the murder, investigators decided to return to the crime scene for another review. They discovered that there was construction going on the floor directly above where Adrien's apartment was located and decided to check out the area. It was here in one empty apartment, its floor covered with construction paper, that the police found a dusty shoe prints that looked awfully familiar. Law enforcement turned to the foreman, Wilson Pilko. At his home, they noticed a backpack with a pair of trainers inside that looked like the Reeboks they were searching for. When asked about them, Wilson stated they belonged to his younger brother, 19-year-old Diego Pilko, who was a construction worker. The shoes were soon found to be a match to the prints found in Adrien's bathroom. When confronted by investigators, Pilko claimed that he'd been in the building, but he didn't know Adrien and hadn't been in her office. Then he changed his story. He alleged that Adrien had complained about the construction noise and he'd thrown a hammer in her direction. Worried she would complain and that he'd lose his job and home because he was in the US illegally, he followed her back to her office. He claimed that Adrien hit him first, and then he had retaliated by punching her in the face and knocking her to the ground. She had subsequently hit her head on the way down and was knocked unconscious. Believing he had killed her, Pilko staged the hanging in the bathroom. However, investigators knew this story was incorrect because Adrien had not suffered a blow to their head and her cause of death was neck compression. At his trial in February 2008, Pilko changed his story again. He stated that he chose to rob Adrien after noticing her during his lunch break. However, when she caught him in the act, he attempted to silence her by covering her mouth, causing her to lose consciousness. Afterward, he wrapped a bedsheet around her neck and strangled her. Pilko then dragged Adrien's body to the bathroom and staged the scene to resemble a suicide. Pilko later pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and was sentenced to 25 years in prison without the possibility of parole. Since he was in the US illegally, he will be deported to Ecuador upon completing his sentence. Moving on to the next case. Barbara Dreyer. Barbara Jean Dreyer grew up alongside her sister, Gwendolyn, and their 2 brothers on Kenilworth Avenue in the Parkside neighborhood of Northeast Washington, D.C. Raised primarily by their grandparents due to estrangement from their parents, the siblings shared a close-knit upbringing. Gwendolyn fondly recalled their childhood, describing it as a unique part of DC where some residents even kept chickens. "It was sort of like the country part of DC," she reminisced. "It was fun." Barbara and Gwendolyn, close in age, formed a deep bond that carried into adulthood. That connection was why Gwendolyn was among the first in the family to sense that something was terribly wrong when Barbara vanished in the summer of 1984. On the evening of August 12, 1984, at around 5 p.m., Barbara dropped off her two young sons, ages 6 and 9, at her adult daughter's home. She assured her daughter that she would be back soon, explaining that she was just heading out to pick up some cash. But Barbara, just 39 years old at the time, never returned. At first, Barbara's family wasn't overly alarmed by her absence. In the months leading up to her disappearance, she had been meeting her estranged husband somewhat regularly, occasionally staying out for days at a time without contacting family. It wasn't until 9 days after she was last heard from that concern truly set in. Barbara's 23-year-old son, Anthony Blaylock, reached out to her husband, asking if he had seen her. The husband, whose name has never been publicly disclosed but was known to be living in Hillcrest Heights at the time, told Anthony that he had not seen Barbara in quite some time. This unsettling response prompted Anthony to contact the police and officially report his mother missing. In the years since, Barbara's family has openly criticized law enforcement's handling of the case. They believe investigators did not take her disappearance seriously, dismissing it under the assumption that she may have been caught up in the widespread drug crisis that gripped Washington, D.C. at the time. This apparent indifference persisted as the investigation unfolded. A few days after Barbara vanished, Anthony made a startling discovery. He spotted his mother's car, a burgundy 1980 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, being driven by an unfamiliar man. Alarmed, he decided to follow the vehicle as it made its way to an apartment complex in southwest D.C. After watching the driver park and exit the car, Anthony quickly rushed to a nearby friend's house to call the police. When authorities arrived, Anthony identified the man he had seen behind the wheel. However, in a bizarre twist, the man, whose name has never been publicly released, denied ever having driven Barbara's car and claimed not to know her at all. Since Barbara's vehicle had not been reported stolen, authorities did not detain the man driving it. However, they did impound the car, and when they searched the interior, they uncovered disturbing items: a ski mask, a length of rope, and a pair of gloves, along with several of Barbara's personal belongings. More alarmingly, investigators later discovered that the man found in possession of Barbara's car had a violent criminal history. At just 18 years old, he had pleaded guilty to the murders of two individuals, a 23-year-old man and a 16-year-old girl. The young girl had suffered a horrific fate, gang-raped by 3 men before she was ultimately stabbed to death. Both victims were murdered by a group of 4 men, and while the driver of Barbara's car had been directly involved, he received a relatively short prison sentence in exchange for cooperating with prosecutors. Adding to the chilling details, records show that just a year after Barbara disappeared, this same man was charged with abducting and raping another woman. However, the charges were inexplicably dismissed, and it remains unclear why. Another peculiar connection emerged during the investigation. Barbara had worked for over 15 years as a secretary for the Washington public school system. Coincidentally, the man last seen driving her car was also employed in the public school system, working as a maintenance man. This unsettling link, along with the other disturbing revelations, only deepened the mystery surrounding Barbara's disappearance. Online speculators have wondered if the two crossed paths while working. Unfortunately, that's where the investigation into Barbara's disappearance ends. She has never been seen or heard from since she went missing, and her case has remained cold for several decades. In the years since she vanished, the police have lost several important pieces of information, including her original missing persons reports, the ski mask, and the length of rope. Barbara's family have noted that they have likely lost vital forensic evidence as a result. A police spokesman confirmed the loss of the items, but offered no explanation as to what happened to the evidence, or why it was disposed of if that was the case. In February 2007, James L. Trainham, A 17-year veteran of the DC Police Homicide Squad spent hours trying to locate the original file and desperately searched for the physical evidence, but found neither the rope nor the ski mask. It was here that it came to light that so much of the crucial evidence has been lost. Of the man who was driving Barbara's car, Trainum said, quote, "I don't think they should have let him go so easily, especially with his records." Nobody connected the dots. Nobody said, "Here's a guy with the missing woman's car. Let's check out his background." It would be doing the bare minimum. Additionally, the family lost multiple of Barbara's belongings as during the initial investigation, authorities took her diary, letters and photos that were later purged by the department who were attempting to make space for other cases. Gwendolyn, who worked as an emergency services dispatcher at the time, said the detectives she worked with were not doing what they were supposed to be doing and, quote, "Every time I would see them and tell them something, they would not check it out." Understandably, she soon found herself losing faith in her colleagues. In February 2009, Barbara's image and story were included on packs of playing cards that were distributed to inmates. However, this led to no new breakthroughs in the case. A year later, a $25,000 reward was offered for anyone with information leading to an arrest and conviction in Barbara's case. But again, the case remained at a standstill. Then in the spring of 2018, a construction crew found the skeletal remains of a woman stuffed into an apartment building's crawl space in the southeast of the city. Further searches of the area turned up 2 more bodies which were buried in shallow graves beneath the building. 2 of the women had been shot while 1 had been beaten to death. All 3 were found just less than 1 mile from the apartment complex where Anthony tracked his mother's car. For a short time, investigators thought that one of these bodies belonged to Barbara and conducted DNA testing to prove it. However, the results were negative. In August year, the women were identified as 48-year-old Jewel King, 41-year-old Virgil Jefferson, and 43-year-old Dorothy Jean Butts. All 3 women had gone missing in February 2006, and their murders are still being investigated. After Barbara's disappearance, her children were raised by her sister Gwendolyn, although 2 of her sons are now deceased. Anthony, who works for the federal government, continues to search for answers in his mother's case alongside his aunt. Barbara was 39 years old when she disappeared from Washington, D.C. She was last seen around 5 p.m. on August 12, 1984, after dropping off 2 of her children at her adult daughter's home. She assured her daughter she would return soon but never did. Her vehicle, a burgundy 1980 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, was later found by her son outside an apartment complex. However, despite the suspicious circumstances, the driver was never detained, nor was he thoroughly investigated. Barbara is a black woman with black hair, brown eyes, and pierced ears. She stands at 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighed approximately 130 pounds at the time of her disappearance. When last seen, she was wearing a green shirt with white trousers. If she is still alive today, she would be 76 years old. Anyone with information regarding her disappearance is urged to contact the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department at 202-645-5556. Moving on to the next case. Bobby Joe Stinnett. Despite his quiet and seemingly uneventful life, Branson Perry's disappearance would become one of Skidmore's most perplexing mysteries. On April 11, 2001, Branson was at home with a friend, cleaning up the house in preparation for his father's return from the hospital. At some point in the afternoon, Branson told his friend that he was going to take some jumper cables to a shed outside. He left the house and was never seen again. When his father returned 2 days later, Branson was nowhere to be found. His car, wallet, and personal belongings were left untouched, but there was no sign of him. At first, friends and family assumed he had gone off on his own, but as days turned into weeks, concern grew. A missing persons report was officially filed, and the search for Branson began. Over the years, various theories have emerged, some suggesting he was the victim of foul play, while others speculate he may have left voluntarily. The case remains unsolved, leaving his loved ones with more questions than answers. Jenna didn't think much of the 2 men at the time, as Branson seemed comfortable with them. He mentioned that he was going to take the jumper cables to a shed outside, a seemingly routine task. But after stepping out of the house, he never returned. Jenna left a short while later, assuming Branson had simply gotten distracted or left to run an errand. It wasn't until days later that his absence raised alarm. When Bob Perry returned home from the hospital, he found the house seemingly untouched. Branson's car was still there, his wallet and belongings remained, but his son was nowhere to be found. As the search for Branson intensified, strange details began to surface. The two men who had been working on Bob's car were identified, but neither provided any useful information regarding Branson's disappearance. What's even stranger is that weeks later, the jumper cables Branson had gone to put away were mysteriously returned to the shed. Despite numerous searches and investigations, Branson Perry's fate remains unknown. Some believe his assault just days before played a crucial role in his vanishing, while others suspect he may have been lured away by someone he trusted. To this day, his case remains open, leaving his family and the town of Skidmore desperate for answers. The circumstances surrounding Branson's last known actions remain unclear. According to most accounts, the 20-year-old told Jenna around 3 p.m. that he was going outside to put a pair of jumper cables in a shed near the house, but he never came back. His mother, Rebecca Kleinman, shared on the blog Bring Branson Home that Jenna saw him rush into the kitchen, grab something from a cabinet, and quickly head out the back door. When he returned, he refused to say what he had been doing and acted as if nothing unusual had happened. Not long after, Jenna went to take a shower. When she returned to the kitchen, she saw one of the men who had been working on Bob's car going through the drawers and cabinets. When she asked what he was looking for, he simply replied, "Nothing," before heading back outside. The two men were later questioned by police, but they were never officially considered suspects. They reportedly told investigators they never saw Branson after he went to the shed, despite the fact that he would have had to pass by them. The following day, Branson's grandmother, Joanne Stinnett, stopped by the house and found the door unlocked. Even more unsettling was the fact that the house was empty. Concerned, Joanne left but later that night decided to call the residents, thinking Branson might have just been out for the day. However, the phone rang endlessly with no answer. She waited a few days before reaching out to Rebecca, who also hadn't heard from the 20-year-old in several days. Finally, when Bob was discharged from the hospital on April 17th, Branson was officially reported missing. Realizing that nearly a week had passed since Branson was last seen, authorities wasted no time launching an investigation. Ground search teams were quickly assembled, covering a 15-mile radius around his home on West Oak Street. Volunteers joined the effort, thoroughly searching fields, farms, ponds, rivers, wells, and abandoned buildings. Despite their exhaustive efforts, no trace of Branson was found. A search of the home he shared with Bob also revealed that the jumper cables he had set out to return to the shed that day were nowhere to be found. 2 weeks later, however, the jumper cables mysteriously reappeared just inside the shed door. No explanation has ever been found for their sudden return, leaving it as just one of many baffling details in Branson's case that continue to puzzle amateur sleuths. Within the first 2 months of the investigation, authorities had conducted over 100 interviews. During her questioning, Jenna Crawford disclosed that Branson had been experimenting with marijuana and amphetamines in the weeks leading up to his disappearance. She also admitted that she left his house without informing anyone that Branson was gone, assuming he had simply stepped out and forgotten to mention it. At the time, she saw no reason to suspect anything sinister. In addition to Jenna's statements, an unidentified family member came forward and informed detectives that Branson had a bottle of Valium with him on the day he vanished. Investigators decided to take a closer look at his drug use, questioning acquaintances he had connected with through his experimentation. However, none of them had seen him, and they all passed polygraph tests. Authorities also explored potential ties between Branson and the local drug trade, uncovering rumors that he owed money to dealers, but this lead ultimately led nowhere. For several years, Branson's case grew cold. Then on April 10, 2003, Jack Wayne Rogers was arrested on multiple charges, including child pornography, first-degree assault, practicing medicine without a license, and obscenity charges. The charge for practicing medicine without a license came when Rogers attempted to remove a trans woman's genitals and a makeshift reassignment surgery at a hotel in Columbia, Missouri. During the procedure, the victim had to call emergency services because complications arose. Rogers was a known man to the community, being a 59-year-old Presbyterian minister and a Boy Scout leader who had been found to own an extensive collection of child pornography. He was also an active member of online messaging boards, where he described the graphic torture and assault of several different men, as well as claiming to have cannibalized the genitals of the men that he had castrated. He posted under usernames such as Extreme Body Mods and Oh Hail Satan. Among the many crimes he described on the forums was a first-hand account of him picking up a blonde male hitchhiker who he subsequently raped, tortured, mutilated, and murdered. He claimed to have buried the body in a remote area of the Ozark Mountains in Missouri. Notably, Branson's father, Bob, had suggested initially that his son had gone to stay with some of his friends in Kansas City. He thought that his son was embarrassed and struggling with the encounter with Jason Bierman, and theorized that he may have hitchhiked since he didn't have a car at the time. When news of Rogers' existence reached Branson's family, there was some hope that the police had found the man responsible for the 20-year-old's disappearance. When questioned, however, Rogers denied knowing or seeing Branson, claiming that the post he'd written about torturing a young blonde hitchhiker was just a fantasy that he'd made up and not based on true events. Yet when the investigators searched the 59-year-old's home, they found a turtle claw necklace in his vehicle, which closely resembled a necklace which Branson owned. Although Rogers' garden was also searched, nothing of note was discovered. In April 2004, Rogers was sentenced to 17 years for assault, 7 years for illegal surgery, and 30 years for child pornography charges. He was set to serve his sentences consecutively. At his sentencing, Rebecca Clino pleaded with Rogers and asked him to reveal the location of Branson's body, but Rogers continued to maintain his innocence. After their encounter, Rebecca began to believe that perhaps the former Boy Scout leader wasn't involved in her son's disappearance after all. She speculated that someone local to the area was involved instead. 5 years later, in June 2009, investigators revealed that they were excavating a site in Quitman, Missouri after receiving a credible tip that the area was Branson's resting place. A 2-day search was executed with the excavation site consisting of a 23-foot hole that covered a 20 by 40-foot area. A local farmer residing about 1.5 miles east of Quitman told reporters that authorities had searched for an abandoned well on his property, but nothing had been found. Similarly, nothing was found on the Quitman site. Unfortunately, updates in Branson's case are far and few between from this point onwards. In February 2010, Rebecca offered a $20,000 reward for information leading to her son's whereabouts, while America's Most Wanted featured the case on their show. Though this renewed interest in the case, no substantial leads came forward. More recently, however, a New Jersey police officer named Michael Kurz, who had researched the case for 18 years in his free time, and the Nottoway County Sheriff's Office have revealed that they believe the case to be drug-related, though they have not elaborated much further on these statements. Furthermore, in February 2022, Branson's aunt, Gail McMurray, told News Press Now that she knew little of his drug use, but said that he admitted to her that he was using them and wished to stop. He was reportedly set to attend rehab just days after he went missing. Both Michael Kurz and the Nottoway County Sheriff's Office have also stated that though they have a strong suspect in the case, they do not have enough evidence to make an arrest and to press charges. Nottoway County Captain Austin Hahn told News Press Now, quote, "You want to make sure you have as much evidence as you can to get probable cause, to make that arrest, and to send a good, solid, fully investigated case up to the courts to hopefully get a conviction on that and get some justice in that case." End quote. He added that a body would likely need to be recovered before an arrest could be made, with Michael Kurz noting, quote, "It's difficult to make an arrest for a situation like a homicide without a body or without Branson's remains." End quote. Branson's aunt, Gail, also added, quote, "People don't want to come forward. Their lives are going to be in danger if they know who did it. Someone knows something. I promised his dad and grandparents that I would never give up on finding Branson." End quote. Tragedy has struck Branson's family on multiple occasions. In February 2004, 3 years after he went missing, Branson's 23-year-old heavily pregnant cousin, Bobby Jo Stinnett, was found murdered. Her killer had removed her baby from her body though, and thankfully, the child was later recovered unharmed. The murderer was found, arrested, and convicted. Later that same year, Bob Perry passed away. He never found closure or justice. Then in February 2011, Rebecca Clinot died after a lengthy battle with melanoma. She was buried next to an empty plot which she'd saved for her son. Branson's empty plot has a headstone where his date of death is listed as April 11, 2001. And finally, aged 80, Joanne Stinnett, Branson's grandmother, died in February 2015. Branson's extended family, including his cousins, aunts, and uncles, continue their search for answers, as do law enforcement officials, who have emphasized that the case remains open despite the passing of Branson's parents. The 20-year-old was last seen on April 11, 2001, at his home in Skidmore, Missouri. He is described as a white male, standing between 5 feet 9 inches and 5 feet 10 inches tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. At the time of his disappearance, he weighed between 140 and 155 pounds, with a lean yet strong build. Branson also has a faint scar on his upper right cheek, a small scar on his left knee, and a medical condition known as tachycardia. When last seen, he was wearing size 32 shorts, a medium to large size t-shirt, and necklaces adorned with arrowhead pendants. If he is still alive today, Branson would be 43 years old. Anyone with information regarding his disappearance is encouraged to contact the Nottoway County Sheriff's Office at 660-582-7451. Moving on to the next case. Christa Helm. Christa Helm is probably not a name you're familiar with. As a struggling actress in Hollywood during the 1970s, her career mostly consisted of small roles in shows like Wonder Woman and Starsky and Hutch. However, despite her limited success on screen, Christa was well-connected, frequently attending high-profile parties and mingling with celebrities like Mick Jagger while contemplating her next career move. On the night of February 11, 1977, 27-year-old Christa went to a party in the Laurel Canyon neighborhood of Los Angeles with her roommate, Stephanie. Later, Stephanie would recall that during the party, Christa approached her with a strange, dazed expression. When asked what was wrong, Christa brushed it off, saying it was nothing. However, Stephanie insisted she could tell something had unsettled her, saying, "I'll never forget that look." Stephanie left the party soon after, as she had plans to visit her boyfriend. Before leaving, she handed her car keys to Christa and went on her way. That would be the last time she saw her friend and roommate alive. Later that night, Stephanie tried calling their home from a payphone but got no answer. A deep sense of unease told her something was wrong. In the early hours of February 12th, Christa's body was discovered in West Hollywood. After leaving the party, she had gone to visit a friend, Sandy Smith, a music agent who had been invited but declined to attend, opting for an early night instead. Christa's body was found partially underneath a parked car that belonged to Sandy's girlfriend, Nancy. Although she lived with Sandy, Nancy was reportedly not home that evening. Homicide detective Larry Brandenburg, who responded to the crime scene, later described the setting in Oxygen's Mysteries and Scandals, saying, "It was an older but somewhat exclusive neighborhood. I think Christa might have known someone was chasing or following her because she stopped fast in her car." We know that she exited the car, had a heated conversation with someone, and before she was able to return to her car, she was attacked. He added that neighbors heard blood-curdling screams that sounded like a cat being skinned. Christa's death was horrifically violent. She bore 23 stab wounds to her front, back, neck, and on the side of her head. She also had defensive injuries to her hands. Immediately, authorities did not suspect that this was a random encounter. Given the level of violence and brutality inflicted on the 27-year-old, they believed she knew her killer. Furthermore, Christa's handbag was missing from the scene. This led to speculation that whoever had killed her had been after her now infamous diary, which she reportedly kept in her possession at all times. The diary is said to have contained the names of men and women she had sexual encounters with, and allegedly included a rating system. Many of Christa's friends were aware of her diary, and some had even warned her against keeping it, fearing it could put her in danger. While some believed she planned to turn it into a book, others suspected she might use it to blackmail powerful figures in Hollywood. In a chilling turn, shortly before her death, she sent a postcard to a friend that read, asterisk, "I am in way over my head here. I'm into something I can't get out of." Asterisk. A few months earlier, she had also written a letter to a friend, stating that she was involved in something serious and might have to disappear for a while. Initially, detectives explored a potential link between Christa's murder and that of actor Sal Mineo, who had been stabbed to death in 1976 at the age of 37. Disturbingly, his murder had occurred exactly 1 year before hers and in the same area, West Hollywood. At the time, investigators ruled out any connection, as they believed Mineo's killer was already in prison when Christa was killed. However, decades later, authorities realized that the real perpetrator, 21-year-old Leona Williams, had not been arrested until after Christa's murder. Some detectives continue to suspect that Williams may have been responsible for her death as well. Investigators struggled to make sense of Christa's personal life, and they failed to find solid leads. Without the notebook that kept track of all her relationships, they found it difficult to know where to start, especially as nobody wanted to discuss or admit to their relationship with the 27-year-old. Detectives also discovered that Christa had audio recorded many of her sexual encounters, but those tapes have also never been recovered. They were allegedly taken by another fledgling actor at the time, Tony Sirico, in the days following her death. Although Christa's roommates noticed the theft and informed the police, Sirico was never interviewed until years later, at which point he denied everything. Eventually, the case grew cold. It wasn't until February 2008 that it was reopened at the behest of Christa's only daughter, Nicole, who was just 9 when her mother died. During this fresh look at the case, one man did come to the attention of police. Rudy Mazzella was a partygoer who attended many of the same parties Christa did. He was a known drug dealer with a violent reputation too. Police found that back in 1977, a woman whose boyfriend was close to Mazzella had told detectives, quote, "My boyfriend told me that Rudy had told him that he had murdered Christa." She added that he did not provide a motive for the killing. Though Mazzella was questioned, he denied everything and the lead went nowhere. He died in the early 2000s before the case was reopened. Investigators still suspect that Christa's book and/or the audio tapes are the reason she wound up dead. Investigators have also considered the possibility that jealousy played a role in Christa's murder. Perhaps she had been involved with someone who was already in a relationship, or maybe someone resented her lack of interest in exclusivity. One potential lead was Patty Collins, a backup singer who had been romantically involved with Christa. Notably, Patty left town the day after the murder, which raised suspicions. However, she later explained to the police that she had fled out of fear for her own life. She believed that Christa had been killed because of something she knew, and she worried that the murderer might assume Christa had shared that secret with her. In February 2008, forensic experts were able to extract a DNA profile from material found beneath Christa's fingernails at the time of her death. Interestingly, the profile belonged to a woman. Despite this breakthrough, no matches have been identified so far. Anyone with information regarding Christa's murder is encouraged to contact the Homicide Cold Case Unit at the LA County Sheriff's Department at 323-890-5500. Moving on to the next case. Jaliek Rainwalker. Jaliek Rainwalker was a 12-year-old boy living with his adoptive parents, Stephen Kerr and Jocelyn A. McDonald, in Greenwich, New York. His early life was marked by hardship. He was born to a mother addicted to crack cocaine and was placed into the foster care system just 2 days after birth. Over the next several years, Jaliek lived in 6 different foster homes before being adopted by Stephen and Jocelyn. Due to the abuse and neglect he experienced in early childhood, Jeliak developed a severe attachment disorder, often displaying violent outbursts and temper tantrums. His former foster parents, who had cared for him for 4 years, recalled that his outbursts could last up to an hour. However, they also described him as an intelligent and joyful child with a radiant smile. They had initially planned to adopt him, but after an incident in which Jeliak attacked their daughter, they made the difficult decision that he could no longer remain in their home. He was later adopted by Stephen and Jocelyn. Jeliak's adoptive parents, Stephen Kerr and Jocelyn A. MacDonald, had 3 biological sons and an adopted daughter. According to them, Jeliak's frequent violent tantrums caused fear among his siblings. The family lived an unconventional lifestyle in a remote area of Washington County, New York. Their home was a small 2-room cabin without running water, and they relied on an outhouse for a bathroom. Electricity was limited, provided only by a generator that ran for a few hours each day. All of the children were homeschooled, and the entire family slept in a single room. In February 2007, Jeliak reportedly threatened another child in his homeschool group. Concerned about his behavior, Stephen and Jocelyn called a crisis hotline, expressing that they felt he was unmanageable and that they wanted to undo the adoption. The counselor informed them that reversing the adoption was not an option, but they could arrange for Jeliak to stay in respite care for a few days. As a result, he was placed with a couple who had previously provided respite care for him, staying with them for a week. On November 2nd, Jeliak was returned to his adoptive parents, with plans for him to move to another respite care the following day. Rather than bringing him home, Stephen took Jeliak to his parents' house, as the rest of the family reportedly feared him. Since Stephen's parents were out of town, he and Jeliak were the only ones at the residence. That evening, around 8 p.m., they had dinner at a local Red Robin before heading to the house. According to Stephen, both went to bed shortly afterward. The following morning, around 7:30 a.m., Stephen woke up and discovered that Jeliak was missing. However, he found a note that was supposedly written by Jeliak. The note read, **, Dear everybody, I'm sorry for everything. I won't be a bother anymore. Goodbye, Jeliak. At 8:57 a.m., Stephen reported Jeliak missing. Authorities launched an extensive search, but were unable to locate him. Stephen told police that he believed Jeliak had run away, stating that the boy had taken his duffel bag and favorite toys. At the time of his disappearance, Jeliak was wearing a yellow fleece jacket. Police believe Jeliak may have been a victim of foul play. However, they have not ruled out voluntary disappearance or suicide. Stephen and Jocelyn said Jeliak had been depressed and suicidal in the days before his disappearance. However, he was not receiving any treatment or therapy for his mental conditions. Police started to suspect Jeliak's adoptive parents in Jeliak's disappearance. Jocelyn took a polygraph test while Stephen refused. It was found that the note that Jeliak left behind was not a goodbye note. His respite caregiver said Jeliak wrote that letter at their house because he wanted to apologize to his family for his behavior. His adoptive parents maintained their innocence and suggested that Jeliak ran away and may have been living with an African-American family or a gang. They stated that Jeliak considered himself black instead of biracial and had wanted to live with an African-American family. It was later found that Stephen had not stayed the entire night at his parents' house as he claimed. His cell phone records put him near an industrial part of town near Hudson River on the night Jeliak disappeared. He was also captured on CCTV driving his van around Greenwich after midnight. Even though he told police he stayed at his parents' house the entire evening. 2 months after Jeliak's disappearance, a cryptic letter postmarked from Westchester was sent to several local newspapers. The letter read, "Jeliak is still alive. Need a foot soldier for this war on drugs. Picked him up on Route 40 Post 30. He's okay. No fake." He asks his mama and papa, who are the Marconi family, "My cat named Diamond, why does the Franti yell fire? Don't try to look, we are not there." The letter did not make much sense to the investigators. The only thing that stood out was that Jeliak did have a cat named Diamond. Police believe the reference to Frankie yelling fire was from a contemporary rap song, although its connection is still unclear. Police appealed to the letter writer for clues, but the person was never heard from again. Police named Stephen as a person of interest in the case. In February 2008, the police conducted search of Stephen's father's house and seized a computer in order to determine if the note had been written using the computer. However, nothing came out of it. During their search, police also found the duffel bag and the toys that Stephen claimed Jaylig took with him on the night of the disappearance in his father's garage. 4 months after Jaylig's disappearance, Stephen and Jocelyn moved out of their cabin and relocated to Vermont. Since then, they have refused to cooperate with investigators. Jaylig's adoptive maternal grandmother, Barbara, who had been actively involved in the search for him, broke into the abandoned cabin in an attempt to find clues. While searching, she discovered the yellow fleece jacket that Stephen had claimed Jaylig was wearing on the night he vanished. Barbara was charged with burglary and pleaded not guilty. It remains unclear whether the jacket was ever tested for forensic evidence, as no mention of it appears in any available sources. Barbara has also alleged that Stephen was violent toward Jaylig in the past. She recalled witnessing an incident in which Stephen dragged Jaylig and submerged him in a nearby creek. According to her, Jocelyn responded by instructing Stephen to write an apology letter to Jaylig and assigning him Jaylig's chores for a month. Stephen Kerr remains the sole person of interest in the case, though no concrete evidence has linked him to Jaylig's disappearance. To this day, Jaylig remains missing. Moving on to the next case. Matthew Pendergrass. Matthew, a 23-year-old student at Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee, vanished on December 1, 2000, just 2 weeks before his graduation. At the time, he was renting a room at 591 Trezevant. His family, based in Atlanta, Georgia, included his father, who worked as a plastic surgeon. The night before he went missing, Matthew participated in a play on campus. His landlord mentioned hearing him moving around and leaving the house between 7:30 and 8 a.m. The last known person to speak with him was Geo Presley Brooks, a friend, mentor, and tutor. They had a conversation between 1:30 and 2 a.m. on December 1st, during which Matthew seemed in good spirits as they discussed his final paper, which was due the following week. He was supposed to attend a Spanish class that morning but never showed up and has been missing ever since. On Saturday, December 2nd, at around 2 p.m., Matt's mother received a phone call from an unknown caller asking to speak with him. When Mary informed the caller that Matt was at Rhodes College, he revealed that Matt's SUV had been discovered parked on a levee within a private duck hunting preserve in Lonoke County, Arkansas, approximately 120 miles from Memphis. The caller mentioned that when he and a companion arrived for a duck hunt at 10 a.m. on December 1st, the vehicle was not there. However, by 2 p.m., it had appeared, prompting them to leave a note on the windshield requesting the owner to remove it. When the men returned the next day and found the SUV still parked in the same spot, unlocked with the keys in the ignition, they checked the glove compartment and discovered an oil change receipt with Matt's mother's contact information. She immediately contacted the police, who searched the vehicle and the surrounding area. Roughly 100 yards from the SUV, in a wooded thicket, authorities found Matt's clothing in a pile, along with his wallet containing $46 in cash, credit cards, family photos, and his driver's license. His pants were notably wet from the knees down, as if he had removed them and let them drop where they were found. It is not known whether his shoes and socks were wet too. His t-shirt also seemed to have come right out of the dryer, and despite the frigid temperature that day, he wasn't wearing a coat or jacket. Police found Matt's room in disarray. Over the next few days, searchers used helicopters with night vision, drivers equipped with sonar, and sent tracking bloodhounds and cadaver dogs. The canine team picked up the young man's scent from the pile of clothes to the edge of the Bayou Metro, a complex waterway that winds through 5 Arkansas counties. They found no scent, however, leading from the vehicle to the clothes. Nor did investigators find any signs of a struggle, footprints, weapons, or DNA evidence. While investigators were examining Matt's car, they found a journal inside of a backpack. The journal contained poems, reflections, observations of life, death, and nature. In at least one entry, Matt mentioned a group called the Silver Elves. The website in question features the elven tree of life and death, guiding visitors on a journey of self-discovery and the pursuit of immortality. In one of his journal entries, Matt described experiencing the cold mud in the woods, lying in icy water, and feeling as if his blood was turning into ice crystals. The police consulted a psychic, who claimed that Matt sought to be reborn as a silver elf. According to her vision, he removed his clothes, folded them neatly, and walked into the bayou, where he ultimately succumbed to hypothermia. However, his mother strongly rejected this theory. She insisted that Matt had never been meticulous in his habits, and doubted he would have folded his clothes neatly. She did acknowledge that he played Dungeons and Dragons, a game with supposed links to the Silver Elves website. Despite this, those who knew Matt personally did not believe he would have intentionally harmed himself, especially knowing how it would affect his loved ones. Some speculate that he may have been involved in drug trafficking or fallen victim to a carjacking. Authorities have classified his disappearance as suspicious, with some investigators suspecting that the scene where his clothing was found had been staged. To this day, Matthew remains missing, and his case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Terry and Alan Westerfield. 11-year-old Terry Westerfield and his 7-year-old brother, Alan, were last seen in Fayetteville, North Carolina, on September 12, 1964. Their stepfather had dropped them off at the Broadway Theater on Hayes Street to watch a double feature. However, the circumstances of their disappearance remain unclear. It is uncertain whether they actually entered the theater before vanishing or if they disappeared somewhere along the streets. Even eyewitness accounts provide conflicting information. Some theater employees recalled seeing the boys inside, while others did not. As regular visitors to the cinema, the boys would have been easily recognizable. Investigators initially questioned their stepfather, Carl Bach, as he was the last known person to see them alive. According to Bach, he dropped them off around 4 p.m. and returned several hours later at 8 p.m. to pick them up, but they were nowhere to be found. However, rather than searching for them, Bach claimed he remained in his parked car until 9:30 p.m. He never entered the theater or asked the staff if they had seen the boys. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that night that the boys' mother officially reported them missing. At the time, she and Carl Bach were separated. Law enforcement agencies, including the Fayetteville Police, Fort Bragg authorities, and dozens of others, launched an extensive search for Terry and Alan. Investigators followed numerous leads, including reports of a suspicious and unidentified vehicle spotted near the boys' home before they disappeared. They also interviewed multiple individuals who claimed to have seen the children. Even the FBI became involved, yet the case remained a mystery. Despite exhaustive efforts, authorities found no physical evidence, and the boys' bodies were never recovered. Just days after their disappearance, the police chief told the Fayetteville Observer, "We've checked every lead we've had, and we're still up against a blank wall." Days turned into weeks, then months, and eventually years passed with no trace of the children. Carl Bach, the boy's stepfather, was an Army sergeant at the time of the disappearance. He worked as a military police officer at Fort Bragg, but was sent overseas just a year after the children went missing. He and the boy's mother formally divorced shortly afterwards, and he remained unmarried throughout the rest of his life. Investigators have theorized that Bach was involved in the disappearance of Terry and Alan, and have suggested that the two were killed shortly after they went missing. In 2012, authorities attempted to re-interview Bach and even offered a letter of qualified immunity, but Bach declined. He told them, "If I hadn't been in the military police, that would be a pretty good proposition." Investigators later recalled that Bach seemed to be indifferent about the boys and their mother, with one officer noting, "It was clear he was devoid of any emotion in respect to those boys. And really he was indifferent about Margie as well." The disappearance of the Westerfield brothers is the oldest case involving children in North Carolina. The vast majority of witnesses and those important to the case are now dead, including Terry and Alan's biological father, who was ruled out of the investigation early on and who took his own life in 1978, and their mother, Margie, who, following her divorce from Bach, remarried and relocated to South Carolina, where she died in February 2003 at the age of 70. Carl Bach was the last surviving figure connected to the case, passing away in 2016 at the age of 93. Over the decades, the theater where the boys were last seen was also demolished. Despite the frustrating lack of leads, the Fayetteville police have periodically reopened the case, hoping that a fresh perspective might uncover a crucial missing piece. However, their efforts have yet to yield any breakthroughs. In 2018, new details emerged that lent further credibility to the theory that Carl Bach may have been responsible for the children's disappearance. Investigators revealed that on the morning of September 12, 1964, the boys had been left with a babysitter while their mother, Margie, attended a hair appointment. At some point, Bach arrived at the house and instructed the babysitter to leave. She hesitated and stalled for as long as she could, but eventually left between 12:30 and 1 p.m. Around that time, 7-year-old Alan was seen riding his bike outside. Meanwhile, a neighborhood boy who was friends with the brothers knocked on their door to ask if Terry could come out and play. Bach answered the door and said no, that the 11-year-old was being punished. As mentioned earlier, Bach claimed that he later took the boys to see a double film feature. When Margie came home around an hour and a half later at around 5:30, Bach was in the house and the boys were gone. The pair argued about Bach sending the babysitter home and him taking the boys out, but Margie didn't suspect that anything was amiss. She went out that night with friends. When she came home at 1 a.m., she argued again with Bach, who asked her if she'd pick the children up from the cinema because he allegedly couldn't find them. Margie phoned the police at 2 a.m. to report the boys missing. During an interview, the one where he was offered a letter of qualified immunity, Bach reportedly stated, "You know, I was the last one to see them alive." Many police officers have taken this as a sort of confession, but still Bach was never charged in connection to the case. And the bodies of Alan and Terry have never been discovered. Terry Westerfield was 11 years old when he disappeared from Fayetteville, North Carolina, on September 12, 1964. His younger brother, Alan, was just 7. Terry is described as a white male with red hair, blue eyes, and freckles across his face. He had an appendectomy scar on his abdomen and was missing one permanent tooth in his lower jaw. At the time of his disappearance, he was 4 feet 7 inches tall and weighed approximately 89 pounds. Alan is described as a white male with sandy brown hair, blue eyes, and a speech impediment. When he went missing, he stood 3 feet 10 inches tall and weighed about 80 pounds. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of the Westerfield brothers, please contact the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office at 910-323-1500. Moving on to the next case. William Bradford Bishop Jr. Born on August 1, 1936, in Pasadena, William Bradford Bishop Jr. was a former U.S. Foreign Service officer who has evaded capture for over 4 decades. As of 2020, he remains at large, wanted on 5 counts of first-degree murder. Bishop graduated from the prestigious Yale University in 1959 before marrying his high school sweetheart, Annette Weiss. Together, they had 3 sons and lived in Bethesda, Maryland, alongside Bishop's elderly mother, who was in her 70s. To the outside world, the Bishop family appeared to be an ordinary, well-to-do household, until everything changed in 1976. On March 1st of that year, Bishop received the disappointing news that he would not be getting the promotion he had been anticipating. Telling his secretary that he was feeling unwell, he left his office in Foggy Bottom, a Washington, D.C. neighborhood where he had been employed for some time. From there, he made a series of chilling purchases. He stopped to fill his station wagon's gas tank and a gas can before heading to a hardware store, where he bought a shovel and a pitchfork. Bradford arrived home sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. that evening. While the exact details of what transpired inside the Bishop household remain unknown, investigators believe his wife, Annette, was the first to be murdered. His mother was killed shortly after returning from walking the family dog, and then, one by one, the couple's 3 sons, just 5, 10, and 14 years old, were brutally slain as they slept upstairs, unaware of their fate. With the bodies of his entire family loaded into his station wagon, Bradford drove 275 miles to a remote, swampy area about 5 miles south of Columbia, North Carolina. There, he dug a shallow grave, discarded the bodies inside, and set them ablaze using the gasoline he had purchased earlier. On March 2nd, a North Carolina forest ranger spotted smoke rising from the area and stumbled upon a horrifying scene: the partially burned, hastily buried remains of 5 victims. Among the scattered evidence were a gas can, a pitchfork, and a shovel, all later traced back to Porch's hardware store. Investigators found one crucial lead: articles of clothing bearing labels from an upscale department store in Bethesda, Maryland. Meanwhile, surveillance footage placed Bradford in Jacksonville, North Carolina, where he had purchased a pair of tennis shoes that same day. Witnesses also recalled seeing him with the family dog and possibly in the company of a dark-skinned woman. More than a week later, on March 10th, the Bishop family's neighbors began to suspect something was amiss. No one had seen them in 8 days, and their absence raised concerns. Worried that something terrible had happened, they alerted the authorities. When detectives entered the Bishop home, they uncovered a gruesome scene. Blood spattered the floors, the hallway walls, and the bedrooms, painting a chilling picture of the violence that had occurred. Meanwhile, forensic investigators matched the remains found earlier in North Carolina to the Bishop family through dental records, confirming the unthinkable. 5 out of 6 family members had been brutally murdered. Another week passed before authorities made a crucial discovery. On March 18th, Bradford's 1974 Chevy station wagon was found abandoned at a remote campground in Great Smoky Mountains National Park, Tennessee. Inside the vehicle, investigators found an unsettling collection of items: dog biscuits, a blood-stained blanket, a shotgun, an axe, and a shaving kit that contained Bradford's prescription medication. At the time of the murders, he had been taking medication for depression and insomnia. Even more damning was the spare tire in the trunk, which was soaked in blood. One witness who came forward claimed that the car had been there since the 5th or the March 7th. Police attempted to track down Bradford's scents with the use of bloodhounds, but this failed. The following day, a grand jury indicted Bradford on 5 counts of first-degree murder and several other charges. A motive has not been established as to why Bradford massacred his own family. There are some reports that Bradford's career had caused some marital tension. He was allegedly unhappy with his desk job and wanted to go overseas, while Annette did not. She was studying arts at the University of Maryland, opposing Bradford's wishes that she remain a stay-at-home mother. There are also many mixed reports on the severity of any financial issues the couple may have been having. Some say that the problems were mild and nothing unusual for people in their 30s living in that kind of neighborhood. While an article from 2013 says that the IRS was auditing Bradford's family taxes due to financial troubles, but this has never been confirmed. It has been well speculated that Bradford had intelligence training in the 1960s, and that this has helped him to evade detection. Nevertheless, there have been several sightings of him across the globe which have been deemed as credible by authorities. In February 2010, authorities believed that Bradford was living in Switzerland, Italy, or somewhere else in Europe, or perhaps even California in the USA. They suspected he was working as a teacher or was involved in criminal activities. That same year, it was revealed to the public that he had been corresponding with a federal prison inmate named Albert Kenneth Bankston, who had been serving his time in the U.S. Penitentiary in Marion. Bankston sent the letters to Bradford's U.S. State Department office address rather than to his home. But by the time authorities uncovered this lead, Bankston had already passed away, and thus he could not be questioned on the matter. However, a lead did surface in 2014, although its promise was short-lived. In 1981, a body of an unidentified man who resembled Bradford was discovered after being killed by a car while walking along an Alabama highway. And in 2014, the body was exhumed for DNA testing. However, it was soon confirmed that the individual in question was not William Bradford Bishop Jr. Previous leads, including DNA testing in February 2011, had also ruled out potential matches. Over the years, reports surfaced claiming Bradford had died in places like Hong Kong or France, but these rumors were ultimately debunked. In 2014, forensic artist Karen Taylor created an age progression sculpture to estimate what Bradford might look like at 77 years old. Building on this, an artist named Lisa Shepard produced digital renderings that depicted him with added facial hair and glasses to account for possible disguises. Back in 1976, William Bradford Bishop Jr. stood at 6 feet 1 inch and weighed approximately 180 pounds. He had brown hair, brown eyes, a medium complexion, and an average build. A distinguishing feature was a 6-inch vertical surgical scar on his lower back. In addition to English, he was fluent in French, Italian, Serbo-Croatian, and Spanish. If alive today, he would be 83 years old. His case has been featured on multiple crime shows, including Unsolved Mysteries, America's Most Wanted, and The Hunt with John Walsh. Despite these widespread efforts, no credible leads have ever surfaced. Moving on to the next case. Maria Socorro de Rodriguez Lapine. Nicknamed the Black Widow, Maria Socorro de Rodriguez Lapine seemed to leave a path of destruction in her wake throughout the 1970s, 80s, and 90s until she seemingly vanished in March 1995. Born in Mexico, Maria is wanted for fraud and is also a person of interest in multiple murders. She is suspected of killing 9 people, including 3 husbands, 2 lovers, 2 friends, a funeral director, and a business associate. However, due to a lack of concrete evidence, she has not been definitively linked to any of these crimes. Maria's unsettling story began in 1970 when her first husband, retired military officer Douglas Lapine, died after an apparent fall in their family home, which he shared with Maria and their 3 children. Details surrounding his death remain scarce, and it is unclear whether he was cremated, as many of Maria's other alleged victims were, or if there were any other suspicious circumstances. Following Douglas's death, Maria married retired businessman Thomas Brixton, who died of an alleged stroke in 1977, just 1 year into their marriage. Notably, 6 months prior to his death, he had also been the victim of a home invasion by unidentified intruders. In December 1988, Maria met James Piper, a U.S. businessman, and they were married within 4 months. James had initially responded to an advertisement for a rental property near Guadalajara, though it remains uncertain whether Maria had been seeking a tenant, owned the property, or simply lived nearby. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. James Piper had several children from a previous relationship, and at first they were taken in by Maria's charm. She appeared kind, well-intentioned, and a positive presence in their father's life. However, just 6 months into their marriage, tragedy struck. On September 18, 1989, James and Maria went out for breakfast together. During the meal, James excused himself to use the restroom, but he never returned. Concerned, Maria sent a busboy to check on him, and the young man found James collapsed on the floor, apparently suffering from a heart attack. He died shortly afterward. Just 3 days later, James's son, Peter, received a phone call from the U.S. consulate, right after speaking with Maria, who had broken the news of his father's death. To Peter's shock, the consulate informed him that Maria had produced a signed document from James requesting immediate cremation. This was the first major red flag. As far as James's children knew, he had never made any plans regarding his funeral or burial. Given that he was not elderly at the time of his passing, it seemed highly suspicious that such a document existed at all. Despite their suspicions, James Piper's children accepted Maria's invitation to her home for their father's memorial service. However, they later described the event as deeply unsettling. They claimed that Maria was overly dramatic in her display of grief, yet something about it felt forced. James's daughter, Tina, later remarked in an interview, "She's pure evil. The funeral service was bizarre. She was crying, but there were no tears. It was obvious she wasn't feeling anything. Their unease only grew when Maria began attempting to manipulate them against one another in a bid to claim their father's possessions, including 2 luxury cars worth a combined $2 million. The cars mysteriously vanished, and James's children never received any money from their father's estate. After this, Maria kept a low profile. But in August 1993, she resurfaced in another scheme, this time reporting her own half-sister as deceased. As a result, she collected a $100,000 payout from multiple life insurance policies. Then she met and began dating Victor Lapine, who bore no relation to her late husband, Douglas Lapine, who was a wealthy Montana rancher. In June of 1994, Victor's sister, Eva, received the shocking news that her brother was dead. Maria told her that Victor had become sick at a restaurant and had passed away a few hours later. Following the death, Maria repeated her usual trick by producing the last will and testaments of her victim. She also showed a suspicious IOU for $100,000, the approximate value of Victor's home, which prompted authorities in Mexico to begin an investigation. Then out of the blue, it appeared that Maria had died. Allegedly, she passed away in March of 1995. Her mother and 3 children received a $500,000 life insurance policy, but the insurance company, suspecting something was amiss, hired an investigator to verify whether or not Maria was truly dead. There's little information on the internet about exactly what took place during the investigation. But in January 1996, Maria's body was exhumed. What was found inside the coffin was some flowers, some woods, and a few personal belongings. Other reports claimed that stacks of paper were found in the coffin instead, but all sources agree on one thing. There was no body ever in that coffin. On a hunch, the body of Maria's half-sister was also exhumed, and the same thing was discovered. There was no body, just objects inside. This is when investigators discovered that Maria didn't even have a half-sister and that she had, in fact, fabricated the entire thing and impersonated a fictional sibling. Just a few days later, prior to the authorities questioning him, the funeral director who'd been in charge of both Maria's and her half-sister's burials turned up dead in his home. He'd been strangled to death. Maria is believed to be hiding out with her elderly mother and her 2 remaining grown children. Maria's 3rd child, a son named David, was killed in a motorbike accident. Maria's only known surviving family member who was not involved in her schemes reportedly distanced himself from her long before her disappearance. When he passed away, Maria did not attend his funeral. According to news reports, Maria's children have since been charged with aiding and abetting insurance fraud, as well as perjury. Authorities believe they played a role in covering up her fraudulent activities. Maria is described as being 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighing approximately 120 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. She is fluent in English, Spanish, and French. Born on October 15, 1939, she would be over 80 years old today if still alive. She is suspected to be living somewhere in San Antonio, Texas. If you have any information regarding Maria's whereabouts, please contact the San Antonio Police Department at 210-207-7273. Moving on to the next case. Mary Margaret Cook. DNA testing, forensic advancements, and genealogy research have become crucial tools in solving crimes and delivering justice. However, despite these technological breakthroughs, some cases remain unsolved, allowing perpetrators to evade capture. ### the mysterious disappearance of Mary Margaret Cook. On November 14, 1970, 25-year-old Mary Margaret Cook vanished without a trace. She was a mother of 2 and had been married to Lavenel Cook for 8 years, having wed at just 17 years old. As a stay-at-home mother, Mary dedicated herself to caring for her children and maintaining the household, while her husband worked as a painter, frequently traveling during the week and returning home on weekends. On the day of her disappearance, Mary left her home in Highland City, Florida, planning to go Christmas shopping at J.M. Fields in Lakeland. However, she never made it back. According to reports on the Doe Network, she had originally planned to go on a family camping trip that weekend but decided to stay home after receiving a call from her husband, informing her that he would be coming back. Mary's white 1959 Cadillac was discovered abandoned in the store's parking lot the day after she disappeared, shortly after she was reported missing. Inside the vehicle, investigators found her wallet and handbag, but the $200 that Earl claimed to have given her for Christmas shopping was missing. Adding to the mystery, Mary's wedding rings were found at the couple's home. This was unusual, as she wore them daily and rarely took them off. Despite an extensive investigation, no witnesses came forward, and it appeared that Mary had never even entered the store that evening. Authorities have long considered Earl Cook the prime suspect in his wife's disappearance. However, no definitive evidence has ever tied him to the case. Over the years, he has undergone multiple interviews, and in February 2003, law enforcement dug up the garage floor of the house where the couple lived in 1970, searching for possible clues. At the time, police stated, "We believe there's a possibility that Mrs. Cook may have been disposed of in her yard." Despite extensive searches, no evidence was found to directly link Earl to Mary's disappearance. He maintained his innocence throughout his life, telling their two young sons, who were just 3 and 5 years old at the time, that their mother had left on her own accord. 2 years after Mary went missing, Earl remarried. That marriage eventually ended in divorce, and he went on to marry a third time. He passed away in February 2007 at the age of 66. Despite their father's claims, Mary's children never believed she had abandoned them. The eldest son later told investigators that he witnessed his parents arguing on the day of her disappearance. He also recalled that at one point, his father told him not to look outside. He has since theorized that his mother's body may have been wrapped in a red blanket, which he saw his father retrieve from the house that night. Following Mary's disappearance, the boys were raised by their maternal grandmother. However, when she found out Earl was under investigation, she confronted him and bluntly asked if he'd killed her daughter. Earl, though, didn't reply. Instead, he took the children and left. In the years since, there has been some speculation that Mary's disappearance is linked to that of another young mother, Peggy Byers Baston. 23-year-old Peggy went missing from Highland City on April 2, 1965 after heading out to a bar. She was reportedly seen in the bar's car park that evening accompanied by an unidentified white man and was having car trouble. Both Peggy and her vehicle have been missing ever since. Peggy was divorced when she disappeared and was working as a waitress. Her children were raised by her sister and brother-in-law after she went missing. Investigators have never identified a suspect. Despite the two women having some similarities, they were of similar ages, lived in the same city, were both mothers, and both had vanished after leaving their homes. There is no known connection between Mary Cook's disappearance and Peggy's case. Authorities do not believe the two women knew each other, and Mary's case appears to be more straightforward in comparison. Mary Margaret Cook was last seen on November 14, 1970, in Highland City, Florida. She is described as half white, half Native American, with brown hair and blue or hazel eyes. She stood 4 feet 11 inches tall and weighed between 145 and 150 pounds at the time of her disappearance. Mary may have been wearing a green dress when she vanished. She required glasses and often wore cat-eye frames. She also had a birthmark on the outside of her right leg, above her ankle. Some sources, including the Charlie Project and Doe Network, suggest she may have been pregnant at the time. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Mary Cook or Peggy, you can leave a tip with Polk County Crime Stoppers at 20477 or contact the Polk County Sheriff's Office at 802-260-344. Moving on to the next case. Melanie Ethier. Melanie Ethier, affectionately known as Mel by her family and closest friends, was a vibrant and expressive young woman from New Liskeard, Ontario. Her deep compassion for others and passion for dance and artistic expression were tragically cut short by her unexplained disappearance in September 1996. The case left those who knew her searching for answers, lost in a sea of uncertainty and conflicting evidence. In an effort to provide a clearer understanding through factual analysis and situational context, This is an examination of Melanie Ethier's vanishing near the Armstrong Street Bridge and the lingering mysteries that continue to haunt small-town Canada. Born on Christmas Day in 1980 in Ontario, Canada, Melanie spent her early years being raised solely by her mother, Celine Ethier, after her father left and chose not to maintain contact. This absence forged an unbreakable bond between Mel and her mother as they navigated life together. As Melanie grew older, she developed a deep love for the arts, particularly dance. Recognizing her daughter's passion, Celine enrolled her in various dance programs across Ontario, including after-school classes and private weekend lessons. Mel was especially drawn to ballet and Highland dance, dedicating years to refining her technique. By the time she entered high school, she had become an exceptional ballerina, excelling in her craft. When she wasn't perfecting her ballet moves, she was impressing audiences with her mastery of Scottish Highland dance, a dynamic and intricate style originating in 18th and 19th century Scotland. Melanie's passion for dance eventually expanded into a love for roller skating. One of her favorite pastimes was joining friends for Friday nights at the roller rink, where she even took part in friendly competitions as an amateur roller skater. No matter the form, movement and music were at the heart of Mel's joy. Wherever there was music, she was sure to be dancing along. By the 1990s, Melanie and her mother, Celine, relocated to the small town of New Liskeard, Ontario. With a population of just 5,400, New Liskeard sat along the Ontario-Quebec border near Lake Temiskaming. It was the kind of quiet, picturesque town ideal for those seeking a peaceful escape from city life and a serene place to raise a family. Though New Liskeard wasn't known for its nightlife or entertainment, the youth of Temiskaming shores found ways to connect, socialize, and make the most of their free time. Melanie fit in effortlessly. When she wasn't spending time with friends and creating her own adventures, she was excelling in school. As a freshman and sophomore at St. Marie, she was an honors student known for her strong work ethic and enthusiasm for helping others. That same kindness and compassion extended into her home life as well. In the early 1990s, Celine Ethier welcomed another daughter, Jessie. Melanie instantly adored her baby sister and took on a nurturing role, helping Celine with household tasks and guiding Jessie through her early years. Through this experience, Melanie discovered a passion for caring for children, which led her to secure a job at a local daycare while still in high school. It was an ideal step toward adulthood, allowing her to gain valuable experience while balancing her many interests. Juggling work, school, expanding her dance skills, taking self-defense classes, and making time for friends, Melanie maintained a busy yet fulfilling lifestyle. However, everything changed just weeks into her junior year at St. Marie. One evening, after leaving a friend's house in the New Liskeard suburbs, Melanie vanished into the night, never to be seen or heard from again. To better understand this unsettling mystery, let's examine the timeline leading up to Melanie's disappearance. The morning of Saturday, September 28, 1996, began like any other crisp autumn weekend. Melanie woke up and made plans to spend time with friends. That afternoon, she and her best friend visited several locations around New Liskeard, enjoying each other's company while running errands. Sometime before dinner, Melanie stopped by a bakery to pick up a cake pan and a birthday cake for her grandmother's celebration, planned for the following day. Afterward, she and her best friend met up with Melanie's relatively new boyfriend, along with 3 of his friends and one of their girlfriends. As evening set in, the girl in the group left to head home, but the rest of the teens decided to continue their night out. At some point between 9 o'clock and 9:30 p.m., they stopped at a video rental store to pick out a movie. By 10 p.m., Melanie and her friends made their way back to her house in New Liskeard, intending to watch the rented film. However, when they arrived, Celine told Melanie that her room wasn't tidy enough to have company over. Not wanting to end the night, Melanie turned to her friends and suggested they find another place to watch the movie. With that, the group left the Ethier home, marking the last time Celine saw or spoke to her daughter. Shortly after 10 p.m., Melanie and her friends arrived at the home of one of her boyfriend's friends on Pine Avenue, located about 6 blocks from her house, a roughly 12-minute walk. Around the same time, another member of the group decided to call it a night and headed home. Between 10 o'clock and 10:30 p.m., the remaining teenagers gathered in the basement of Melanie's boyfriend's house to watch the movie while his parents slept upstairs. Around 11:30 p.m. or midnight, one of the friends left to head home. Roughly 30 minutes later, at approximately 12:30 a.m., Melanie's best friend, the one she had spent the entire day with, left the house to meet her ride back to Haileybury. As she walked away from the Pine Avenue residence and approached a nearby intersection, she noticed a vehicle creeping up behind her with suspicious figures inside. Spooked by the unsettling presence of the slow-moving car, she sprinted the remaining distance to her waiting ride. Meanwhile, back on Pine Avenue, time passed, and the movie eventually ended. Sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., Melanie said goodbye to her boyfriend and his friend, who lived in the house, before preparing to leave. One of the boys accompanied her to the front door and watched as she stepped outside. They continued observing as she walked down Park Avenue East. A short time later, an unidentified witness saw Melanie crossing the Armstrong Street Bridge, heading south over the river. This marked the last confirmed sighting of Melanie Ethier. The following morning, sometime between 6 o'clock and 7:30 a.m. on Sunday, September 29th, Celine Ethier awoke to the sound of Melanie's alarm clock ringing from her bedroom. When it remained unanswered, she went to check on her daughter, only to find the room empty and in the same state as the previous night. Assuming Melanie had simply stayed over at a friend's house, which was not unusual, Celine switched off the alarm and continued with her morning routine. Later that day, just after noon, Celine received a call from the daycare where Melanie worked, informing her that Melanie had failed to show up for her shift. This immediately raised concerns, prompting Celine to reach out to Melanie's friends from the previous night. They informed her that Melanie had left around 1:30 a.m., but none of them had heard from her since. Growing increasingly worried, Celine made another call, this time to the New Liskeard Police Service. Police Chief Doug Jelly took the report, and a missing persons case for Melanie Ethier was officially opened. Between 12:30 and 3 p.m., officers were dispatched to both the Ethier residence and the Armstrong Street Bridge to begin the investigation. No significant leads emerged in the initial hours of the search. By Monday, September 30th, the New Liskeard Police request assistance from neighboring law enforcement agencies. The Ontario Provincial Police joined the effort, supplying additional manpower, a helicopter, and both police and cadaver dogs. During the first week of the investigation, officers go door to door speaking with residents, urging them to remain vigilant for any signs of Melanie. However, no homes are formally searched. A handful of false sightings are reported when several young women resembling Melanie are spotted around town, leading to brief interrogations. Police consider the possibility that Melanie may have been mistakenly targeted, but ultimately, no evidence supports this theory, and the individuals are released. On Tuesday, October 8th, authorities initiate an underwater search operation in the Wabi River. The effort, which spans 3 days, focuses on the stretch between the Armstrong Street Bridge and Lake Temiskaming. Despite their thorough search, nothing of significance is recovered from the water. As October progresses with no new breakthroughs, investigators find themselves at a standstill, with no clear indication of where Melanie disappeared. Although it cannot be definitively proven that she vanished at the Armstrong Street Bridge, law enforcement overwhelmingly suspects foul play was involved in her disappearance. As 1996 comes to an end and Melanie's disappearance gains traction across Ontario and beyond, the case grows increasingly complex. Over the next several years, detectives dedicate extensive time and resources to interviewing hundreds of potential suspects. Despite identifying numerous locations around New Liskeard for further searches, no significant discoveries are made. In February 2004, following the amalgamation of New Liskeard into the city of Temiskaming Shores, the Ontario Provincial Police, OPP, take full control of the investigation. By 2010, detectives publicly disclose that they have received approximately 700 tips from 500 different sources, leading them to investigate over 300 persons of interest. However, the details surrounding these tips remain classified, with the only widely known testimony being that of an anonymous witness who allegedly saw Melanie crossing the Armstrong Street Bridge around 2 a.m. In 2017, both Melanie Ethier and law enforcement acknowledged to the public that they believe Melanie is no longer alive. While no new evidence is shared, authorities maintain their position that Melanie was the victim of foul play. Then, in 2020, a set of previously sealed case documents are partially declassified. Among the most intriguing revelations is the testimony from Melanie's best friend, who recalls seeing a suspicious vehicle parked near Pine Avenue at approximately 12:30 a.m. on the night of her disappearance. The credibility of this testimony has raised questions over the years. If it was considered unusual for a 15-year-old girl to be walking alone in New Liskeard at that hour, why was this unidentified witness also out at 2 a.m.? However, while it may seem suspicious, that section of Armstrong Street near the Wabi River was still active with late-night traffic. Many cars crossed the bridge regularly, and on a Saturday night, the likelihood of people being out and about was much higher. The witness could have been a passerby, a worker returning home from a late shift in Temiskaming Shores, or even a patron leaving one of the local bars, which closed around the same time Melanie would have been on the bridge. It's possible that the witness who last saw Melanie was a bartender, a patron, or someone else leaving a local pub that night. If so, this person may not only have provided crucial testimony but could also have unknowingly crossed paths with someone complicit in Melanie's fate. The confirmed sighting at 2 a.m. does at least allow for a general reconstruction of her likely path before she vanished. The route from Pine Avenue to Armstrong Street is direct, and the bridge itself is well lit, making it an easy place for a passerby to spot a pedestrian. However, once Melanie crossed the bridge, she would have entered an area where visibility significantly declined. Unlike the well-lit Armstrong Street, the suburban roads leading to her house had few streetlights, creating long stretches of darkness. The absence of traffic on these quieter neighborhood roads meant fewer headlights illuminating the streets, reducing the chances of another witness seeing her. Multiple paths could have led her home from the Wabi River, and all of them shared the same lack of visibility. It's here, in this dimly lit stretch of town, that Melanie Ethier's trail disappears. It is worth pointing out that the September 26th featured a full moon. Therefore, the night of the 28th would have had a nearly full one, providing more natural lights than was perhaps usual. While this probably wouldn't give off enough lights to provide onlookers with a clear sighting of Melanie, it would provide a potential kidnapper or abductor enough light to operate yet still cloak themselves in the shadows where they could jump out or attack without detection. This is pure speculation, but since it's near certain Melanie disappeared after crossing that bridge, it seems a reasonable scenario to consider regarding the geography of the area and the elements that night. Now, let's turn to the most prominent theories in explaining Melanie Ethier's unsolved disappearance. From the beginning of the investigation, many concerned citizens wondered if Melanie had been taken by her estranged birth father. They had not remained in contact since Melanie's infancy, but people who think Melanie was coerced to get in a vehicle with someone she knew believe it's a logical choice. After years of silence, Mel's father shows up hoping to rekindle their relationship, but instead takes her away from her mother and hometown and leaves Canada altogether. It is an understandable gut reaction. However, upon closer inspection, it doesn't quite hold up. Why would he show up in the middle of a Saturday night on a dark side of the street at the September? Sure, it could have been a random moment of opportunity, but if Mel's father really wanted his daughter back in his life, he would surely try an alternative form of communication to see if she was interested. Why not call her or try and meet her or Celine to test the waters instead of instantly resorting to kidnapping? After she went missing, there were no testimonies from her friends or Celine herself that Mel's father had tried reaching her in the days leading up to September 28th, making his involvement unlikely. In fact, police ended up tracking him down to follow up on the theory and were able to clear him of any involvement. So if it wasn't Mel's father, is there anyone else specifically who could have swooped through the shadows of the night and abducted Melanie? There were a couple of names thrown out by New Liskeard investigators in the years following 1996, including those of Robert Goulet and his half-brother, a man known only by his initials of ML. About 5 months before Melanie went missing in April of 1996, A 47-year-old man was murdered by ML and Robert Gillet in a town about 20 minutes north of New Liskeard. Both MLL and Gillet were minors at the time, and ML had been inappropriately touched by the man they murdered, who was called Louis Gautier. Thus, the two boys were aided by their uncle, Gregory Crick, and Louis Gautier, the abuser of ML, was murdered. ML and Gillet were never captured, however, and eventually Crick grew paranoid that Gillet was hurting their family through his nonchalant actions after the murder. Gillet himself actually went missing in November of 1996. His body was recovered 2 years later in a gravel pit in Hilliardon. And while ML and his uncle Crick were always thought to be responsible, they were arrested in December of 1996 for the Louis Gautier killing instead. You may be wondering how any of this links back to Melanie Ethier outside of the case's geographic proximity. Well, while New Liskeard police detectives insist these crimes aren't linked, there have been tips and testimonies to suggest otherwise. One came from an unidentified teenage girl who was a temporary cellmate of ML at a juvenile detention facility in 1998. The girl told law enforcement that ML once confessed to killing HE in 1996. But ML has since denied this confession or any involvement at all. Another tip came in from an attendee at a house party in October or November of 1996, which Robert Gillet had also attended prior to his murder. This anonymous attendee told police that at this party, Gillet admitted to killing Melanie and getting rid of her body via a wood chipper. Investigators weren't convinced, considering the movie Fargo had been released earlier in the spring of 1996, and its infamous scene was probably fodder for plenty of false confessions like Gillet's. Nevertheless, detectives wiretapped the residences of Gillet, ML, and their uncle Gregory Chick to try and gather any intel based on private conversations. These wiretaps never revealed any information regarding Melanie HE or her disappearance, and their potential involvement in the case was dismissed by police. Theories revolving around Gillet and ML do not end there, however, as more and more people wondered if Melanie was actually the victim of mistaken identity and the perpetrators were looking for someone else who resembled her. It was a known fact in 1996 that Melanie was one of only 3 young black women living in New Liskeard at the time. One of the other 3 girls, who has only been referred to as Sarah by official documents, bore a very close resemblance to Mel according to both news reports and New Liskeard residents. This second girl, named Sarah, had been the target of racial abuse and violent threats by 2 boys around Temiskaming shores. And those 2 boys were none other than Gillet and M.L. The theory then purports that Gillet and M.L. sought out to kill Sarah for real, but mistook Melanie as Sarah due to their similar height, build, and race. Many wonder why Gillet and M.L. would target Sarah in the first place. Other than racial discrimination, one motivating factor could have been Gillet and M.L.'s drug business. They were known for peddling drugs to the youths of Temiskaming shores, and Sarah bought from them on several occasions. Then on September 27, 1996, less than 48 hours before Mel's disappearance, Sarah told one of her other friends that she owed some money to local drug dealers and was afraid that if she didn't pay off her debts, they'd kill her. Sarah even went so far as to tell this friend that it wouldn't be a surprise if she went missing that following weekend. Another interesting element to add into the mix is that Sarah had been known prior to the 27th for her teamwork with local police agencies, acting as an informant on a separate group of 3 boys who were dealing drugs around town. The suspicions didn't end there either. Sarah also just happened to live on Pine Avenue, the same road where Mel spent her last night with her boyfriend at his friend's house. Now, Sarah wasn't a part of the crew that night, but some wonder if the car that had been parked near the house on the night of the 28th, the same suspicious vehicle that spooks Mel's best friends, was driven by the supposed drug dealers that were looking for Sarah. Unfortunately, the story muddies up from that point forward. Sarah learned of Mel's disappearance on the September 30th and strangely started telling people around the greater New Liskeard area that her name was Melanie. She would dress up in clothes similar to the ones Mel was wearing the night she disappeared, and went as far as to tell people at the Hallaberry bowling alley that she was the real Melanie Ethier. The police never acted on these odd behavioral changes, and Sarah eventually moved out of New Liskeard in 1998. From North Boy, she later transferred to Vancouver, British Columbia, and has severed all contact with her friends and family back home in Ontario. The situation with Goulet, ML and Sarah leaves many questions waiting to be answered. Were Goulet and ML really harassing Sarah in the days leading up to Mel's disappearance? Did people really get confused between Sarah and Melanie on a regular basis, or did a few folks come up with that idea simply because they were two of only 3 black girls in their community? Was that car that scared Mel's best friend driven by Goulet and ML? Did they then track down Melanie after she crossed the Armstrong Street Bridge believing she was Sarah and kidnapped her anyway when they realized their mistake? Can we even believe Sarah's story at all, considering her false impersonations of Melanie after she went missing? If we do, is it possible Sarah was somehow involved herself? Melanie and Sarah were familiar with each other but were not good friends. Again, detectives in both the NLPD and OPP say no to all of the above and insist that none of these coincidences quantify as evidence. The Sarah situation wasn't the only theory to involve a mistaken identity either. There was another girl in the Temiskaming shores also named Melanie Ethier, her middle name being Louise rather than Nadia. Melanie Louise was only a year older than Melanie Nadia, and both attended the same secondary school at the same time. Police initially thought Melanie Louise could have been the intended victim because she was close friends with the girl who was dating ML. And at the time, ML was under investigation. Melanie Louise's mother was also a cousin of Louis Gauthier, the man killed by ML and Robert Goulet. So just as Melanie Nadia could have been mistaken for Sarah because of their appearance, Melanie Nadia could have been mistaken as Melanie Louise because of their name. Upon closer inspection though, it doesn't really make much sense. How could someone mistake Melanie for another girl who was a completely different height, weight, build and ethnicity? At least Sarah was known to be in close proximity to Melanie's last known movements. Melanie Louise was not. Early on, police wondered if ML or whoever the perpetrator was hired a third party to kidnap Melanie Louise and only told them her first and last name. Then when these third-party criminals looked her up, they accidentally picked out Melanie Nadia Ethier. And that is how the confusion occurred. However, detectives no longer believe Melanie Louise is in any way connected. Though she did partake in an interview in February 2020 in which she shared with reporters a meeting with ML at a park near their home in the autumn of 1996, in which ML acted anxious and paranoid, asking her if she thought he was involved with the murder of Louis Gauthier or the disappearance of Melanie Nadia Ethier. Melanie Louise said at the time she didn't feel like he was responsible, but as of today does think that ML was involved in both the Gauthier and in the Ethier vanishing. Other than Robert Goulet and ML, could there have been any other locals around New Liskeard who could have kidnapped Melanie that fateful night? While there aren't any specific names making the rounds, there are a few theories that Mel's abductor was local to Temiskaming shores. One popular theory is that Mel was hit by a drunk driver on her walk back home. Because of the poor lighting around the suburbs past the Wabi River, it makes sense that someone attempting to drive under the influence may not see Mel walking and hit her with their out-of-control car, panicked in the heat of the moment, and took her body and got rid of it rather than calling the police. Remember, there were multiple bars around New Liskeard that were closing for the night at 2 a.m. Movie night. The patrons who decided to leave drunk could be the culprits. In fact, it was popular for regulars to leave the Ontario bars at 2 a.m. and head over to the bars in nearby Quebec, as the laws in Quebec allow pubs to stay open 1 hour later until 3 in the morning. All that being said, the chances Mel was struck by a car and then removed by a drunkard are slim to none. It is highly improbable that someone drunk enough to swerve off the side of the road and strike a pedestrian would also be cognizant enough to quickly get rid of the body without leaving behind a shred of evidence. Nary a drop of blood or a tuft of hair. To this day, detectives remain no closer to solving the baffling disappearance of Melanie Ethier, despite several theories emerging over the past 25 years. Since she was last seen crossing the Wabi River, no confirmed trace of her has ever surfaced. With a case devoid of hard evidence or tangible clues, the most substantial lead remains the eyewitness testimony released in 2010, which detailed Melanie's final sighting on the Armstrong Street Bridge at approximately 2 a.m. on September 29th. The identity of this witness remains classified, though police have clarified that it was not one of Melanie's friends from the. And if Mel was hit by a car, It would have made a pretty loud noise, and neighbors in the surrounding suburbs don't remember hearing any automobile accident that night. There were also 2 separate NLPD patrol cars stationed outside of the New Liskeard bars that night of September 28th, with officers watching over the departing patrons to make sure such accidents wouldn't happen. While it is possible that a patron or 2 slipped through the cracks of the park cops' vision, investigators researched all tips that came into their station in the following months about rumors that Mel was hit by a car and dumped in rural landfills. And each and every one was found to be inaccurate, or completely made up. Another popular theory is that Mel was attacked by 1 or 2 strangers from New Lisk in a crime of opportunity. In addition to the bars that were still open, there were also a few gas stations in New Lisk open and operating that late at night. 2 of them, a Mr. Gas and an Esso station, would have been passed by Mel on her route back home, and there could have been lurking strangers waiting for a chance to attack an unsuspecting woman. There were also a couple of weddings being held at small venues around Temiskaming Shores that weekend in September. And it is possible that the crowds they brought in also brought in a person or 2 looking for trouble. The most likely theory revolving around suspicious New Liskeard locals was born from testimonies given by 2 girls connected with Mel the day she went missing. The first was by one of the girlfriends of the boys that hung out with Melanie and her boyfriend that Saturday afternoon. She didn't end up going to the Pine Avenue house that night, but rather returned home to walk her dog. While walking her dog at around sunset, a white delivery van pulled up along the side of the road and stopped next to her. The driver and the passenger, 2 white men in their 30s wearing white tank tops and sporting disheveled appearances, asked the girl for directions. The 2 men gave off incredibly uncomfortable vibes, and when the girl's dog started barking at the van, the 2 men drove off without saying anything else. The second testimony involving a white van didn't come until 2020 but occurred the same day as the first. This report was given by a female clerk at the video rental store where Mel and her friends rented the movie they would watch the night of September 28th. The clerk was the sister to one of the boys in Mel's friend group and remembers covering the price of the movie that night when they came in. An hour later at around 10:30 p.m., the clerk remembers a white van pulling into a darkly lit slot of the parking lot, and either the driver or the passenger entering the store. The clerk tried assisting the man, but he ignored her, eventually left, and the white van drove away as quickly as it had arrived. But the clerk was unable to get a license plate number, as the low light made the front of the vehicle indecipherable. When the clerk finally told reporters of the incident, she described a man as being in his 40s, of an average build, standing at either 5'8" or 5'9", sporting dirty blonde hair, unkempt blue work pants and work boots, and a white shirt that was in the process of turning yellow with dirt and sweat. The clerk would end up calling her father to pick her up, feeling too weirded out by the white van to walk home as she usually did. To befuddle investigators even more was an additional report of a suspicious vehicle seen the weekend of September 1996. This car was described as light-colored, possibly white, blue, or gray, and could be of a multitude of older models such as a Cadillac Eldorado, a Ford Thunderbird, or an Oldsmobile 88. It was seen by multiple witnesses driving around New Liskeard with its headlights switched off and crawling alongside streets, seemingly watching for something. Most notably, it was also sighted on the Armstrong Street Bridge at around 2 a.m. just before or after Melanie crossed the Wabi River. This is all the information we have on this mysterious third vehicle, but a sergeant in the NLPD has since stated that this light-colored model is no longer believed to be connected to the case or to either the white van or the car seen on Pine Avenue that frightened Mel's friend. However, the men driving those 2 cars are still seen as active persons of interest. A couple of other theories have also been shut down by investigators yet are still shared by armchair detectives. These range from discussions about a hunting accident to attacks by white supremacists. While the hunting scene around New Liskeard is popular amongst locals and tourists alike, the only types of hunting legalized in the area are small game and bear hunting. Bear hunting was reserved for the springtime in the 1990s, and small game hunting is really only engaged in by nearby residents, never really drawing in outside crowds. Big game hunting is another story, but in Canada, those hunters must stay at a licensed outfitter, and those weren't in operation in Temiskaming Shores in September of Mel's disappearance. but there had been no reports of hate crimes or other similar acts in Ulyscate at the time of the investigation. And the white supremacist groups themselves were already heavily monitored by the fall of 1996. While it cannot be ruled out, there just isn't enough evidence to support it at this point in time. The best remaining theories in Mel's disappearance all revolve around 3 serial killers from the Temiskaming area in the 1990s. The first of these is Richard Bullion, a sexual predator from Quebec who killed his neighbor, a 16-year-old girl called Julie, in 1999. Richard was never arrested due to a lack of evidence that both the victims' families and law enforcement figured he was their prime suspect. Richard eventually confessed to Julie's murder along with a handful of other killings while on his deathbed, but was removed as a person of interest in Mel's case when it was confirmed by detectives that he was located 8 hours away from New Liskeard on the night of September 28. The second serial killer profiled was Paul Allen Hashey, a middle-aged man convicted of multiple sexual assaults and 2 murders across Edmonton, Alberta and the province of Ontario. One of the murders was of a 46-year-old man in the Toronto neighborhood of Rosedale, and the other of a 20-year-old woman in North Bay, Ontario. After his arrest, Paul confessed to a third murder of another middle-aged white man. Though police collectively agreed, his victim count was higher than he let on. However, his modus operandi does not match Mel's demographic, and he was deemed unlikely to be connected to her case by the OPP. The third and final serial killer was a man by the name of Michael Wayne McGray, a 30-year-old active criminal in the mid-1990s. By 1998, McGray had killed 6 girls spanning between the ages of 7 and 18 and claimed to have even more victims, upward of 18 in total. He was arrested in November of that year, and investigators examined his purported killings from countless locations across Canada. It was obvious McRae had hopped between provincial cities to cover his tracks, but it was unclear if he had ever been around New Liskeard. While Mel's age does fit McRae's MO, it has yet to be clarified if he is actively considered a person of interest. Until a confession comes or evidence is mounted, he'll have to remain nothing more than one of the hundreds of theories thrown about in a mystery that only seems to grow by the minute. Before we divulge our hypothesis, we want to make it known that our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each episode, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. In the case of Melanie Ethier, we agree with current OPP and NLPD investigators that Mel was most likely a victim of foul play on her walk home from the Pine Avenue gathering she attended that Saturday night of September 28, 1996. More specifically, we believe that Melanie was coaxed into the vehicle of someone she either knew or was at least familiar with. The biggest clue that Mel wasn't simply kidnapped from her feet and forced into the car is the lack of noise heard by neighbors in those early morning hours. Nobody heard the thud of a body hitting a car or the screams of a person as they were dragged away against their will. It was a silent endeavor, which strongly hints that Mel was familiar with her captor. In addition, Melanie was known to be an incredibly agile and athletic person at the time of her disappearance. She was a ballerina after all and would have put up a fight against an opportunist. And if she saw someone coming before they struck, she would have attempted to run or hide in the shadows of the night. She may even have attempted to stand her grounds and was physically capable of handling herself. Whoever hurt her that night could have been operating with a crony or crew of criminals, especially if you give any merits to the sightings of the men in the white van or the men in the suspicious Pine Avenue vehicle at midnight. But remember, there was no sound. So unless Mel was taken by a professional group of child kidnappers, it simply doesn't make much sense. There's also the matter of the time of nights and location of Melanie's disappearance that actually dissuades the theories of a random attack. While it may seem to make sense that a predator would conceal themselves in the dark of night and jump out at an odd hour to prey upon unsuspecting women, the fact is that Melanie's New Liskeard suburb was not exactly known for its prowlers. Melanie also wasn't usually a nighttime walker. She had no routine of walking home alone on Saturday evenings, and there wasn't a pattern for a potential stalker or opportunist to follow. So if Melanie was kidnapped by someone she knew or was familiar with, the question is who? The boys that Mel hung out with the night she went missing have been the focal point of an investigation for years. Detectives claim all the people who hung out with Melanie on the 28th passed lie detector tests. But we all know that doesn't mean much and cannot 100% exclude them from guilt. Of course, these boys have been thoroughly interrogated outside of just a polygraph, and Mel's been thoroughly interrogated outside of just a polygraph, and Mel's boyfriend of the time has come out and said how much he regrets not walking her home. But there is still the chance one of his friends could be to blame. If one of the boys who hung out with Mel did not take her themselves, they could have informed someone else of her plans to walk home that night and have someone else from school grab her. Still, while the boys of New Liskeard make realistic suspects, the fact of the matter is the who part of the equation is nearly impossible to discern. While most signs point to a level of familiarity between Melanie and her captor, it cannot be determined for sure who took her until a body is found or someone comes forward. Until then, we want to echo the sentiments of those who still fight for Melanie's life, of those who are still out there looking for her in every corner of the world, to Misgiving Shores and beyond. We know somebody out there knows something about Mel's fate. And even if it may not seem like a huge clue, it could be the thing investigators need to bring her home and deliver closure for her mother and sister. And even though those closest to the case believe Melanie is no longer alive, as with all missing persons cases, a sliver of hope remains. Until proven otherwise, the possibility exists that she could still be out there somewhere. Hope is what Melanie would have wanted. She was a beacon of light in the lives of those who knew her, offering kindness, warmth, and encouragement to everyone she met. Whether she was dancing, roller skating, working at the daycare, or simply being part of the New Liskeard community, she poured her heart into everything she did. Melanie was incredibly intelligent, with a future full of promise. Success was not just a possibility for her, it was a certainty. Now, it is up to us to ensure her story is not forgotten, that her legacy is honored, and that justice is served for a young girl who deserves so much more. If you or anyone you know has any information about the disappearance of Melanie Ethier, please contact the OPP Temiskaming Detachment at +1 888 310 1122. Moving on to the next case. The Atlanta Ripper. Between 1909 and 1914, the infamous Atlanta Ripper terrorized the streets of Atlanta, Georgia. Believed to be responsible for the deaths of at least 15 women, the killer has taken on an almost mythical status over time. Like Jack the Ripper, the Atlanta Ripper primarily targeted black or mixed-race working-class women and was known for mutilating his victims. The Ripper's first known attack occurred in October 1910, when 23-year-old Maggie Brooke was bludgeoned across the head, leaving her with a fractured skull. On January 22, 1911, 35-year-old Rosa Trice was found murdered near her home. Her death was even more brutal. Her skull was crushed, her throat slashed, and she had been stabbed in the jaw. The Atlanta Constitution reported that her husband was initially arrested for the crime but was soon released due to a lack of evidence. The following month, another woman's remains were discovered in a wooded area near the West Point Belt car line, further deepening the mystery surrounding the Atlanta Ripper's reign of terror. The woman is described as being black and around the age of 25, but she has never been identified. Then on May 28, 1911, the body of Belle Walker was located 25 yards from her home on Garibaldi Street. Her sister had reported her missing not long before she was found after discovering that she had failed to return home from work. Belle's throat had been viciously slashed, and the following month, the body of Addie Watts turned up having suffered the exact same injury. Fear gripped the black and mixed-race communities of Atlanta. The vast majority of the killings had taken place in the city's 4th Ward where street lighting was poor and there were no trams, meaning many workers had to trudge home alone on foot in the pitch black, leaving them exposed to the killer. In his book, The Atlanta Ripper, The Unsolved Case of the Gate City's Most Infamous Homes of White Employers in the Old 4th Ward and the Outlying Areas, he added that one attack happened just down the street from the victim's employer's home, and added that the employer heard the commotion. When he emerged, he found the victim but was not able to identify the killer. In July of 1911, 40-year-old Lena Sharp became the Ripper's next victim and produced the first possible eyewitness testimony in the killings. One newspaper from the time reported that Lena's daughter went looking for her when she was laid home, aware that their neighbor had recently been killed by the Ripper. While looking for her mother, she bumped into a tall black man who told her, quote, "Don't worry. I never hurt girls like you." He then stabbed her in the back and fled the scene. However, another paper claimed that Emma Lou, Lena's daughter, had been walking with her mother when Lena was struck with a brick and Emma Lou was stabbed. The assailants then slit Lena's throat before returning to Emma Lou and standing over her with a knife. He ran from the scene when he heard footsteps approaching. Sadie Holly was found dead on July 11, 1911, just 10 days after Lena's murder. Her injuries were so bad that she'd almost been decapitated. A suspect in Sadie's case was identified as a cab driver who'd argued with her on the night of her death, and who was found with scratches on his arm and blood on his clothing. The suspect in the case was indicted but ultimately found not guilty, as the killings continued even while he was incarcerated. During the latter half of 1911, the bodies of Marion Duncan, Eva Florence, Minnie Wise, and Mary Putnam were all discovered at different times, further fueling fears of the elusive killer. Historian Jeffrey Wells believes the true number of victims could be at least 20. Some reports suggest that even after 1914, the murders and mutilations of black women persisted. Whether these later crimes were the work of the Atlanta Ripper or a different assailant remains uncertain. Many theories suggest that multiple individuals, rather than a single murderer, were responsible for the killings. Another possibility is that some of the murders attributed to the Ripper were actually committed by men seeking to eliminate their wives, using the widespread hysteria to disguise domestic violence as the work of a serial killer. To this day, the identity of the Atlanta Ripper remains a mystery. Moving on to the next case. The Rainbow Maniac. One of the advantages of modern advancements is the increasing ability to solve long-standing cold cases. From giving identities to Jane and John Does, who remain nameless for over 3 decades, to uncovering the truth behind chilling serial killer cases that haunted entire nations, the field of true crime has seen significant progress. However, not every case reaches closure. The Rainbow Maniac is the name given to the perpetrator behind the Pinturas Park murders, which occurred in Carapicuíba, Sao Paulo, Brazil, between February 2007 and August 2009. According to The Guardian, around 6 months after Sao Paulo's Pride celebrations in early 2008, authorities announced that they were searching for a serial killer believed to be behind as many as 16 murders in the city. The Rainbow Maniac is generally linked to at least 13 confirmed victims, all of whom were gay men between the ages of 20 and 40. Of these, 11 were shot in the head, 1 was brutally beaten to death, and another was shot 12 times. Regarding this last case, police stated that the sheer number of bullets had left the body riddled like a sieve. Most of the victims were attacked in Pinturas Park, a well-known gathering spot for gay men and a location frequented by sex workers after dark. However, one of the murders took place in a motel room. In February 2008, investigators began looking into whether 3 additional deaths in the nearby city of Osasco were connected to the Pinturas Park killings. At the time, the local police chief openly stated that the murders were clearly driven by hate, explaining, "In his head, he thinks he is doing a cleanup job. He doesn't like homosexuals, he hates them." The first known victim in this series of brutal crimes was 32-year-old Jose Enrique, who was murdered in Pinturas Park on July 4, 2007. Nearly all of the victims were found partially undressed, their bodies discarded in the park's undergrowth, as if they were garbage. Their pants were pulled down to their knees, and each had been executed with a .38 caliber bullet to the back of the head. Despite the striking similarities between these deaths, it wasn't until mid to late 2008 that authorities recognized a pattern, realizing the murders were likely connected. At the time, police acknowledged, "The case has now gone beyond the limits of a common crime," referring to how the killings had initially been treated as isolated acts of violence, something unfortunately frequent in the city. Officials further stated, "We are dealing with a suspect who kills homosexuals exclusively." To curb further attacks, a team of 15 detectives was assigned to the case, and plainclothes officers were dispatched to patrol the park at night. Additionally, ballistic testing began so that investigators could determine whether or not it was the same weapon being used across all the murders. For a brief time, a man who frequented the park was considered a suspect after he found the bodies of 3 of the 12 victims. However, gunshot residue testing was carried out on the man and the results were negative. He subsequently began acting as a liaison with the police, and he told the media, "People know the risk, but they don't care. Pachuras is our meeting place, and no one is going to stop getting it on there because of this wacko." In December 2008, retired State Police Sergeant Elio Francisco Franco was arrested in connection with the case. Several months earlier, a witness had identified him as the perpetrator of one of the murders, though Franco vehemently denied any involvement. At the time of his arrest, he was employed as a private security guard at a supermarket. Authorities informed the media, "We have a credible witness who says he saw Franco pump 12 bullets into a black gay man inside the park." Another witness further alleged that Franco was a frequent visitor to Paturi's park, claiming he apparently cruised for gay men and victims. Police later stated, "We are convinced he is the rainbow maniac we have been searching for." However, despite their confidence in his guilt, Franco was brought to trial in February 2011 and ultimately acquitted of all charges. To this day, the Paturi's Park murders remain unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Brian and Angela Charles. On the morning of March 22, 2009, at approximately 7 a.m., police were dispatched to a horrific crime scene on a quiet street in Joliet, Illinois. Inside the home of 31-year-old IT manager Brian Charles, officers found him slumped over on the living room couch, fatally shot in the head and chest. His wife, 23-year-old Angela Charles, a portrait photographer at JCPenney's All and Park studio, was discovered in the hallway outside their child's bedroom, also dead from a gunshot wound to the head. Miraculously, the couple's 2-year-old son, Sean, was found unharmed, still asleep in his wooden crib. The 911 call reporting the scene was made by Brian's ex-wife, Kathleen, also 31, who was the mother of his 2 other children. She told authorities she had gone to Brian's house that morning to retrieve video games for their kids. However, this claim was contradicted by statements from her own children, according to an investigator's affidavit. Family members and friends also questioned Kathleen's reasoning, pointing out that she did not allow her children to play video games. Online sleuths have speculated about her presence at the home that early in the morning, wondering why she would go to her ex-husband's residence at 7 a.m. simply for video games, an explanation that seemed suspicious from the start. Kathleen quickly became the prime suspect in the brutal murders of her ex-husband and his new wife as details of their contentious divorce and ongoing custody battle surfaced. Brian and Kathleen had been married for 7 years, during which Brian had taken Kathleen's last name. In February 2003, he filed for divorce and was granted temporary custody of their children. 3 years later, Brian married Angela, and their son, Sean, was born the following year. Brian was known for his kind and generous spirit, his artistic talent, and his distinctive belly laugh. He enjoyed spending time with his kids, often playing Pokemon cards with them. Angela was a hardworking and dedicated woman who had a deep passion for photography. She had plans to return to college and transfer to a university when the time was right. In addition to her career aspirations, she was also a Girl Scout leader. Just 10 days before her murder, she had gotten a tattoo featuring the names of her son, Sean, and her stepchildren, Cora and Liam, as a symbol of her love for them. In February 2008, Brian was awarded full custody of Cora and Liam after Michigan Family Services launched an investigation into the conditions of Kathleen's mobile home, citing concerns about its suitability for raising children. According to Brian, the children had no running water, shared bug-infested cereal with the family dog, and used buckets as toilets. He went on to add that rags were used instead of toilet paper, and these said rags would then continue to lie on the floor afterwards, and that his children hadn't been bathed in weeks. He even added that one was made to beg at garage sales. On the other hand, Kathleen alleged that Brian had been abusing her and the children. Brian received no criminal convictions from this, but Kathleen managed to secure a pair of protective orders. One lasted around 6 weeks, while another was dismissed after only 3 weeks. After Brian's allegations arose and the investigators tried to inspect her home, Kathleen fled the States with her children. A judge proceeded to order that the children not be taken outside of the county without the court's permission and set a trial date for March 30, 2009. When investigators looked through Angela's Facebook account, they noted her many distressed and upset posts in regards to the custody battle she and Brian were ensnared in with his ex-wife. 2 days after the murders, investigators issued a search warrant at Kathleen's home. They searched her 1990 Chevrolet station wagon and seized 8 computers along with other materials. She was interviewed for 12 hours following the slayings and spent most of the investigation declining to cooperate. She hired an attorney and moved to California with Liam and Cora, whom she was given custody of 10 days after the murders. Kathleen's attorney claimed she had nothing to do with the crime, but refused to comment any further. Relatives and friends claimed that Angela and Brian had voiced their concerns for their safety in the weeks leading up to the murders. It was also found that the back of the Charles family home was broken into when the family were attending the couple's funeral on March 7th. A back window was smashed, but this was later established as being neighborhood kids who knew the house was empty, who had broken in to steal the game's console and DVDs. Kathleen did not attend the funeral after being asked by family and friends. Angela's parents, Jackie and Joseph Roth, now care for Sean, who frequently asks about his parents. In later reports, it appears that Kathleen lost custody of her children and Cora and Liam went on to be raised by Brian's parents. The only known witnesses in the case were the couple's neighbors, who reported hearing loud noises between 2 o'clock and 2:30 a.m. Another neighbor claimed to have seen 2 unidentified men standing outside the home at around 1 a.m. These individuals have never been located or identified. While many suspect Kathleen may have played a role in the murder of her ex-husband and his new wife, no charges have been filed against her. Investigators appear to lack sufficient evidence to pursue legal action, leaving the case at a frustrating standstill. As time passes, the tragic murders of Brian and Angela Charles continue to grow cold. If you have any information regarding this case, please contact the Will County Sheriff's Office at 815-727-8575. Moving on to the next case. Merl and her daughter. 2019 felt like a breakthrough year for solving long-cold criminal cases. While the Golden State Killer stands as the most infamous example, many other arrests were made for crimes dating back to the 1970s. Even Scotland's notorious case of missing mother Renee McRae and her son Andrew seemed closer than ever to resolution. However, amid the wave of justice finally served, it's easy to overlook the criminals who remain at large, one of whom is Merle Marie van der Heyden. On the surface, Merle Marie van der Heyden appeared to be an unremarkable woman. Born on August 5, 1950, little is known about her upbringing, and no major red flags from her childhood or early adult years have ever surfaced. By 1979, at the age of 29, she was working in military intelligence in Maryland, where she met a colleague named Francis Walsh. Their connection was immediate, and within a year, in 1980, they were married in what seemed to be a joyful and ordinary union. Just 4 years later, in July 1984, Merle gave birth to the couple's first child, a daughter named Therese Rose. However, by this point, the marriage between Merle and Francis was already beginning to crumble. Even the arrival of their child couldn't mend the growing divide between them or prevent the inevitable split. Their relationship troubles reportedly stemmed from Merle's rigid and inflexible rules, though the specifics of these rules remain unclear. By 1987, the couple was hanging on by a thread. In a last-ditch effort to salvage their marriage, they relocated to Hawaii, but the move did little to improve their situation. In May of that year, Francis finally moved out and filed for divorce. Despite nearly a decade together, even he could not have anticipated the shocking turn their battle would take. During the heated and drawn-out divorce proceedings, Merl accused Frances of sexually abusing their daughter. However, she was unable to provide any evidence to support her claim. As a result, the accusation failed to damage Frances's reputation or his ability to seek custody. A subsequent investigation by a social worker and psychologist concluded that Theres had been manipulated by her mother into believing these false claims. They also concluded that if given the chance, Merl would likely take Theres and disappear, never to return. Following the bitter divorce, Frances began dating a woman named Janice Anderson. However, their budding romance took a shocking turn on their first date when Merl unexpectedly appeared beside Frances's car, screaming at the couple. How she managed to track them down remains unknown. Frances, attempting to defuse the situation, stepped out of the vehicle to speak with Merl privately. But instead of calming her, this seemed to enrage her further. In a fit of fury, Merl forced her way into the car, sat beside Janice, and began hurling obscenities at her. The confrontation escalated when Merl pulled out a stun gun and attempted to attack Janice. Fortunately, the stun gun's battery was nearly dead, and the attack failed to harm Janice. However, Merl wasn't finished. Before leaving, she ripped out the car's distributor wire, effectively disabling the vehicle. By 1988, officials had granted Frances full custody of their daughter. It was determined that Merl could only see Theres under supervision and only after undergoing a mental evaluation. With this ruling, Merl left Hawaii and returned to the mainland United States, giving Frances a much-needed sense of relief, at least for the time being. At last, he and his daughter would have some peace and quiet. He seems to have truly believed Merl was finally out of their lives. Frances later married Janice, providing a stable and happy home for his daughter. She seemed to blossom right before his eyes, becoming less shy and reserved as the months passed. Merl made regular phone calls but continued to remain in the mainland USA. Then on June the 22nd of 1990, Theres went to daycare in her home of Honolulu. In the morning, the children of the daycare headed out to recess and then returned at 12 p.m. It wasn't until the children were seated that the teacher of the class realized Theres was missing. She'd reportedly been abducted by a woman wearing a hat and dark sunglasses. Immediately, the teacher alerted Frances, who quickly had his suspicions that the woman was none other than his ex-wife, Merl. The authorities were notified and a warrant was issued for Merl's arrest. Frances learned that Merl may have been aided by an organization called Children of the Underground, who supposedly help victims of abuse and their children escape their abuser. More specifically, they are known to help women and children escape controlling and violent husbands. The Children of the Underground are an incredibly controversial group. They have been hit with many lawsuits from angry and upset parents and critics of the program since the millennium. In one interview in 2016, the leader of the group claimed she had helped 7,000 people. The Children of the Underground is known to provide runaways with the identities of the deceased, as well as false paperwork, something which is suspected to have been the case with Merl and Theres. Despite the extensive search which followed, the mother and daughter pair have never been located. Although there are unconfirmed sightings of the pair in Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, Colorado, and Texas. Frances Walsh went on to found Hawaii's Missing Children's Clearinghouse and tragically passed away in 1998, without ever knowing what fate befell his daughter. Merl Marie Vanderheiden is wanted for abduction by both the FBI and the state of Hawaii and has been missing since June 22, 1990. She is possibly armed and dangerous and is described as being 5 foot, 5 inches tall, 120 to 145 pounds with green eyes and brown hair. She may wear wigs and requires either eyeglasses or contact lenses. Her ears are pierced. She was 39 at the time she disappeared and would be 69 years old if still alive. She has been known to use multiple aliases, including Jacqueline Smith, Pat Doherty, Mary Jean Ham, Van Vanderheiden, Cara Johnson, and Cara Cochran. Theres, born on July 4, 1984, may also go by one or more of these surnames. At the time of her disappearance, she was described as a blonde-haired, hazel-eyed child, standing 3 feet tall and weighing approximately 45 pounds. She was only 5 years old when she vanished, and if alive today, she would be 35. Distinctive features include pierced ears and moles on her back and shoulders. When last seen, she was wearing a pink t-shirt, pink shorts, and white and pink Nike sneakers. If you have any information regarding the whereabouts of Merl or Theres, please contact the Honolulu Police Department at 808-529-3111 or reach out via email through the Honolulu PD website. Moving on to the next case. Monster of Florence. The Italian countryside is famous for its rare truffles, exquisite pasta, and fine wine. However, nestled among the olive groves and 15th-century castles is the chilling tale of Il Mostro di Firenze, the monster of Florence, whose web of crimes remains so complex that, despite the combined efforts of both branches of Italian law enforcement and even the FBI, the killer has never been caught and may still be at large. Over the course of several decades, this deranged serial murderer stalked the rolling hills of this idyllic landscape, preying on young lovers who sought privacy within their cars, vehicles that became their final resting places. In a culture where Italians traditionally lived with their families until marriage, these secluded moments were an opportunity for intimacy. But between 1974 and 1985, 14 young adults were brutally slain and mutilated in what would become the first documented serial killings of their kind in Italy's history. Florence, Italy, June 7, 1981. The crime scene at Via della Raggio was eerily undisturbed. A Volkswagen sat still, its passenger seat occupied by what appeared to be a sleeping teenager, his head resting against the partially shattered window. Upon closer examination, investigators spotted a small, dark crimson mark on the left side of his temple, a telltale sign of a bullet wound, perfectly aligned with a hole through the driver's side glass. Just outside the car, the female victim lay sprawled on the grass, a delicate gold chain resting between her lips. Like her male companion, she had been shot in the head, and the gruesome evidence of an animal scavenging at her lower body only added to the nightmarish scene. Like the male victim, there were no signs of struggle. He had been the first to die, executed swiftly with a single bullet to the back of the head, leaving his body otherwise untouched. Both victims were killed with a .22 caliber Beretta long-barrel pistol loaded with Winchester Series H copper-jacketed bullets. The shell casings bore a distinct scratch mark, a unique signature of the gun's firing pin, an unmistakable clue that would link future crimes to the same weapon, as no two firearms leave identical markings. While police initially reported that there was no evidence the female victim had been assaulted while alive, the press would later uncover a horrifying truth. The gruesome damage to her body had not been caused by scavenging animals, as first assumed. Instead, the killer had deliberately mutilated her in a methodical and precise manner, removing her vagina in 3 expert circular incisions. What he intended to do with the excised flesh, the medical examiner refused to speculate on record. Italy holds a peculiar statistic. Up to 1/3 of its population is believed to have been conceived in a car, a consequence of the cultural norm where men and women live with their parents until marriage, which often occurs in their mid to late 20s. As a result, parked cars across the country have long been intimate hideaways for young lovers. It was within this backdrop that the first suspect emerged, a voyeur named Spalletti. A known peeping Tom, he belonged to a larger network of men who turned their illicit pastime into a business, targeting what they called good cars, vehicles occupied by attractive, passionate couples. Despite the lack of concrete evidence supporting the police's accusations, public pressure mounted for someone to be held accountable. Given Spalletti's notorious reputation as a voyeur in the area, he became an easy target. In an attempt to clear his name, he provided an alibi through another voyeur, but there was a critical 1-hour gap. His accomplice admitted to seeing him walking just 50 yards from the crime scene during that unaccounted time. However, when the killer struck again, the police were forced to release Spalletti, eliminating their first suspect. Others would follow, some plausible, others completely outlandish. But before the case unraveled further, more couples would have to die. Between the June murders and the next killing in October, a local newspaper, La Nazione, uncovered an earlier crime, one that predated the ongoing investigation by several years. This case dated back to 1974, 7 years before the June murders. It involved another pair of young lovers, Pasquale Gentilecore, a 19-year-old bartender, and Stephanie Panetti, an 18-year-old aspiring accountant. The couple had slipped away from their friends at Club Teen, a local dance venue, choosing instead to drive to a secluded clearing in the forest of Borgo San Lorenzo to savor the crisp September air and each other's company. But their stolen moment of passion turned into a scene of horror. Caught in the act inside Pasquale's Fiat, the high school sweethearts were found brutally slain, both riddled with .22 caliber bullet wounds and savagely stabbed. The female victim had endured an especially gruesome fate, suffering 97 knife wounds across her body, along with the removal of her pubic area. Even more disturbingly, the killer had inserted a grapevine into her vaginal cavity post-mortem. As the summer of 1981 came to an end, another crime surfaced, one that bore the same ghastly signature. On October 23, 1981, Stefano Baldi, 26, and Susanna Cambi, 24, an engaged couple just months away from their wedding, were discovered murdered in their car, abandoned in the middle of Bartolone Fields. Once again, investigators were met with a horrifyingly familiar scene. Susanna's genitalia had been expertly and methodically removed. Forensic analysis later determined that the mutilation had likely been carried out with a notched knife, possibly a scuba diving knife, as the incision patterns were consistent with such a blade. Then, an anonymous tip changed the course of the investigation. The caller urged police to take another look at a double homicide from 1968. Acting on this lead, detectives revisited the old case and were struck by an eerie similarity. Another couple had been gunned down while in the midst of intimacy. Like the more recent victims, they had been shot with a .22 caliber weapon while inside their car. However, there was one crucial difference. The female victim had not been subjected to the same mutilation that had become the killer's gruesome signature. Even more baffling was the fact that someone had already confessed to the 1968 murders. The woman's husband had admitted to the killings, claiming he had caught his wife in the act of infidelity and had acted in a jealous rage. After his confession, he was sentenced and had spent his life behind bars or under strict supervision in a halfway house. Yet, with this old case now linked to the string of recent murders, investigators faced a disturbing reality. 4 crimes, 4 couples, all executed in their vehicles. And in every case but the first, the female victim had suffered the same chilling fate, the removal of her vagina. August, September, June, October. Whether the killer reveled in the warm summer nights or despised them, one thing was certain: for the people of Florence, summer no longer meant carefree evenings. Instead, it brought tourists, secret hillside rendezvous, and bloodshed. The next murder occurred 7 months later, marking the arrival of summer once more. On June 19, 1982, Paolo Minardi, a 22-year-old mechanic, and Antonella Megalarini, 20, were the latest victims. The couple, known by their friends as Vinaville, a nickname after a brand of superglue, were inseparable. Their bond was tragically severed in the hills of Montespertoli, where they were attacked. However, something about this killing deviated from the murderer's usual ritual. Unlike the previous cases, Antonella was not subjected to the same methodical mutilation, and Paolo, though critically injured, was left alive. Rushed to the hospital, he ultimately succumbed to his wounds but never regained consciousness, leaving investigators without the answers they desperately needed. Adding to the unusual nature of the crime, the killer hastily crashed and attempted to conceal the victim's car before fleeing, further suggesting that something had not gone according to plan. Despite this misstep, he still managed to evade capture. However, a potential break in the case soon emerged. A vehicle matching the description of a light-colored car seen entering one of the victim's campsites was discovered along the Tuscan coast. Concealed beneath a layer of leaves and deliberately hidden among the bushes, the abandoned vehicle was traced back to Francesco Vinci. In 1982, Vinci was arrested and charged as the elusive monster of Florence. Perhaps the botched murder from earlier that year had forced the real killer into hiding, as no further victims would be claimed for the remainder of that year. However, the slayings resumed in September 1983, this time in Gilgo, in yet another attack that did not entirely go according to plan. This particular case cast significant doubt on Vinci's guilt, though he remained behind bars. The 1983 victims might have initially appeared to be a heterosexual couple. The smaller man, with his slight build and long blonde hair, could easily have been mistaken for a woman in the dim light. But in reality, the pair were both male, a revelation that seemed to infuriate the murderer. Instead of following his usual ritualistic mutilations, he simply executed both men before tearing apart their gay pornography magazines and scattering the shredded pages around their campsite. Meanwhile, investigators continued pursuing their strongest lead, the 1968 murders and the man convicted for them, Stefano Mele. They were convinced he knew something crucial. Over time, Mele wavered in his account, repeatedly changing his story about who had actually pulled the trigger that night, killing his wife and her lover. However, despite the inconsistencies, one thing was becoming increasingly clear: the true monster of Florence was still out there. At times, Stefano Mele accused his brother-in-law, Piero Macchiarini, while at other times, he pointed the finger at his own brother, Giovanni Mele, claiming one of them had murdered Barbara. According to Mele, another man at the crime scene had provided the Beretta used in the killings and had taken the weapon away afterward, meaning the true perpetrator had continued the carnage long after the 1968 murders. As a result of these shifting testimonies, police arrested Piero Macchiarini and Giovanni Mele in January 1984. Investigators were convinced that both men had played a role in the 1968 murder, and if they had been in possession of the .22 caliber firearm, they could have continued the killings after Stefano Mele took the blame and was imprisoned. The arrest made headlines across Italy, with newspapers boldly declaring, "Ci sono due mostri." There are two monsters. However, the real killer remained undeterred. Having seemingly satisfied his bloodlust for the time being, he waited once again for warm nights and darkened skies. The following summer, the monster of Florence struck again, this time escalating the horror. In addition to the usual mutilation of his female victims, he introduced a new and twisted detail: the removal of the woman's left breast. On July 29, 1984, the killer claimed the lives of Claudio Stefanacci, a law student, and Pia Gilda Rantini, an 18-year-old cheerleader and bartender. The young lovers were gunned down and stabbed in Vicchio, their bodies left disfigured in a scene of calculated brutality. With this latest murder, the case against Piero Macchiarini and Giovanni Mele fell apart. Both men had been incarcerated since January, meaning they could not possibly have committed the Vicchio killings. As a result, they were released, while the true monster of Florence remained free, lurking in the shadows. The final known murder occurred on either September 7 or 8, 1985, claiming the lives of Jean-Michel Crevecoeur and Nadine Mauriat, a French couple vacationing in Italy. This double homicide would prove to be the most grotesque of all. The pair had been sleeping in a tent near the edge of a forest when the killer silently sliced a 12-inch opening in the tent's fabric. Startled by the noise, the lovers unzipped the tent to investigate, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire. The female victim was struck first and killed almost instantly. Jean-Michel, an accomplished sprinter, managed to escape into the woods, but his efforts were in vain. The killer pursued him, eventually slashing his throat so deeply that his near-decapitated body left a gruesome trail of blood spatter reaching up to 10 feet along the surrounding trees. With the male victim disposed of, the killer returned to Nadine's body to perform his signature mutilations. As with previous female victims, he surgically removed her vagina and left breast, taking them with him. But this time, the brutality didn't stop there. Soon after the murder, he excised Nadine's left nipple and mailed it along with a taunting letter to one of the prosecutors handling the Monster of Florence case. The intended recipient was Silvia Della Monica, one of Italy's few female prosecutors at the time and the only woman assigned to the monster investigation. The chilling delivery had its intended effect. So disturbed by what she received, Della Monica resigned from law enforcement altogether, likely to the amusement of the sadistic killer. The letter mocked the authorities, daring them to locate the bodies from which the gruesome trophy had been taken. However, by sheer coincidence, a local mushroom hunter stumbled upon the crime scene just as the letter arrived at the police station, abruptly ending the monster's twisted game of cat and mouse. This final horrific act marked the end of the monster's known killing spree, but it was only the beginning of the extensive investigation that followed. The most probable suspects came from what law enforcement referred to as the Sardinian Trail, a lead that pointed to three brothers, Salvatore, Giovanni, and Francesco Vinci. All three had been exiled from the island of Sardinia and had relocated to Tuscany, each carrying a dark reputation. Giovanni Vinci was infamous for having raped his own sister. Francesco Vinci, on the other hand, had a well-known talent for slaughtering, skinning, and gutting sheep with unsettling efficiency. Confident and charismatic, he frequented a notorious bar suspected of being a front for kidnapping and ransom operations. While there was no direct evidence linking him to such crimes, Francesco had a history of petty theft and livestock stealing. However, it was Salvatore Vinci who stood out as the most intriguing figure in connection with the monster of Florence case. Reserved and introspective, he projected an intellectual aura, often seen wearing spectacles that enhanced his scholarly appearance. But beneath this quiet demeanor lay a dark past. Salvatore was infamous in his Sardinian hometown for the murder of his young wife, Barbarina. Barbarina had been forced into marriage with Salvatore against her will, yet rumors persisted that she continued her affair with her former lover, Antonio. While Salvatore was hospitalized for several months due to medical issues, Barbarina became pregnant, a fact that led many to believe the child was not Salvatore's. To make matters worse, she named the baby Antonio after his likely biological father, a blatant insult to Salvatore, who was now expected to raise the child as his own. After the baby's birth, Barbarina suffered under Salvatore's control. Neighbors reported that he frequently locked her and the infant inside their home, leaving them with only enough money for milk for the baby and no food for herself. Meanwhile, he would spend his nights at a local bar, socializing with other women. On one such night, when Barbarina had no propane left to warm Antonio's bottle, she was forced to visit a neighbor's home to heat the milk. That was the last time she was seen alive. 3 hours later, Barbarina was found dead in her bed, a propane tank beside her with the nozzle open. Her body bore bruises on her neck and scratches on her face. Authorities officially ruled her death as accidental propane asphyxiation, but the circumstances were deeply suspicious. If she had to visit a neighbor's house just to warm her son's bottle due to lack of propane, how could she have died from gas exposure in her own home? Salvatore later claimed that he had witnessed his wife with another man earlier that evening, but, instead of confronting them, he ran away. He then returned with his father and brother, both of whom conveniently served as witnesses to his discovery of Barbarina's supposed suicide. Despite the neighbor's testimony that Barbarina had no propane and had to visit their home to warm her baby's bottle, police still ruled her death a suicide by gas exposure. An even more suspicious detail was overlooked. Her 1-year-old son, Antonio, who usually slept in the same room as his mother, had been moved to another room that night. This deliberate action meant that only Barbarina succumbed to the gas, further casting doubt on the official cause of death. Later, Salvatore's second wife, Rosina, would expose his dark and unsettling sexual habits. She recounted a night when Salvatore invited a married couple to stay over, which initially seemed harmless. However, she later woke to the sensation of a hand brushing against her side, only to discover Salvatore attempting to engage in sexual activity with the other man. Rather than reacting with shame at being caught, he turned violent and forced Rosina to participate in his exploits. According to Rosina, these encounters often involved both men and women, and she was coerced into becoming a pawn in his disturbing fantasies. But what haunted her the most was her concern for little Antonio Vinci, the son Barbarina had left behind. She worried that the boy, already an orphan in all but name, was far too aware of what was happening within their thin-walled home. Over time, her worst fears were confirmed. Antonio had grown unnaturally attached to her, seeing her as his only source of comfort in a house dominated by his father's depravity. And when she fled the abusive relationship, she had absolutely no legal right or guardianship to the young boy, Antonio, who tearfully stayed with his father as he again said goodbye to the only mother figure he had ever known. After Rosina ran away, Salvatore spent no time mourning her absence and picked up right where he left off even more exuberantly. Quote, "He liked to make love to me while a man did it to him from behind," recalls a former female lover. From men to women and zucchinis to eggplants, he seemed to have an insatiable sexual appetite which could overflow into violence, and led him to making the acquaintance of none other than Stefano Mael, who would play a key role in this complicated and drawn-out investigation. Stefano Mael, who would later confess to and be convicted of the 1968 slaying of his wife and her lover, was described as simple and part of an old and established family. He fell in love with a poor girl named Barbara Loki, a woman who was vivacious, daring and almost 20 years his junior, and soon they were married. Quickly though, the bitter and abused Barbara started stealing from the established family, and being boldly promiscuous, even going so far as to sneak men back to the family home. Although the older generations of Malays saw this as her causing the family much shame, the desire to be with men outside her marriage was actually at the bequest of her much older husband, Stefano, who seemed to gain pleasure at the thought of his wife being shared by another man, similarly to Salvatore Vinci. One of the sought-after men brought into the open relationship was the recently immigrated Salvatore Vinci, the Sardinian who was rumored, though this would-be swinging partner didn't know it, to have killed his own wife, similarly named Barberino. Salvatore would be invited to share the couple's home with the stipulation that he also share the bed of Stefano Mael's wife and take her out on dates. He wined and dined her, and it was rumored that Salvatore was father of Barbara's eventual son, Natalino. But Salvatore wasn't the only Vinci brother with whom Barbara would have sexual relations. She would later move on to the youngest of the brothers, the macho gangster, Francesco, having passionate fights and public makeups all over the Tuscany town. Eventually, the brothers bored her, and she moved on to another man who would end up being her last. Antonio Lobianco was the man with which she had gone too far. For now, she had stolen not only the hearts of the two Vinci brothers Salvatore and Francesco, but also stolen the heart of her husband, Stefano Mael, and his family money, and caused much shame to the family name. On a warm summer's night in August of 1968, Barbara and Antonio were engaging in love-making after attending a movie whilst Barbara and Mele's son, Natalino, was sleeping in the back of the car. Ambushed, the lovers were shot just over the head of the 6-year-old boy, who awoke to the flashes of the muzzle and cowered in horror as his mother was shot 4 times and her lover shot 3. Natalino was removed from the car as his own father wasn't going to let him sit in a car with his dead mother and her lover bleeding out until he was found, and his father dropped him off at a neighbor's house where he placed him on the doorstep to ring the bell and then ran off, leaving the boy to cry on the steps and tell the neighbor, "Open the door and let me in. I'm sleepy and my daddy is sick in bed. Then you have to drive me home because mommy and my uncle are dead in their car." Natalino, in an obvious result of witness tampering by his own father and uncles, which is what he called the men his mother was openly sleeping with, as he was never able to conclusively say to this day just exactly who of the clan of the men was guilty of the murder. Later, after confessing, some believe falsely, Stefano Mele, who didn't have her drive a car, would continue to change his story in regards to who provided the gun and who drove him from the scene. Mele admitted to planning and enacting the murder, but then later, upon being pressed, said it was in fact Salvatore Vinci who was enraged after Barbara left him for his brother Francesco Vinci. When pressed for a motive, Mele insisted that Salvatore had ominously replied after finding out about Barbara's affair with his own brother, and being asked to repay some money he had borrowed from Mele, "I'll kill your wife for you. That will even up the debt." But later, Mele reverted back to his original confession that he was the sole murderer. Upon harsher interrogation, Mele went back to insisting that it was indeed Salvatore Vinci who had planned and executed the murders, as he was, quote, "the only one with a car and that he was the one with the .22 Beretta." But when investigators brought Salvatore in for questioning, the two suspects met face to face, and Salvatore Vinci gave Stefano Mael a stare so meaningful that Mael was caused to burst into tears and retract everything he had previously said, again claiming full responsibility for the double homicide. Later, it would be discovered that the meaningful look Salvatore had given Mele was an unspoken threat. He knew Mele was a closet homosexual and encouraged Barbara to seek out men for the sharing. Stefano lusted and pursued male lovers for Barbara so that he could partake in the lovemaking sessions under the guise of being part of a larger ring of swingers, people who have intramarital relationships with the permission or encouragement of their spouses. It would be brought to light that Mele had an extreme fear of Francesco and Salvatore outing him. He was terrified his scandalous secret homosexuality would come out as he traded his freedom for Salvatore's silence. Being unveiled as gay at the time was enough of a fear for Stefano to take the fall for the murder of which he certainly had not acted alone and serve his sentence, and later lifetime probation in a dingy halfway house silently, and without further protests of innocence while the actual monster was free to roam the countryside. Mele later died of natural causes without ever revealing any helpful information as to the true identity of the monster. After the third murder set the Peeping Tom free, both Salvatore Vinci and his brother Francesco Vinci would be taken in and questioned for being the monster. But each time a new brother was brought in, a subsequent murder cleared him as being the lone killer, which some people interpreted as evidence of a larger group of clandestine murderers, and not just a lone wolf as police originally thought. While Francesco Vinci would spend many months in jail and Salvatore Vinci would actually be tried as the monster, both were eventually released and Salvatore acquitted due to lack of evidence. Salvatore later disappeared while his brother Francesco was found dead, tied up and locked in a car trunk, presumably by the mob. The next suspect, Pietro Passiani. After unsuccessfully investigating through the usual methods, the Italian police decided to use the beauty of data to solve the mystery. After analyzing the data and records of over 100,000 men in Italy, the Polizia focused in on one man in particular. Pietro Passiani was a brutish man. Short, lacking in both emotional and intellectual intelligence, he was reputed among the village for his abuse of his wife and daughters of whom he routinely raped. His incestual sexual deviance aside, what made him stand out among the thousands of male suspects canvassed by the police was two curious coincidences. Firstly, the monster had stopped killing, that the police knew of, between 1974 and 1981, which is also when Passiani had been in jail for the sexual battery of his children. Secondly, in 1951, Passiani caught a traveling salesman who was about to become intimate with his soon-to-be wife and proceeded to beat him to death in front of her, and subsequently rape his fiancée directly next to the dead body. These two facts combined would stand out more garishly upon uncovering a statement that came from Passiani himself in regards to the 1951 killing. He claimed that he had become enraged and jumped to action when he spied his bride-to-be flash her left breast at the traveling salesman. The left breast of the female victims had been taken in all but the 1968 and 1971 murders. Passiani was arrested in 1993, and a 12-day search of his home would yield two things. 1. A reproduction of Botticelli's Primavera that showed, in part, a nymph flowers, to which the police would interpret as being appositionally similar to the placing of the gold necklace in the mouth of the 1971 female victim. Police also supposedly uncovered a .22 bullet, which may have been planted by police as it was found by an upper-level investigator who was seemingly needlessly going over a portion of the land which had already been searched for the past 10 days. A policeman who worked on the scene would later speculate off the record that he believed his chief inspector planted the bullet at the scene. Also found at his home was a small insignificant scrap of cloth, which was dutifully catalogued into evidence, but would later conveniently place a portion of a .22 Beretta gun found wrapped in the same cloth of which they supposedly found a piece earlier at the house of Passiani. The part of the gun found in the cloth was only a portion of the .22 gun and therefore conveniently unidentifiable, as was the bullet, and led to no conclusive connection of the monster killings. As an expert later testified, the bullet could conceivably have been inside the monster's gun and then ejected prior to firing. But later, that same expert would admit to exceptional pressure from the prosecution to say that the bullet was one the monster could have potentially used, although it had none of the trace marks. But as this expert didn't admit to falsifying the documents until after Passiani was convicted of all the monster crimes, With the exception of the 1968 killing, which was still attributed to Stefano Mele, none of this was uncovered until after the conviction. Despite the fact that there was nothing but circumstantial evidence against Passiani, the painting of the nymph, the unused bullet, the untraceable gun parts, and the coincidental jail sentence that kept Passiani off the streets at the same interval that no new killings took place, the public was eager to leave the monster case behind them and get back to the hillside antics for which the country was wont to do. And Passiani was mostly convicted in the court of public opinion as well as by the courts themselves. Most famously, Passiani cried out at his trial, "I am a sweet little lamb. I am out here like Christ on the cross." And for that, he gained a small following of, unsurprisingly, young women who, as with many modern prisoners such as Charles Manson and Scott Peterson who boast a moderate female following, became enamored with the convicted rapist. Passiani was convicted of being the monster of Florence in 1994. In 1996, after a lengthy appeal, which, luckily for the truth, involved none of the players of the original investigation and led the appeals prosecutor to, instead of arguing to uphold the conviction, fervently disavowed the prior investigation as a quote Pink Panther-like and darkly comedic twisted affair. Passiani was acquitted of all charges and was about to walk a free man when a chief inspector paraded into the courtroom saying he had 4 eyewitnesses that actually saw Passiani committing the crimes. Even the prosecutor dismissed these charges as being a desperate attempt at salvaging the investigation team's quote hard work and was let free with the expectation that the case would be retried utilizing the 4 new supposed witnesses. Passiani later died of a heart attack before he could ever be retried and thus died technically a free man, cleared of the monster charges but still a convicted rapist of his poor daughters and abuser of his forsaken wife. The cast of purported witnesses contained 3 mentally handicapped illiterate charges of the village who supported those who couldn't support themselves intellectually or financially, and 1 local prostitute. 2 of the 4 implicated not only Passiani in the double murders but also themselves. But most locals say they were blackmailed, bribed, or otherwise manipulated into giving false testimony due to their low IQ. 2 of the mentally impaired men were actually convicted of accomplice to murder as they, falsely, confessed bequest of a mysterious doctor who paid them to harvest the female organs. Later, 2 public officials, Gutierrez and Mingaini, would be tried and censured for abuse of office among many allegations of mishandling police information, obstructing justice and falsification of evidence as well as witness tampering in these cases. While the investigators were censured for their handling of this portion of the case, it led to another twisted theory which became popular among conspiracy theorists, and that is the theory that the murderers were actually the assassins of a larger, more wealthy female group of high society individuals who needed the female vulva to be harvested for their ritualistic sex parties. The Hollywood-esque images of eyes wide shut masked sex balls and group copulations was too much for the press, which ran with the secret sex society angle, theorizing that the doctor that one of the mentally slow witnesses mentioned was evidence that the people in this circle were of a high social standing. One such suppression of valuable information that could have helped the case was the fact that the well-known FBI behavioral science unit at Quantico secretly was asked to draw up a profile on the monster of Florence. But that profile was not shared with all the investigating parties, withholding valuable information. The behavioral analysts at the FBI produced a document which portrayed the killer as an upper-middle-class loner who had little contact or success with women. This person, presumably male, would have had his own car and probably kept his fetishes at a second location, away his personal life. The perpetrator of these so-called lost murders would most likely stake out both the locations of the killing and his victims beforehand, as he would want to ensure complete preparedness. FBI psychologists theorized that the predator most likely watched the victims from afar as to wait until the moment of copulation to make his move. The report quotes the function of the male as being nothing but an impediment to the killer's main focus, the female. And it is for that reason that the killer utilized a quote blitz method of attack where he would shoot numerous times at a close enough range to incapacitate the man and then would drag the woman some distance off so he could get on with his normal genital mutilation. The FBI asserted that the lack of penetration of the female along with the sexually violent method of mutilation displayed the killer was most likely sexually impotent or incompetent, and used his methods as a way of ritual sexual activity without the customary penetration of the female with a male member. The FBI further hypothesized that the ritualized use of a specific .22 Beretta and a notched knife, possibly a scuba knife, was part of the killer's, quote, kit, a specific set of instruments of terror. These tools, albeit being highly sought after and specific, were so important to the killer that he must have done a risk-reward analysis and decided that he felt comfortable enough to use them to repeat his pattern of ceremonial maiming. The fact that many of the victims were all of Caucasian descent suggested to the FBI that the killer was also white, and that his knowledge of the Italian countryside indicated he was a local Italian who most likely had family living in the areas in which the victims were killed. The behavioral analysts at the FBI also theorized that this male was probably in a job where he had little contact with the outside world, as he would feel too inadequate to do so. They also postulated that he may have served in the military due to his propensity to stake out and stalk the victims. This could also explain his periods of inactivity, as he may have been on military service elsewhere. The behaviorists at Quantico also speculated that the man was one of control and discipline, but that he may have used some intoxicants, possibly drugs or alcohol, to dull his nerves before an event of killing, and being around people may make him anxious due to his inferiority complex, and that, therefore, after the murders, he may appear depleted or exhausted and recuse himself to his private domicile or place of hiding and catalog his souvenirs, which could be clothing, jewelry, or portions of the female's body. This profile significantly differed from the always drunk, poor, uneducated Passiani, who was far too inebriated to even write his own name, much less engage in these meticulous stakeouts and rituals, which is why this FBI profile was never released to the public or used in any of the trials. It simply didn't match the rest of the prosecutor's story or timeline, so it was suppressed. The last theory. The killings have many blurry edges and foggy connections, but one fact remains true. The first double murder holds the key. The first murder, the 1968 slaying of Barbara Mellet and her lover in the car while her son watched, was the first instance of the distinctive .22 Beretta long rifle gun being used to kill. That murder is conclusively linked to the Vinci clan, as Stefano Mail, the man convicted for the murders, have put the clan at the location of the murders, and often he went between one of the Vinci brothers as being the trigger man. In the spring of 1974, just 4 months prior to the first killing since the 1968 murder and the first killing to involve the genital mutilation, Salvatore Vinci would go to police and file a report of breaking and entering against his estranged son, 15-year-old Antonio Vinci, the 1-year-old toddler who was found outside of his dead mother's bedroom 14 years prior, of which Salvatore was later tried for faking. Although the police report Salvatore filed indicated nothing from the house had been stolen, it seems evident that the .22 gun from the 1968 killings committed by the Vinci brothers when Antonio was just a kid would have been stashed in Salvatore's house. And in filing that police report, Salvatore could have been establishing a paper trail for the crime and transfer of the murder weapon once used and to be used again. 4 months later, in the summer of 1974, a new reign of terror began. The same gun was used, but this time, the horrific detail of female genital mutilation was added. The FBI profile, initially dismissed due to inconsistencies with the prime suspect, Pietro Pacciani, suddenly seemed eerily accurate when applied to Antonio Vinci. The report described the killer as an intelligent yet sadistic individual, divorced after his wife cited his impotence. Antonio fit this profile perfectly. Educated and calculating, he had a cruel streak. In a chilling admission during an interview, he confessed to owning a scuba knife, the very type of weapon believed to have been used in the gruesome mutilations. When asked directly whether he had committed the murders, Antonio denied any involvement. However, his reaction was unsettling. He abruptly ended the interview with a menacing growl, stating, "I don't play games." Despite previously being arrested on weapons trafficking charges, Antonio Vinci remains a free man. He currently resides in a suburb of Florence and has never been formally questioned or arrested in connection with the Monster of Florence case. While many in Italy have accepted the narrative that the now-deceased Pietro Pacciani was the infamous killer, the facts paint a different story. Those who have thoroughly investigated the case believe the true monster of Florence has never been caught. Moving on to the next case. Tom Roche. Tom Roche, a 36-year-old man from Burbank, California, lived with his longtime girlfriend, Barbara Rondo. The couple, together for 16 years, shared a love for motorcycles and cycling, often taking weekend trips on their Harley-Davidson and participating in a local cycling club. Tom worked as a supervisor in a machine shop, while Barbara was employed at a blueprint company. In the fall of 1991, Tom received an exciting job offer for a management position at a company specializing in plating aircraft parts. He accepted the offer and was set to leave his current job to begin his new role on September 16, 1991. However, just 3 days before his scheduled start date, he mysteriously vanished. On the morning of September 13, 1991, Tom drove Barbara to work as usual. They had plans to meet for lunch later that day, but he never showed up. Initially thinking he was just running late, Barbara waited for a while before returning to work. As the day went on and she still hadn't heard from him, she grew increasingly worried. When Barbara arrived home at approximately 5:30 p.m., she noticed the front door was unlocked. Searching the house, she found no sign of Tom. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace. Barbara noticed several strange details upon arriving home. The morning newspaper remained unopened, which was unusual since Tom always read the sports section first thing in the morning. Additionally, the motorcycle battery he had planned to install that day was still sitting on the counter. These clues suggested that Tom had no intention of leaving the house that morning. Further reinforcing this idea, the answering machine was turned off, something Tom only did when he planned to stay home for the day. Hoping he would return, Barbara waited, but Tom never came back. Concerned, she reported him missing the following day. Police conducted interviews with friends, family, and neighbors. One neighbor recalled seeing Tom at approximately 9:30 a.m., talking to a man standing beside a pickup truck. Tom appeared engaged in a normal conversation while looking into the bed of the truck. Investigators also discovered that earlier that morning, at around 8:20 a.m., Tom had made 2 bank deposits. These were the last confirmed activities in his timeline before he vanished. However, he did not withdraw any money, which suggests that Tom had no plans of leaving. Police could not figure out if Tom had left voluntarily or if he was a victim of foul play. 6 days after his disappearance, on September 19th, Barbara received a letter addressed to the family of Thomas Roche. In the letter, the author claimed responsibility for Tom's death. The author wrote, "I am suffering a great deal of guilt right now about what I have done, and I feel it is necessary to write about it for my sake and yours. You don't know me and hopefully never will, but I am the one who killed Tom Roche. I cannot and will not go to jail. I could never handle it. I almost lost my mind, never again. I loved being in Vietnam. In fact, those were the happiest days of my life. I felt such a rush whenever I had a confirmed kill that it was hard to switch it off when I came back to the States. For 18 long years I have held this in check despite the nightmares and fantasies about killing. This Jeffrey Beamer thing really got to me and I wonder if I could still do it. I figured LA would be the best thing for what I had in mind. I did not want just a random thing cause you can get called that way, so I set up a plan. I met Tom in a strip joint in the valley and got to talking. He fell for it, and we arranged to meet on Friday the 13th. I must assure you that it was neat and quick. I do not think he suffered at all. I am very sorry for what I have done, and I know in time that the guilt will leave me. So will your pain." Police could not rule out the letter as a hoax or a sick prank, as the envelope which contained the letter also contained Tom's driver's license, credit card, and earrings that he had been wearing when he disappeared. The letter had no fingerprints or a return address. Police believe the letter writer was referencing to Jeffrey Dahmer but misspelled it to Jeffrey Beamer. During another round of questioning, an employee at a motorcycle parts store came forward and claimed to have seen Tom on September 14th, a day after his disappearance. The employee told police Tom was acting strange. He said that they would always crack jokes at one another, but on this day, Tom was quiet. The employee said he went to the warehouse to pick up some parts for a customer, and when he returned, Tom had already left. Authorities believe the employee did see Tom but was mistaken about the date. Investigators considered the possibility that Tom had left voluntarily and fabricated a letter to mislead Barbara into believing he was dead. However, this theory lost credibility 4 months later when, on January 11, 1992, bone fragments were discovered on a remote hillside in Placer County, California. At the scene, police found several personal belongings, including a duffel bag, flashlight, hunting knife, bottled water, 2 pairs of prescription eyeglasses, an emptied prescription bottle, a belt, a boot, and multiple shirts, some featuring motorcycle emblems. These items suggested a connection to Tom Roche. When shown the evidence, Barbara confirmed that the eyeglasses and shirts belonged to him. Given the presence of packed belongings, police speculated that Tom may have been preparing for a trip. However, it took another 2 years before DNA testing conclusively identified the bone fragments as his. The cause of death was determined to be a single gunshot wound to the head, though whether it was a homicide or something else remains unclear. Despite this major development, the case has seen no significant updates since. Tom Roche's disappearance and murder remain unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Carl Switzer. As a society, we have an undeniable fascination with celebrities. While some people dream of achieving that level of fame, others see it as a nightmare. The intense public scrutiny celebrities face often makes it difficult to view them as ordinary individuals. Their lives are frequently treated as a source of entertainment, and unfortunately, their deaths can become spectacles as well, especially when they result from violence, as in the case of Carl Switzer. Born in 1927, Carl Dean Switzer gained fame as a child actor after landing the role of Alfalfa in the comedy short series Our Gang during the mid-1930s. However, he had no way of knowing at the time that Alfalfa would become the series' most cherished and well-remembered character, portraying the humorous adventures of a mischievous group of friends. After departing from Our Gang in the 1940s, Carl struggled to maintain his acting career. He remained in Hollywood, taking on minor roles in films such as It's a Wonderful Life and working in B-movies. To supplement his income, he also became a dog breeder and trainer. In 1959, he agreed to train a Rainwalker coonhound, a hunting dog, for his longtime friend Moses, Bud Stilts. The two had originally met while working together on multiple productions at the Corriganville Movie Ranch in California. However, things took a turn for the worse when the dog ran off after a bear, and Carl was unable to track it down. Upon hearing that his valuable hunting dog had gone missing, possibly for good, Stilts insisted that Carl either return the animal or compensate him for its worth. Unfortunately, Carl was in no position to pay. He was already struggling financially and had recently gone through a divorce, leaving him with little means to cover the loss. Instead of paying outright, Carl turned to the local newspapers, placing ads offering a monetary reward for the dog's safe return. Fortunately, the dog was found and brought back. The downside, however, was that Carl had to shell out $35, the modern-day equivalent of about $370, as a reward, along with $15 worth of alcohol, which would be around $160 today. A few days later, on January 21st, Carl was still upset about losing $50 over a dog that wasn't even his. Frustrated, he vented to a friend about the situation, and together they agreed that Stilts should reimburse Carl for the reward money. Determined to settle the matter, the two made their way to Stilts' home in the Mission Hills neighborhood of Los Angeles. But things did not go as planned. Stilts was at some point struck over the left side of his head with a glass clock during the dispute. And in response, he grabbed his .3 caliber revolver which Carl attempted to wrestle from him. Their struggle caused the gun to go off, narrowly missing Stilts' 14-year-old stepson. Stilts would later claim that Carl had banged on the door and demanded to be let into the home, and then events played out as previously stated. After the gun went off, Stilts alleged that Carl then grabbed a knife and yelled, "I'm going to kill you." Afraid for his life, Stilts shot the 31-year-old, damaging an artery and causing massive internal bleeding. Carl was pronounced dead at the hospital. Tom Corrigan, Stilts' stepson, who was almost shot that day, had a different version of events, however. He claimed that his stepfather shot Carl as he and his friend were leaving. Reportedly, Carl had turned to leave just after the gun went off during the struggle. Carl never wielded a knife or made any threats towards Stilts. However, Tom was never given the opportunity to testify during the coroner's inquest, and Stilts' account of events was accepted as fact. This was despite his prior conviction for perjury and several inconsistencies in the physical evidence that cast doubt on his story. Ultimately, the shooting was ruled an act of self-defense. Tom Corrigan, however, never wavered in his version of what transpired. Decades later, in February 2001, he told reporters that what happened was closer to murder than self-defense. He also revealed that after killing Carl, Stilts had threatened to kill Carl's friend as well. But before he could act, the sound of approaching sirens interrupted him. Tom firmly believes that the arrival of law enforcement is the only reason Carl's friend survived that night. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Gilgo Beach. The relentless crashing of waves and the eerie howling of the wind nearly drown out any conversation, or even the occasional screams of those at Gilgo Beach, a secluded stretch of wetlands and sandy dunes off Ocean Parkway. This entire expanse, known as Jones Beach Island, falls under the jurisdiction of the nearby town of Babylon, and is primarily a tourist destination during the warmer months. However, absent from vacation brochures and boat rental advertisements is any mention of the fact that more than 16 bodies have been discovered, brutally murdered and buried across its beaches, marshes, and surrounding areas. For over a decade, visitors seeking relaxation and scenic photos at Gilgo Beach remained largely unaware that a serial killer had been preying upon the community. Despite relentless efforts by internet sleuths and private investigators hired by victims' families to scour the treacherous landscape for leads, the serene setting seemed to conceal more mysteries than solutions. That changed in July 2023 when a long-awaited breakthrough finally brought new developments to light. The case of the Long Island serial killer remains active and ongoing. The first sign that a murderer was at large surfaced during the search for 24-year-old Shannon Gilbert, a sex worker who vanished following a frantic 911 call in May 2010. Although authorities failed to locate her body at the time, their investigation took a gruesome turn in December 2010 when 4 other corpses were unexpectedly uncovered along Ocean Parkway at Gilgo Beach. It was Shannon's chilling 911 call, made just after midnight on May 1, 2010, that sparked the extensive search. While she was not found in the initial efforts, her desperate plea for help ultimately led to the exposure of multiple other victims. It all started on a stifling summer night when 23-year-old Shannon Gilbert, an escort, was on a client visit and made a brief phone call to her driver, Michael Pock. The call lasted 3 minutes, during which Shannon informed him that she had finished with her client in Manhattan and needed to be picked up. This arrangement was common among call girls in the city. Drivers acted as a form of external security, providing a safeguard for the often vulnerable, newly independent women who relied on them for transportation. In return, the drivers were compensated either with an hourly wage or a percentage of the escort's earnings. While the escorts engaged directly with clients, referred to in the industry as Johns, their drivers served as their lifeline to the outside world, ready to step in if needed. At 12:20 a.m., Shannon was contacted by another prospective client, reportedly through Craigslist, though Michael Pock never confirmed this to authorities. He later told police that he was unsure how the man, later identified as Joseph Brewer, had gotten Shannon's contact information but stated that the client, located in Long Island, had requested her services. By 2 a.m., Shannon and Pock arrived at Brewer's gated community, where the meeting was set to take place. Some have questioned why she accepted a call from such a remote location, as Ocean Parkway is over a 90-minute drive from Manhattan, an area that most escorts tended to avoid. Some believe that Shannon's visit involved more than just companionship, and a revealing slip from her driver suggested that drugs played a role in the encounter. During later police interviews, Michael Pock recalled that at some point during the meeting, Shannon and Joseph Brewer left the house to obtain, in his words, more drugs. The situation took an unexpected turn when Michael was later summoned inside Brewer's home after Shannon allegedly refused to leave, an unusual scenario for both the client and the driver. Upon entering the upscale yet disheveled residence, which bore the marks of frequent partying, Michael urged Shannon to leave. This moment was captured in a frantic 911 call Shannon made, a recording that remained undisclosed to the public for over a decade. In the distressing call, Michael Pock doesn't sound angry but rather confused as he pleads with Shannon to exit the home. The recordings indicate that he was attempting to convince her to leave and was offering to drive her back to New York City. Authorities ultimately ruled him out as a suspect, as he even acknowledged during the call that Shannon was speaking with police and appeared unconcerned by it, though clearly bewildered. While Michael did not display hostility towards Shannon for contacting law enforcement, one notable moment in the 23-minute call stood out. He reminded her that he had his gun with him. Whether the firearm was legally obtained or if he possessed a permit to carry it remains unclear. Given this uncertainty, it is perhaps unsurprising that Michael wished to avoid any police involvement that night. Supporters of the police decision to clear Shannon's driver early in the investigation argue that if he had any connection to the other victims, it would have surfaced long ago, given his proximity to Shannon during the recorded 911 call. The fact that authorities ruled him out suggests no links were found between him and the murdered sex workers. After Shannon's frantic call to 911, between 4 and 5 a.m., Gus Coletti, a resident of the same gated community where Joseph Brewer lived, had already begun his strict morning routine. While shaving, he suddenly heard desperate screams outside his home, Shannon's voice crying out, "Help me! Help me! They're going to kill me!" A well-mannered and inquisitive man, Gus opened his door and welcomed the distressed young woman inside, guiding her to a chair before immediately contacting the police himself. During his 911 call, Gus can be heard describing Shannon as looking no older than 14. While on the phone, he repeatedly urged her to explain what was wrong, but she simply stared at him in silence. As he tried to reassure her that help was on the way, Shannon suddenly bolted out of his home, seemingly unsettled by the fact that he had called 911, even though she had been speaking with emergency dispatchers herself just moments earlier. As she disappeared into the night, Gus noticed a black SUV driving erratically down the road, stopping at random intervals as if searching for someone. That vehicle was being driven by Michael Pock, who was desperately trying to locate Shannon after she had fled from Joseph Brewer's home. Moments after spotting the black SUV making erratic stops along the road, Gus noticed Shannon crouched beneath his boat, seemingly hiding from the vehicle. As she remained tucked away, the SUV's driver pulled up and asked Gus if he had seen her. Gus later recalled responding that he had and that he had already contacted the authorities. What unsettled him most, however, was Michael Pock's reaction. He allegedly replied, "You shouldn't have done that. She's going to get in a lot of trouble." Initially, this statement appeared ominous, but as more details emerged about Shannon's work as an escort, it seemed more reflective of the ongoing legal and societal challenges surrounding sex workers' rights. In New York City, sex work was illegal, though escorts were permitted to advertise their services under the guise of companionship or domestic roles like maids. However, any form of sexual exchange remained prohibited. After his brief exchange with Gus, Michael watched as Shannon, still visibly distressed, ran off toward the intersection of Sandy Drive, her figure vanishing into the dim pre-dawn darkness. Later, Michael claimed that he believed Shannon was angry with him and had chosen not to return with him, leading him to leave for New York City without notifying the police that she was missing. While Gus never saw Shannon again, his neighbors did. One of them, Barbara Brennan, became the next person Shannon reached out to, possibly drawn to her home due to its distinctiveness. Unlike the surrounding houses, Barbara's home was illuminated by a continuous vigil light, which she kept burning in memory of her late husband. When Shannon began pounding on Barbara Brennan's door, the startled homeowner chose caution over immediate aid. Rather than opening her door to a stranger in distress, she made 2 phone calls. The first, at approximately 5:22 a.m., was to the police. The second was to her neighbor, Tom Canning, who quickly arrived with his hunting dog. Their presence seemed to startle Shannon, who once again fled into the darkness, moving further away from the safety of civilization. This would be the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When officers arrived on the scene, they conducted a foot search for Shannon but ultimately decided against searching the marshlands, citing the high water level, an oversight that would later prove to be highly controversial. Initially, the Suffolk County Police Department's Missing Persons Bureau had requested the use of a cadaver dog, a German shepherd named Blue, to aid in the search. Throughout the summer of 2010, authorities frequently combed the area, hoping to locate Shannon. However, it was the dog's handler who persisted in his efforts, and on December 11, 2010, his determination finally led to a discovery, though not the one anyone had anticipated. Using statistical data from the FBI, which suggests that deliberately abandoned bodies are often found near roadways, Blue's handler redirected the search to a new location. In a shocking turn of events, Blue successfully uncovered 4 bodies over the course of 2 days. However, none of the remains belonged to Shannon, the original focus of the search. Due to the dense vegetation and a light layer of snow, previous human search efforts had overlooked the area. Yet Blue was able to detect a scent, leading his handler, Officer John Malia, to skeletal remains. These remains were found inside a deteriorated burlap sack and were later identified as those of Melissa Barthélemy. This discovery marked the beginning of a grim revelation. Within the next 48 hours, police unearthed 3 additional bodies along the stretch of Ocean Parkway. The victims had been discarded in an area shaped by relentless winds, shifting sands, and harsh coastal elements, making evidence collection a challenging task. Despite these conditions, investigators determined that the remains belonged to Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Barthélemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Found within just 500 feet, 150 meters, of one another, they became collectively known as the Gilgo Four. While the discovery of the Gilgo Four was already a shock to the Long Island community, it was only the beginning. Over time, authorities would uncover more than 10 victims in the surrounding area, confirming their initial fear. There was a serial killer at large. Dominic Barone, then chief of detectives for the Suffolk County Police Department, emphasized the striking similarities among the Gilgo Four. Each victim shared physical traits, including a petite frame, hazel eyes, and a small stature. They also worked as call girls and used Craigslist to advertise their services. The chief further noted that the killer likely used online platforms such as Craigslist and Backpage to search for victims based on specific physical attributes. Later victims, Jessica Taylor and Valerie Mack, discovered in 2011, also fit this distinct pattern. Beyond physical characteristics, the manner in which the bodies were disposed of pointed to a single perpetrator. Many of the remains were wrapped in or covered with burlap, a detail police have kept largely undisclosed but have acknowledged as a recurring element in the case. As call girls, all 4 victims led lives that required them to meet with strangers for money, a profession that, by necessity, demanded certain survival instincts. Yet, despite their precautions, they had all fallen prey to a predator who understood their vulnerabilities. While many of the victims advertised their services on platforms like Craigslist and Backpage, the final decision on whether to accept a job and how to handle the call ultimately rested with them. Detectives believe that the fact that 2 of the Gilgo Four left their phones behind suggests a possible level of trust with this particular client. Going to a job without a phone was highly unusual, making this detail especially significant. Maureen Brainerd Barnes was the first of the 4 women later discovered on Gilgo Beach to go missing. She was last heard from on July 9, 2007. In February of that year, Maureen had called her friend Sarah, saying she had been robbed of all her cash but still had her phone. She asked Sarah, who lived in Connecticut, for a ride, but her friend was unable to pick her up. That call would be the last time anyone heard from Maureen. Investigators suspect that Maureen brought her phone with her on what would be her final job, and afterward, the killer may have accessed her contacts. Not long after her disappearance, Sarah received a call from an unfamiliar number, possibly from a burner phone, leading to speculation that the killer was attempting to make contact. The caller did not explain how he had obtained Sarah's number but mentioned her Connecticut area code, stating that he had recently interacted with a young woman from the same region. He claimed that Maureen was alive and staying at a whorehouse in Queens. However, the man refused to give his name or a specific location, only saying that he would call back with an exact address. That second call never came. Despite efforts by the NYPD, no trace of Maureen was found, and her phone remained inactive for over a year. Then, in February 2008, a surprising development occurred. Maureen's phone connected with a Long Island cell tower near Fire Island, just a few miles from where her remains would later be discovered. Forensic experts determined that this ping was triggered when someone powered on her phone and accessed her voicemail. Given that this activity took place more than a year after Maureen's presumed murder, investigators strongly suspect that it was the killer who had turned on her phone, causing it to register with the nearby tower. Following Maureen's disappearance, the next victim in the Gilgo 4 to go missing was Melissa Bartholomew. Melissa had worked tirelessly to obtain her cosmetology license, harboring dreams of one day opening her own hair salon. Tragically, she went missing on July 10, 2009, 2 years after Maureen's disappearance, and about a year before Shannon vanished. Much like in Maureen's case, the killer exploited the victim's phone to reach out to a loved one. This time, he contacted Melissa's younger sister, Amanda Bartholomew, who lived in Buffalo, New York. However, in a disturbing shift from the anonymous calls made to Maureen's friend Sarah, the killer used Melissa's own phone to make contact. Seeing her sister's number on the screen, Amanda answered without hesitation, expecting to hear Melissa's voice. Instead, she was met with the chilling sound of a stranger, the very person responsible for her sister's disappearance. The calls, which only ever came in the evenings, left an indelible mark on Amanda's memory. Inexplicably, law enforcement never obtained recordings of these calls, but Amanda, just 16 at the time, vividly recalls the terror they instilled. The first words she heard from the sinister voice on the line still haunt her. "Is this Melissa's sister?" Amanda recalls the chilling moment when a man spoke in a low, menacing voice. She simply replied yes before he continued in a sinister tone, "Do you know what your sister is doing? She's a whore." On one occasion, Amanda's mother, Lynn, attempted to answer the calls herself, but the moment the killer heard her voice, he immediately hung up. Determined to document every unsettling encounter, Lynn kept a journal of the calls and later handed it over to investigators. However, despite this evidence, no viable leads emerged from the police investigation. Although the family promptly informed authorities about the repeated calls, law enforcement failed to act swiftly, delaying any attempt to trace or record them. Media reports vary on whether their efforts were ever successful. In a desperate bid for answers, Melissa's family turned to a trusted friend in law enforcement, which finally led to some insight into the call's origins. According to data obtained from the phone company, the killer's calls had pinged off at least 3 different cell towers. 2 were in New York City, one near Times Square and another near Madison Square Garden, while the third was in Oyster Bay, Nassau County. Notably, this last location was close to where Melissa was last confirmed to be alive, as she had previously checked her voicemail from that area. Some reports indicate that once police finally managed to set up a phone tracker, the killer outmaneuvered them yet again, ensuring that each of his taunting calls lasted less than 3 minutes, just short of the time needed for a proper trace. At the time, the available technology made it nearly impossible to trace a call lasting less than 3 minutes. Unfortunately, in February, a Buffalo television station irresponsibly broadcast details about law enforcement's tracing attempts and the locations of cell tower pings. Police suspected that the killer was following the case closely, as the calls immediately stopped after the report aired. This media leak inadvertently led him to exercise more caution, depriving investigators of any further opportunities to gather evidence through his taunting phone calls. Chronologically, the first 2 victims of the Gilgo 4, Maureen Brainerd Barnes and Melissa Bartholomew, had loved ones who were contacted and tormented after their disappearances. The presumed killer called Maureen's friend, Sarah, from an untraceable number, while he used Melissa's own phone to reach her younger sister, Amanda. However, the last two victims, Amber Costello and Megan Waterman, appeared to have been convinced to leave their phones behind before meeting the suspect. For call girls, it was highly unusual to go into a client's home without a means of communication, making this behavior particularly suspicious. Megan's mother strongly asserted that such an action was out of character for her daughter, as she was known to be extremely attached to her phone. This peculiarity led internet sleuths dedicated to the case to speculate whether the killer had used a specific excuse to convince the women to disconnect from the outside world. Some theorized that he might have claimed to suffer from a medical condition, such as a heart arrhythmia, and possibly had a pacemaker or similar device implanted, which could have been leveraged as an excuse to prevent phone usage. Some speculate that the killer may have used concerns about implanted heart devices to convince the victims to leave their cell phones behind. At the time, technology was believed to interfere with such devices, and patients were advised to keep cell phones at least 6 inches away from their implants while being cautious around strong electronic signals. Amber's male roommate recalled speaking with her before she left for what would be her final appointment. He encouraged her to bring her phone, but she was insistent that the client did not want her to have it. She did not offer further details on why this request was made, leaving lingering questions about what was said to persuade her. Those who support this theory argue that, whether the medical condition was real or fabricated, it could provide a plausible explanation for why the victims made the unusual decision to disconnect from the outside world. Megan Waterman was another victim who was convinced to leave her phone behind. She often took jobs at the direction of her boyfriend, Akeem Cruz, who went by the name Vibe and also acted as her pimp. He was responsible for placing online ads for her services, using a laptop to manage her appointments. Megan was last seen alive in CCTV footage at the Holiday Inn Express in Hauppauge, New York, wearing a yellow shirt as she walked through the hotel lobby. Before she left the premises, a witness last spotted Megan near a liquor store. This would be the last time that Megan was seen alive. Cops questioned her so-called handler Vibe and took possession of his laptop, but police say he is currently not a suspect. In March of 2011, just 3 months after the Google 4 had been located, the dismembered hands, forearms and skull of a then unidentified female were found along a nearby stretch of Ocean Parkway. These remains were eventually DNA matched to a torso in Maniville, a nearby town in Suffolk County, back in February 2003. These remains were located 1 mile east of the original dump site. These body parts, separated by time and dump site, would later be identified as that of 20-year-old Jessica Taylor. Then on April 4, 2011, another school, a pair of hands and a right foot were found in a plastic bag near Ocean Parkway on Gilgo Beach. These remains would be designated as Jane Doe number 6 until being linked by DNA to the Maniville Jane Doe. Similarly to the torso discovered in February 2003, another female torso had been discovered in February. The torso of a woman was found by hikers in the Long Island Pine Barrens in Maniville. It had been wrapped in plastic garbage bags and unceremoniously dumped in the woods near Halsey Manor Road. For many years, the identity of the owner of the torso was unknown, but almost a decade later in 2020, police announced that they had positively identified the Maniville Jane Doe as Valerie Mack, 24, born July 2, 1976. The same day, April 4, that the second female torso was found, police discovered 2 additional sets of skeletal remains, an unidentified female toddler, baby doe, and an unidentified Asian male who was small in stature and was reportedly donning female clothing. Police speculated that this unnamed male may have been mistaken for a woman by his killer. While adult females were dismembered, the lack of mutilation of the toddler and of the Asian male shows that there may have been an underlying sexual aspect to the mutilations, but not to the killings themselves. Perhaps the killings were done in order to get the victims to their preferred state. Police wondered if, for the killer, it was more about the destination than the journey. Detectives say that the dismemberment occurred in a particular manner of which the police have not released more details. Then on April 11, 2011, in what was becoming a sad and shocking pattern of death and mutilation, 2 more bodies were found in Nassau County. The first piece of remains found that day was the skull of an unidentified woman. True to the patterns beginning to emerge, the woman's dismembered legs had previously been discovered on Fire Island back in 1996. These remains would be referred to as Fire Island Doe. Police would eventually make the connection that this very island was the same island from which Gilgo 4 victim Maureen Reynard Barnes' phone had last pinged. A gruesome geographic perimeter of attack was emerging. Just as in the first body found that morning, a portion of the remains of the second body found that day had also been previously uncovered, this time by a hiker on a beautifully deceptive spring day in 1997. The hiker accidentally stumbled upon an unidentified woman's dismembered torso wrapped inside a plastic bag and put in a Rubbermaid container. Seemingly of African American descent, the torso was found in Hempstead Lake Park, New York. This victim bore a distinctive tattoo of peaches arranged in a heart shape, thus she was nicknamed Peaches by investigating officers. These remains were later identified as the body of the mother of the unidentified toddler whose remains had been located in Suffolk County a few weeks prior, and who police had been referring to as Baby Doe. On November 29, 2011, police announced that they believed one person to be responsible for all 10 murders. They commented further that they believed the perpetrator was almost certainly a local from Long Island. Police disclosed that although cause of death was unable to be determined, the single killer theory stemmed from common characteristics of the victims, and they noted many similarities between the individual treatment of the bodies and the condition of the remains. Later, police would announce a $25,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in the Long Island murders, but to no avail. In February, Shannon Gilbert, the impetus to the original unearthing of countless remains, was finally found deceased in Oak Beach 19 months after her mysterious disappearance. Perplexing to both the public and the police, her purse and some of her clothes were found nearly half a mile from where her body was located. Police, in what many believe is an illogical theory, state that Shannon must have been panicked and cold and most likely had undressed herself before accidentally drowning. The true cause of her death is still contested, as state medical examiners claimed her death to be accidental, yet her family believes otherwise and refused to bury her. Their tenacity in uncovering the truth led to a legal battle which caused Shannon's remains to lay in the Suffolk County Medical Examiner's office for 4 years until she could be re-examined by another forensic scientist. A private and unbiased autopsy report states that Shannon's hide bone, a U-shaped bone in the throat area, was shattered, indicating a manual strangulation, as the hide bone is not able to be broken from natural forces. Shannon's hide bone was missing its so-called horns, the horn-shaped tips that make up the U-shape of the free-floating bone. Shannon's bones had been boiled so that state forensic anthropologists would be able to examine them. However, this caused the bones to be devoid of soft tissue, and by the time the independent medical examiner could investigate her body, there was no way to verify the possible presence of ligature marks, which would be leftover forensic artifacts of a manual strangulation. According to the FBI, manual strangulation is statistically the most common method of silencing women who are victims of a homicide. Another discrepancy in the condition of Shannon's remains as it relates to cause of death is the position in which Shannon was discovered. Shannon was found face up in the marshy area of Oak Park. However, normally drowning victims are found face down, as that is where the weight is distributed when the victims are allowed to free float. The stomach and the chest and the face go into the water because that is where the weight is distributed. Some critics of the one killer theory point to the variety of the disposal of the victims' bodies as a reason that more than one man may be involved. This is because some of the victims were found dismembered and others were found completely intact. Some were found wrapped with various substances such as plastic, burlap, or Rubbermaid Tupperware, while others were simply left to nature. Those who disagreed with the single killer theory used this as evidence that separate killers may have been responsible. However, when it comes to serial killers, there is a common myth of consistency. While the behaviors, devices, or the morality mind games they play on themselves may be the same, the manner in which they choose to enact these fantasies can vary based on time, location, or intended victim, amongst other mitigating factors. Strangely enough, while mutilation was a factor in many of the female cases, the Asian male who was dressed as a woman and possibly transgender along with the baby was not mutilated in any way. This could hint at a possible motivation for the mutilation that far exceeds simply that of killing. Police wondered if taking away the victim's identity was part of the killer's goal in separating their bodies. He made it much harder for police in the late 90s and early 2000s to piece together the various homicides. This concern with keeping his victims nameless could be seen as an element of a power play in the killer's mind. FBI profilers have speculated that the killer may derive power knowing that the family and friends of those lost may never get closure. This power could deepen the thrill of the kill. The killer's phone calls exhibit a clear pattern of sadism, prolonging the suffering of his victims' loved ones. Some believe that he may also be responsible for the brutal murders of 4 sex workers whose bodies were discovered in a ditch behind the Golden Key Motel in West Atlantic City on November 20, 2006. These women were found roughly 1 year before the Gilgo 4 began disappearing, and the similarities between the cases are striking. A New York Post article even quoted an anonymous law enforcement official who stated, "It's the same guy," in reference to the resemblance between the 4 victims found in 2006 and those who vanished starting in 2007. Despite these potential connections, the investigation has been hindered by jurisdictional overlap. With multiple agencies involved, including the Suffolk County Police, Nassau County Police, New York State Police, and NYPD, the case has suffered from the classic issue of too many cooks in the kitchen, frustrating those seeking justice. The FBI later offered assistance, but in a surprising and hostile move, their help was rejected. This refusal came at a time when the man in charge of finding the killer, Suffolk County Police Chief James Burke, was embroiled in his own criminal scandal. Burke, the department's only 4-star ranking officer, had a reputation that stood in stark contrast to the responsibility his position required. His personal history was marred by allegations of drug use and involvement with sex workers, raising serious concerns about his ability, or willingness, to lead the search for a predator targeting escorts. According to the New York Times, prior to becoming the highest paid on the force as Suffolk County Police Chief, Burke had been found to have copulated with a sex worker who was known to be a heavy drug user. Early on in his career in law enforcement, Burke was found to be having a relationship with a prostitute who ended up stealing his service revolver. Burke had also previously confessed to having driven drunk numerous occasions while on the job. Ultimately, what finally got him arrested was when a low-level criminal broke into the police chief's SUV and in doing so unearthed the bag of intimate toys. In finding the robber, the police chief made the choice to physically torture the man for his misdeeds, which led to the chief's public sexual humiliation. Many cite Burke's numerous circumventions of the law as being related to Burke's professional and personal friendships with charged criminal and former District Attorney Thomas Spada, in whose office Burke had previously worked. One call girl later told Internal Affairs that she had been intimate with Burke at an Oak Beach sex party, which was coincidentally located just over 2 miles from the location of the later serial killer victims' bodies. Legislator and former cop Rob Trotta told the media in regards to Burke and his touting of the law, order, and common decency, quote, "He was a psychopath." Finally, in February, the now former police chief James Burke was sentenced to 46 months in federal prison for assault and conspiracy. While the investigation into his own personal life had been underway, Police Chief Burke had rejected any FBI offers of involvement on the serial killer case due to his own negative perceptions of the agents. So while the FBI had previously assisted in the search and profiling, they had failed to become officially a part of the investigation, and thus many resources went unutilized in the initial years of the case. But with Burke no longer in charge of the case, the FBI was invited to assist. In February, Suffolk County Police Commissioner Tim Sinai announced that the FBI had finally joined the investigation. The FBI had supplied a personality profile for the probable killer back in February 2011, which detailed the likely psychological map of the killer's life. The FBI surmised that the suspect was somewhere between his late 20s and mid-40s, that he was a white Caucasian male who likely had a girlfriend or was married, and that he was well-educated working a stable job. The FBI noted that it was possible that the man had been to the hospital for poison ivy treatment in the past, as he undoubtedly came in contact with the vine during his many travels in the Gilgo Beach brush. This was surmised as investigators had to contend not only with the variable weather but also the heavy bush of the geography of the area, which was filled with poison ivy. During the search for more victims, some rescue workers later required prednisone treatments from the prolonged exposure to the poison ivy. The FBI profilers also cited that this suspect may have access to burlap sacks. Separately, the FBI posted on their Facebook page that they were seeking relatives and friends of a man named Elijah Legay Howell or Howard who lived from 1927 until 1963. Mr. Howard previously lived in Pritchard, Alabama and was married to a woman named Carrie. Investigators state that relatives of this man may be able to assist finding the identities of Peaches and her child. The post also asked if viewers recognized the peach tattoo on the body of the deceased mother. Strangely enough, in February, Marie Gilbert, Shannon Gilbert's mother, who was a constant presence in the inquiry into her daughter's death, was fatally stabbed by her younger daughter, 27-year-old Sarah Gilbert, who had been in and out of psychiatric hospitals since February 2014. It was reported that Shannon's sister had drowned a puppy prior to taking her own mother's life. The family attorney says that she suffered auditory and visual hallucinations a few years prior to the fatal stabbing. It is unclear if this mental health issue is hereditary or environmental in its origin, but it does potentially shed some new perspective on Shannon Gilbert's 9/11 call and frantic cries of impending doom. Some wonder with this new information if the 911 call does not show a woman in danger at all but someone in the thralls of their own mental health crisis, possibly hallucinating as her sister had started 2 years prior. If Shannon was falsely perceiving danger, then her initial 911 call would prove to be more of a red herring, as that would suppose that she was not actually in danger until she left the confines of the homes in the gated community and made her way into the dark marshes of the area. Such movement was reported by a neighbor who saw her walk off in the direction of the wetlands. If Shannon was not actually in danger and was instead having a mental health crisis, then her death may have been unrelated to the initial 911 phone call. Some wonder if Shannon's initial cry for help was simply an unfortunate coincidence which later led her face to face with her killer. Investigators still say that the Gilbert case is unrelated to the other bodies, but those close to the case take umbrage with such assertions, as they say her body being found in such close proximity to the other victims shows a clear link. In February of 2022, authorities put together a special team known as the Gilgo Beach Homicide Task Force. Comprised of investigators from the local, state, and federal levels, this task force embarked on a focused investigation into the cell phone records of the many victims during their final days. The call records showed that during the days leading up to their going missing, the women had received calls from 2 main locations, Midtown Manhattan and Massapequa Park. The team got the breakthrough they needed when they were finally able to locate a Chevrolet Avalanche truck which resembled the one described by Amber Costello's roommate Dave Schaller. Amber's roommate recounted seeing this very vehicle outside their residence the day before her disappearance. Previously, in September of 2010, Amber's roommate recalled that he had returned home to find Amber seeking refuge in the bathroom, while an imposing, quote, Frankenstein-like man threatened her. Her roommate told police that he had engaged in a confrontation with a stranger who eventually departed in a truck. Following this incident, a witness, possibly Schaller or another individual, it is not noted in media reports, reported observing a similar truck pass by the home the following day shortly after Amber had left to meet a client. Her roommate communicated this information to the police that December of 2010, disclosing details about both the man and his vehicle, using Schaller's description as a guide and pulling the vehicle's registration history. The task force reportedly honed their focus into the owner of the Chevy Avalanche, a man named Rex Huberman. Then on July 13, 2023, the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office announced that they had arrested Rex Huberman in connection with the Gilgo Beach murders. Rex Huberman, a prominent New York architect, was indicted by a grand jury on 6 counts of murder in connection to 3 of the 4 deaths of the woman dubbed the Gilgo Four. Brought up on 3 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of second-degree murder, Huberman is alleged to have directly contributed to the deaths of Melissa Bartholomew in February 2009, Megan Waterman in 2010, and Amber Costello in that same year. He is also the prime suspect in the murder of a 4th woman, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, who was last seen alive in February 2007 and is another supposed victim of the so-called Long Island serial killer. In the weeks after his summertime arrest, the media scrambled to learn everything they could about the suspect. Little is publicly known about Rex Heuermann, 59, married and a father of 2. He is employed at a prestigious New York City design firm in Manhattan, and everyone who knew him says he had them fooled. In 2022, Heuermann engaged in a professionally filmed question-and-answer session with Bonjour Realty, which was posted to YouTube but is now set to private. In the interview, he told the host that he was born and raised on Long Island. He went on to say that he has worked in Manhattan since 1987. When asked to describe his job, he said, "I'm an architect. I'm an architectural consultant. I'm a troubleshooter." Heuermann, now remanded without bail, lived in a quiet neighborhood in Long Island, just a short drive from the location the bodies were found. After his arrest and grand jury indictment, media reports say that he tearfully insisted to his attorney that he is not the killer. Evidence released by police to the media detailed the long and exhaustive investigation that went into Heuermann's arrest. After confirming that Rex Heuermann was the owner of a Chevrolet Avalanche truck, authorities began to stake out his home in early 2022. The house is situated on the corner of 1st and Michigan Avenue and is otherwise unremarkable in its presentation. It seems small and rundown, which is not in line with the image of wealth and luxury that Heuermann seemed to enjoy presenting. They also monitored his office at 385 5th Avenue in Manhattan. Police were able to legally take a crust of pizza from the architect's garbage can, and from that pizza crust they were able to create a DNA profile. Taking items from the curbside garbage is a surprisingly common tactic police utilize when suspects refuse to provide DNA or when no sample can be procured without tipping off the target. Investigators say the reason for the delay in the genetic analysis of the hairs found on the victims is due to the fact that the hairs originally found in 2010 were degraded and DNA testing at the time could not yield results. However, improvements in DNA acquisition technology eventually gave investigators the answers they needed. After creating a genetic profile from the discarded food, police compared it to the profile taken from the strand of hair that was left on one of the victims, Megan Waterman. In 2010, during the initial examination of one of the victim's skeletal remains and materials discovered in the grave, the Suffolk County Crime Laboratory recovered a hair from a male on the bottom of the burlap. Additionally, hair believed to be from Rex Heuermann's wife was found on or near 3 of the murder victims. Prosecutors allege in the bail application that this is transfer evidence, and therefore not indicative of his wife's presence at the crime scene. Evidence shows that Heuermann's wife and children were outside of the state at the times when the 3 women were killed. At the time Melissa went missing in February, Heuermann's wife was in Iceland. Similarly, in 2010, she was on a trip to Maryland during the time when Megan Waterman went missing, and in what was a persistent pattern, in September of that same year, his wife traveled to New Jersey around the exact same time that Amber was last seen. The DNA from the hair was matched to Heuermann's wife using 11 different bottles acquired from the inside of a garbage can outside the Heuermann home. The town of Massapequa had long been a focus of the investigation, as an unidentified male reportedly harassed the family of one of the victims, Melissa Bartholomew, following her February 2009 disappearance. Records show an unknown male calling and texting the family using Bartholomew's phone. It was not until February 2011 that police were able to triangulate the killer's sadistic calls. Using the tracing of cell phone pings, police were able to learn that the cell phone was being used in the vicinity of Manhattan, sometimes made from Times Square and other times near Madison Square Garden. Other calls were made from Massapequa itself. Many in the community say they were shocked to learn that the supposed killer was in fact hiding in plain sight throughout the entire investigation. Rex Heuermann was known to be a professional and family man. Heuermann worked in a job which required him to not only engage with high-level clients but also to network at some of the most exclusive New York events. While the marital and family status of the supposed killer surprised many in the true crime community, the FBI's original profile created by forensic psychologists detailed that they thought the killer seemed the type to have a long-term partner. As such, his being married is not completely out of the realm of what law enforcement hypothesized. Visually imposing, Huberman is described by those who have met him as a large, tall man. One person who interacted with him on a professional level said that he had the characteristics of, quote, an ogre. Reflecting on the suspect's physical attributes, the Suffolk County District Attorney said that he, quote, clearly selected tiny women, people he really wanted to dominate. While executing a search warrant on the father of two's ornate home, a doll was found and taken into police possession. While no public details of the origin of the doll have been closed, those close to the case say the item may have been taken from the burial sites of the Gilgo 4 as in years past. Many mourners elected to place dolls and other tokens at the initial location the bodies were found. While the doll may be unrelated to the murders and simply a possession of the architect's or family member, some wonder if it may be some sort of trophy. While speculations abound, many in the community hope that more information will be released as to the items uncovered in the suspect's home and the timeline leading to his arrest. Previously, John Bytrolf, a carpenter living in Manaville, was thought to possibly be responsible for the unsolved Long Island cases. He was eventually connected by DNA evidence in the 2014 killings of two street workers, Rita Tangaretti and Colleen McNamee. Though he was not specifically connected to the Gilgo 4 nor the other remains on the beach path, some involved in Bytrov's arrest observed the similarities in both victims' chosen professions, as both sets of victims had been involved in the escort business on Craigslist and other classified websites. Notably, the phrase John Bytrolf had been typed into a Google search bar by Huberman himself. It is listed as number 14 in an inventory of evidence recovered by digital forensic technicians. Bytrolf's method of killing was to inflict blunt force trauma through his bare fists, as opposed to the strangulation experienced by a majority of the victims on the beach. Police point to additional differences in the criminal's modus operandi, specifically concerning the burial ground chosen for Bytrov's victims, who were left on the side of the road and not buried on the beach. With merely rumors connecting Bytrov to the Gilgo 4, he was arrested for the two murders to which police could conclusively link him, and in 2017, he was convicted to 50 years to life in prison. According to the state's response to Hoyerman's bail application, an application which was later denied, the since-convicted Bytrov was one of the over 200 search terms cataloged by forensic technicians made in relation to the Gilgo Beach case. Also noted by police to provide context to the killings were thousands of explicit Google searches and queries into nearby escorts. Reportedly, he remained Google search phrases such as, quote, "Why did law enforcement fail to trace calls made by the Long Island serial killer?" and, quote, "Why hasn't the Long Island serial killer been captured?" Additionally, searches for new phone technology as a potential breakthrough in the case were located on his computer. One Google search made by Huberman was for a gay male of Asian descent, specifically with delicate characteristics, although the terminology he used was far less informal. Detectives saw this as a possible connection, as one of the bodies that was found along Ocean Parkway was an Asian male in female's clothing. The victim has still not been identified but is described as a young biological male found wearing items normally attributed to a female. Law enforcement believed the victim had been dead for about 5 years when he was eventually found in April of 2011. After releasing a composite sketch to the media, police are asking the public for help in identification. Those close to the case who wish to remain unidentified say that after seeing the thousands of explicit Google search results, that Huberman's status as the parent of a young daughter is alarming. In August 2023, the Gilgo Beach Task Force identified the victim, previously known as Fire Island Jane Doe, as 34-year-old Karen Vergata, who was last seen on February 14, 1996. At a press conference, Suffolk County District Attorney Ray Tierney revealed that investigators had obtained a DNA profile suitable for genealogical comparison in August 2022, which ultimately led to her identification. Vergata, an escort at the time of her disappearance, remains the subject of an ongoing murder investigation. However, authorities have clarified that they are not naming Rex Hoyerman as a suspect in her case, as her death occurred nearly 15 years before the murders of the Gilgo 4. While Hoyerman has yet to be charged in connection with Shannon Gilbert's death or the other unidentified Gilgo Beach victims, police have acknowledged the possibility that he could be linked to additional cases. Some speculate that the recently arrested architect may also be responsible for other murders outside the known Long Island serial killer list cases. Investigators are examining potential connections between Hoyerman and other unsolved killings, including those attributed to an unidentified killer known as the Manorville Butcher. Additionally, authorities are exploring links to a series of strangulation murders committed by a suspect referred to as the Eastbound Strangler, as both cases involve the targeted killings of young women. Even with Hoyerman behind bars, uncertainty remains regarding whether multiple killers could be responsible for the victims found in and around Gilgo Beach. Initially, police believed as many as 8 murders were the work of a single individual, but they now acknowledge the possibility that 2 or more serial killers could have been operating independently in the same area. Investigators continue to analyze evidence to determine whether all of the victims can be definitively linked to a single perpetrator or if additional threats still linger in the community. Moving on to the next case. Tammy Zawicki. In the days leading up to 21-year-old Tammy Zawicki's disappearance, she experienced ongoing car trouble. A student at Grinnell College in Grinnell, Iowa, Tammy had spent her summer studying in Madrid, Spain. As summer break came to an end, she and her brother embarked on a road trip from their home in New Jersey back to their respective schools. Their journey included a stop in Pittsburgh to visit family before heading to Evanston, Illinois, where Darren, her brother, attended university. Tammy planned to continue the remainder of the trip to Grinnell alone. However, throughout their travels, her white Pontiac experienced multiple mechanical failures. Darren believed he had resolved the issue, and they arrived in Illinois on August 22, 1992. After staying overnight with a friend, Tammy prepared to set out on her solo journey. Before she left, Darren gave the engine one last check before waving her off. Tammy didn't get far before her Pontiac started acting up again. Over 60 witnesses reported seeing her inspecting the vehicle's engine that afternoon near mile marker 83 on Interstate 80 in central Iowa. During this time, approximately 26 motorists stopped to check on her, but none could confirm what happened next. Tammy never made it to Grinnell. She had planned to call her parents upon arrival, but when they failed to hear from her, they grew concerned. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach her, they reported her missing. By the time authorities launched an investigation several days later, her car had already been towed. Due to a mishandling of evidence, it could not be processed for fingerprints. However, investigators found no visible signs of struggle, and Tammy's belongings, including her handbag and camera, remained inside. Soon, eyewitnesses began coming forward. One particularly notable testimony came from Robert Bullington, an Iowa truck driver, who claimed to have seen Tammy getting into a gray Chevrolet Celebrity driven by an unknown man. Bullington even spoke with the driver, who allegedly explained that Tammy's car had overheated. Bullington subsequently advised the man to stop at a truck stop in LaSalle, but no witnesses could place Tammy at the truck stop. Other witnesses placed a tractor-trailer truck next to the Pontiac when she was last seen at around 3:10 and 4 o'clock that afternoon. The truck has been described as having a faded rusty orange strip around the center, while the driver was dark-haired, white, around 6 foot tall, and between the ages of 35 and 40. Tammy's body was recovered on September 1, 1992. She was badly decomposed and on the side of a rural stretch of Interstate Highway 44 in Lawrence County, Missouri. She was identified through dental records and still wore the clothing she had on when she vanished. Her body was discovered by a trucker who'd pulled over to the side of the road, stating at different times that he had done so to urinate or to pull tarp over the truck bed in preparation for the rain. He noticed a foul smell upon exiting his vehicle and soon found the remains. Tammy had been wrapped in a red blanket and had been stabbed 7 to 8 times. Her post-mortem noted that the wounds had been made in a circle around her heart, which was most unusual, and that they'd been made using a small sharp object which had led to internal bleeding. Though her clothing was intact, some reports, including one from the FBI, report that Tammy was sexually assaulted before her death. Her watch was missing from the scene. It played the tune of Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head and had a green umbrella on its face. Investigators have theorized that Tammy was killed elsewhere and that the perpetrator drove her across Illinois and into Missouri before dumping her body 500 miles from where she vanished. In the days following the discovery of the body, a task force was established mix of local authorities and FBI agents. In the subsequent weeks, they identified several suspects. The most notable of which was Lonnie Bierbrot, a trucker and convicted felon who was out on parole at the time of Tammy's death. He was questioned in early 1993 and investigators discovered that he had gifted his wife with a watch that looked similar to the one missing from Tammy's body. Furthermore, he was identified by a witness as the man she saw near Tammy's Pontiac on the day of her disappearance, and he lived not far from where the body was located in September. However, he could never be linked physically to the case. The watch he reportedly gifted his wife was never found, and he passed away in February 2002. Over the years, several other potential suspects emerged, but all were ultimately ruled out. For decades, Tammy's case remained largely stagnant, until renewed interest from podcasters, amateur sleuths, and her devoted family sought to bring fresh attention to her disappearance. In 2020, authorities arrested serial killer Clark Perry Baldwin, who was linked to the murders of 3 women between 1983 and 1997 across Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, and Nevada. Following his capture, a retired investigator suggested that Tammy's case bore similarities to Baldwin's known crimes, leading to speculation that he could be responsible for her death. Despite this theory, law enforcement has publicly stated that Baldwin is not considered a suspect in Tammy's case. Her murder remains unsolved. If you have any information about Tammy Zawicki's case, please contact the Illinois State Police at 815-726-6377 or the FBI's Chicago office at 312-421-6700. Tips can also be submitted anonymously via the FBI's website at tips.fbi.gov, https://tips.fbi.gov. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.